Participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates dropped the first game out of their 3-game set against the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta Friday night by a final score of 6-3. Mitch Keller was tagged with the loss, allowing 3 earned runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Mauricio Dubon of the Braves had a 2-run home run and had 3 RBIs on the night, going 2 for 4. Former Pirate Martin Perez picked up the victory. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Last night, the Pirates fell to the Atlanta Braves 6-3. Game 2 of their series will be this afternoon at 4:10. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, live from Moon, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome in and happy Saturday morning to another edition of the Going Low Show. It is Craig Mankins, PGA professional. Chris Muller, decidedly not a PGA professional. Live from Moon Golf Club in Moon, not hard to figure out there, as we get ready to cover a very busy weekend in both men's and women's golf. And also, as I prepare myself, I'll skip ahead here. I won't even tease it for the end, Craig. I'll just tell our listeners the big thing on my plate today, golf-wise. Moon Golf Club, the site of many of my greatest failures in competitive golf. There was the 2020 Moon Open, where I went out in 78 in round one. Was the subject of a bunch of people complaining that I wasn't really a 13 handicap, only to blow the tournament on the second day by tripling 18 when a par would have won it. Didn't know that at the time. There is the time when I started 7 shots back through 27 of 36 holes, only to charge like a stallion on the back nine, play the first 7 holes of the back nine, 1 under par, get all the way back, par, wins it for me. Instead, double and a bogey. So we are at the site of like Chris Muller's fun house of horrors, but a place where I've also played some really good golf. But what I am going to attempt today is something called, and it's in honor really of Jack Nicklaus. They're at Jack's place for a signature event this week on tour.
Yes, they are.
Muirfield Village. And Nicklaus, somewhat, it's like anecdotal, but he said it. And I don't know if he said it specifically about his kids. I think he did, but he kind of meant kids in general. If it's good enough for the Golden Bear, just like putting left-hand low, like he said, if he could do his whole career over again, he would have started putting left-hand low when he started playing golf and never looked back. His big thing was that kids should not be allowed to play when they're learning golf, should not go and play the white tees or whatever. They should start on the red tees, the most forward tees, and not be allowed to move back, in his opinion. Like, that's how he would do it, until they could break par from the front tees. Makes sense, right?
Oh, it does.
Makes sense. You get like, hey, you've got to hit the shots at this distance. You've got to get used to hitting birdie putts and not dealing with the nerves, because presumably you get better. You have a lot of them. They become less special.
Yep.
Move back once you shoot under par. Seems natural.
Yep.
No, most people don't do it that way.
Yep.
I am going to engage in a 9-hole red tee challenge.
Ooh.
Now, I have used the USGA, the GIN app, to calculate this. The back nine here at Moon is the tougher of the 2 nines. I think anybody that plays here regularly will tell you we're looking out at number 1 right now. Number 1 can be reached as a short par. There's a bunch of short 4s.
Okay.
Number 1 can be reached with a less than full lumber. Like I've gotten there on a warm day with a 2-iron, ripping one up a hill.
Yep.
I am going to tell you that the back nine is harder, but I have put it in the GIN app that my handicap, as an 8 right now, a flat 8, I am a 0 on the back nine. I should shoot even par on the back per my handicap from the red tees. And I am going to go out on film, Craig, and I am going to attempt to shoot under par from the back nine on the front tees.
Now, you know what that handicap puts you as a 0, but you know how many times you should shoot your handicap?
I know it's hilarious. It's like 2 out of every 8. Or
yeah, one out of
every
4.
1 out of 4. So 2 out of every 8, 1 out of every 4. So we got, I figure, about a 20% chance if I should shoot exactly my handicap 25% of the time in this situation. We're trying to shoot 1 below it. That's all that matters. We're going to try to get this bad boy in the barn at 35. Now, I just said this, 7 holes in a tournament setting, hitting cups like I will today. I was 1 under from the tips.
Yep.
So I feel like it should be gettable.
Oh, it is gettable.
I feel like it should be doable, but we're going to put this thing on film. I'm going to put myself out there, subject myself to potential ridicule, and I am going to give this a shot. I got our guy Ben Tenuta coming out here to shoot this thing.
Oh, boy. What's number 10? Remind me.
Number 10 is a very, it's one of the tougher ones, even from the Reds. It's still going to be a 150-yard par 3 that's pretty guarded.
Yes.
Severe slope off to the right.
Yes.
Kind of hard to hit the green from any distance.
Yes.
11, got to go across the little creek that cuts through, but I'll be 25 yards up. And then, Craig, here's the main event. Number 12, recently in the last year here at Moon, they have rediscovered the top tee, the back tee. And you know me, for like I think even for probably like an elite player sometimes, if you're way high up, you kind of have things of, I'm going to fan this one and it's going to go so far right if I balloon it a little bit because I'm so high up. Well, instead of playing that very back tee, which is back in where the woods used to be, I'll be over 100 yards up, playing a hole that's about 345 yards and still technically measuring as a par 5 instead of 470 uphill. So, Craig, you can see here how I'm licking my chops. If I can hit the driver straight, we might actually have a chance to do some things.
Well, now be fair. So if that's a ladies' par, they're calling it a par 5. For you, it's a par 4.
But for the Red Tee Challenge,
it's a par 4.
It's a par 5 on the card here.
I know, on the card.
I'm just telling you. I'm calling balls and strikes here. I'm trying to bring this boat in. I'm bringing this boat into port.
If someone tells you 2 + 2 is 5 just because it's on a piece of paper, you believe in it?
On this case, that's what the USGA is telling me. The USGA itself is saying that's still a par. They don't know who's playing the course from the Red Tees. They just know somebody's putting in a score.
Okay, I'm going to let you go with that for a little bit.
That's why it's the Red Tee Challenge. I'm going to try to. Here's dead serious truth. If I go out there and
what's the yardage from the red?
2465. If I go out there and shoot like 31,
okay,
because they know it's the USGA handicap app knows it's me doing this. They know it is a guy who's an 8 handicap. I can post it. It won't knock my handicap down very much. If I shoot 2 or 3 under,
well,
that'll be less than equivalent to going to say Quicksilver like I did last week and shooting 80.
Right.
That won't be as impressive to the handicap. That's why I'm doing it.
They have a 9-hole rating.
Oh, they have 9-hole rating, all of it. So I am very excited to try this. Do you want to know, and I'll get away from this in a second here because people are like, I don't want to hear you talk about your own game. The one thing I am excited about doing this is if I play it correctly, I'm going to have a lot of birdie putts. And I am one of those people, even this far into my golf, like my life, golfing, I've made eagles, I've made birdies, I've come close to hole-in-ones. I still get nervous over birdie putts more than I should. Like, oh man, I got a chance to make birdie. I still get a little bit extra jacked up, and all I've ever heard from people is the only way to cure that is to just have more of them, so they become less of a special thing to you. So that's the big goal today.
Okay.
I could just see the skepticism right now. I almost wish you could stick around and come out here for this.
I have a chance. I put a text into my buddy to take my place to play, and if he texts me by the time
I almost
I'm
wish
there,
you could stay around as like a caddy just because it would be funny to have you dogging me the whole time. It would be like a hostile crowd, really, like a U.S. Open crowd, and I'd feel like a European at Bethpage. Anyway.
I wouldn't do that. That's not me, though.
That's in honor. Well, yeah, you'd just be making sly remarks. There'd be a lot of sly jabs in there. You'd be calling me scoops or something like that. Anyway, it is Jack's place. We'll start there. We got U.S. Women's Open at Riv, which is another cathedral of the game. So really, it's rare that Muirfield Village in a given situation is the less famous course being played. But we do start there. Well, I mean, I think that's a fair commentary.
That's a fair, yes.
When Riv is the other option, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here. Interesting tournament so far for a couple of reasons, Craig. And one is our guy Scotty Scheffler, who's trying to three-peat there, has been scuffling. He is T19 at +1. So is Rory. JT Poston, not a dude that I expect. No offense to JT Poston. He's a short hitter. He's not a big ball speed guy. He's 9 under. He's 1 clear of Ryan Gerard. They're
7 under yesterday.
Yeah, he went low. I mean, that's big boy golf.
Oh, that's big time.
I would say the people who get frustrated with guys who bomb and gouge love JT Poston because he has to golf his ball. He has to play the course and play golf in a certain way relative to the rest of pros. But I felt like, and by the way, Eric Cole, who had won the final Frank B. Fuhrer Invitational, we've talked about his story a lot. He is lurking at just 6 shots back, which anything can happen. So here's my thought about this. Scotty is still the story because Scotty is the needle in golf. I think Scotty and Rory, they're very much both the needle. And Scotty is just because he's trying to like cement total dominance of this tournament. Did you see him going at Ted Scott a little bit? He hits one on round 1.
My son told me all about this.
He's grousing about the wind. He's kind of now. I think it got overblown a little bit by like the broad golf fan public where, oh, look at Scotty, he's going crazy, bro. But it's more, and Ted Scott took it fine. Like, he was more just venting a lot of frustration about the wind and come on, man, what's going on here? He just hasn't quite clicked it into gear. We hold him to such a wild standard, but it just hasn't clicked it. I don't remember. Do you remember this happening very often in Tiger's crazy run that started in 2000 and went through about 2008 when he beat Rocco? Like, I just don't remember like rank and file tournaments where he seemed off this many times in a row, even if he'd finished like top 10.
You gotta remember though, Tiger didn't play
as many
a crazy schedule. Right now, he never missed Jack's tournament. He loved the tournaments in Ohio. The amount of times he won in Ohio was ridiculous.
Right.
He won a ton. But Scotty, I mean, that's the beauty of golf though. For him to hit a 7-iron and flush it and it to go in the water, and he makes a comment to his caddy.
He was kind of like chewing him out and chewing things out in general,
because he can't get the wind right. Well, guess what? His caddy doesn't control the wind. The good Lord does. And let me tell you, old Mother Nature can switch that wind at any time. It can swirl. It can do all kinds of things. And, hey, it happens. And here's the funny part. He's in 19th place right now. He's +1. He's 10 shots back, right? 9 under winning?
No.
Isn't 9 under winning?
9 under is. Oh, I thought you meant is it going to be the tournament's winning score? Obviously
No.
No, 9 under.
9 under's winning. Yeah. But then there's a massive drop after.
It's really top 3. Sam Burns is within 3 in 3rd place, and then you drop 2 more down, and Fleetwood's there 5 off the pace.
Muirfield can get you, and if you don't keep it in the fairway there, that rough is brutal. They call it the Augusta of the North for a reason, but it's
plays more like a U.S. Open course, I think, than like
if you hit the fairways, you can score. Yeah, you can, but you have to. It's tight. It seems to have tightened up.
Well, it reminds me more, like I said, they call it Augusta of the North because it's so conditioned.
Yes.
But when I watch it on TV, I see a U.S. Open course because of what you just said. Yeah. They've got the rough up so high. Yeah. They have it's such a penalizing course. The angles that can be created there are so nasty. I do think of number 12 there basically is the story there. I imagine Jack wanted number 12 at Augusta because the similarities are
the par 3.
Striking, except that hole plays even tougher. That's like one of the toughest par 3s on tour. I think it's a good test going into the U.S. Open generally because if you're playing well on this setup, the way they want it to play, you're probably going to play well at whatever the U.S. Open course is, even though no 2 U.S. Open courses are even remotely similar. Shinnecock's going to – if Scotty's mad about the wind on Thursday, he and Ted Scott better have a real sit-down because the wind at Shinnecock, and if it's firm and they don't get a ton of rain, it's going to be a nightmare.
But it's easy. So at the Memorial where it gets different is with the trees that mask everything, and you can get some swirling action and some inconsistencies with the wind, or what you think is happening might not be happening. It'll be interesting. I'll be curious to see what happens with Scotty. Scotty will end up making a run. There's no question.
Is he having, in your opinion, a disappointing year?
No.
Like, you watch him and you say, this isn't giving me pause as a viewer. Like, I'm not saying to myself, is this guy really that dominant?
You read the stats last week. The amount of top 5s that he has is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, no,
what is it?
Here, I'll give you his 2025 season. Although, by the way, I wanted to check this. He is still only a 20-1 shot to win. And I say only because anybody else 10 shots back through 2 rounds would be about 150-1. That just shows you the respect that he still commands. His season is 1 win, 3 seconds, 2/3, 7 top 5s, 7 top 10s, 11 top 25s. He hasn't been outside the top 25.
No.
He is still first in literally every category people care about. It's just most people expected to be more like 5 wins by now.
Correct.
I mean, he's elevated himself so far beyond pretty much everybody else playing the sport other than Rory.
Yeah, I mean, 3 seconds. I mean,
Jack was famous for finishing second, especially at majors.
Yeah.
Could have had about 30 if the ball bounces a different way or two.
Yeah. Oh, he was also famous for finishing first.
Yeah, well, more of those than anybody else. Scotty, too, the other thing is still looming. And I won't be here to talk with you about it because I will have a small screaming infant that I'll be taking care of. This is final going low for me for about a month.
Who's going to take your spot?
Jeff Hathorn should be doing it.
Oh, Jeff and I. Good.
A pro's pro. A better golfer than me takes the spot. You guys would go out as a 2-man team. We need to get Jeff a handicap index, but we can wait a little bit on that because he'd be about a 3 at this point.
No, let's take him someplace more like a 13.
Well, yeah, no, eventually. We'll get him one eventually.
That's just being funny for all the golfers out there that stack up that scramble thing.
Yes.
You need an A, B, and a C. Oh, Jeff's our C golfer.
Oh, yeah, he's C. Just can't believe he's a C golfer. I do think the other thing that's going to be interesting to watch Scotty on the weekend, just last thought on him at this course, how it's set up, what it says about like a predictive measure for a major.
Right.
This isn't just any major for him. This is very quickly, before age 30, career Grand Slam if he picks off Shinnecock.
Yeah.
And I do think then you're starting to get into like Tiger territory as far as he's got his whole 30s ahead of him. He's never been a guy that's worried about bombing the ball. He is missing a bunch of iron shots right now, which is his bread and butter.
Right.
And
is that more because of the position of the driver?
Well, when I have been watching it and the people I've seen commenting on it, they've pointed out that they're pretty straightforward iron shots, so it's not like he's missing tough shots where it's the driver is causing it. They're like, no, he's in the fairway, he's in position A, he's not hitting it as close as he usually does.
Right.
So that is something to watch, but I think he's got deeper competition other than Tiger had Phil and then there was a drop-off. There are guys who can go after him any given week. Rory, Oberg can get it going, a bunch of other guys.
Just remember what my good friend.
But man, if he gets the Grand Slam before he's 30, then you don't assume personal life and health falling apart the way Tiger's did in his 30s, and you pin your ears back for 15 years if you're him and start trying to pick them off one by one.
Correct. But this guy, I mean, the way he takes care of his body and the way he takes care of everything that he does.
Better natural athlete, I think, than Woods, believe it or not. Because, like, Tiger didn't really play a ton of other sports. Scotty's a basketball player.
Yeah, well, he does.
Big guy.
Yes, correct. He does. I mean, his workout regimen's really second to none.
Big guy. I mean, I just think that we're looking at somebody that because his personal life seems so steady, because he's got such a good caddy, even though he's chewing him out on the course, it just feels like you're watching the one guy who, if he gets that one last one and then all those other accolades are accomplished.
I agree.
How much can he pin his ears back and go?
He eats breakfast at home. He doesn't go to the Waffle House.
Perkins, maybe, I think. It might have been Perkins, too. There was a lot of trouble back then. Kids today don't understand. If you're 20 years old today, you're scratching your head going, what are these dudes talking about? And you can go Google it. All right, coming up, we're live from Moon Golf Club, and we have got another huge tournament to talk about at an actual more famous golf course. The U.S. Women's Open going on right now. The woman who I think for a long time was going to be the counterpart to Scotty on the LPGA, Nelly Korda, she is sniffing around the lead.
Two shots back.
They are at Riviera, which is about as close to one of the top cathedrals of the game as you are going to get. We'll talk a little bit about that one as well. Also, I consider it the cathedral of the game, a place called Oakmont Country Club. Craig, I have to give you a breakdown of everything that went down.
Okay.
I shot the lowest score of me, Pomp, and Joe of the three of us. I did not hit the shot of the day of the three of us.
You shot the lowest score?
Yes.
Everybody struggled.
Of me, Joe, and Pomp. Our very gracious host, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
He's a ball player.
He pounded you.
I snuck one by him last year and got him last year by a couple. Even though he and I teamed up this year, I didn't get my uniform dirty till the 9th hole for the team because he was on such a heater. But I cannot lay claim to having hit the shot of the day. I will tell you who did that.
Starkey?
Maybe. Coming up next. We're live. Okay. Moon Golf Club. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. You're listening to Going Low.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Spain had never won a World Cup. For decades, they'd been football's great underachievers, the cup of perpetual quarterfinals. Then a generation came through Barcelona's La Masia Academy and Real Madrid's youth ranks and rewrote everything. Xavi, Iniesta, Xabi Alonso, Sergio Busquets. Possession football refined to a fine art. Tiki-taka. Hundreds of short passes. Opponents chasing shadows. They lost their opener to Switzerland, then won 6 straight. The final against the Netherlands was a bruising, ugly affair. 1-0 ground out, deep into extra time, until
until Iniesta arrived at the back post and side-footed a volley past Martin Stecklenburg. Spain, world champions.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more stories from the pitch.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to the Braves 6-3. Today will be the penultimate game of the series. 4:10 the first pitch. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. It's right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 3 o'clock. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see Ball Flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. GSJonesRestorationsGolf.com.
Lots of things can go wrong with your property: fire, wind, water, mold, and much, much more. GS Jones Restoration has been a trusted source for property owners, business owners, and property managers for nearly 40 years. GS Jones team members have the experience and expertise needed in order to get the remediation completed properly and in a timely fashion. GS Jones provides emergency services, restoration, disinfection services, disaster preparedness, and more. Call 412-766-6886 to learn how GS Jones Restoration can help.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game, this is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back into the Going Low Show, live from Moon Golf Club, 93.7 The Fan, alongside Craig Mankins. It's Chris Muller. We'll get to the LPGA, U.S. Women's Open at Riviera in a couple of minutes here. Nelly Korda is 2 off the lead, so the biggest name in women's golf after a 4-under round. She puts herself right into the proceedings. I'm excited to talk about that tournament broadly speaking, almost not even like, is Nelly going to win? There's something else I think about that tournament that is very interesting compared to having any men's event out there. But you've been working with me for a while, Craig. You probably have an idea of where I'm going to go with this. But Oakmont, Tuesday, awesome time. Me, Pomp, Starkey, our gracious host Dave, and a great time was had by all, first of all.
Good.
It was as pristine. I mean, that place is always in basic. It's like hard to differentiate like days where it's in condition because it's always A+.
Yes.
But when your host tells you this is as probably peak as it ever gets as far as like it just cannot get more perfect conditions wise, firmness, fast, everything, you get pretty geared up for it. I shot a 95. I told you off the air, I'm not going to like belabor the point. I shot 95 and probably left 10 out there like a lot of people feel like, oh, I hit it here and didn't think it would end up there. Mm-hmm. Joe and Bob, I think, were both in triple digits. In fact, I know they were. Not by a ton. It was like, you know, they were probably 8 to 10 behind me. So nothing like obscene, like Joe saying I'm going to shoot 118, and if I do better than that, I'll be happy. Mm-hmm. Joe Starkey hit the shot of the day. And not only that, he called his shot like Babe Ruth in the 1930s. We're on 15, which I have just told you I made a mess of because my tee ball was just a hair left of where it needed to be.
Yep.
And while I am having my travails over in the left fescue and everywhere else, Joe is apparently playing it pretty decently. Joe's hitting it pretty good off the tees, keeping it straight, keeping it out of trouble. He is hung up on a pretty steep hillside or steep bunker face kind of. He hasn't gone into the bunker left of the pin. Pin is back-ish left, I would say, on 15. Huge green, obviously.
Yep.
Joe gets there to his shot, and by then I'm finally walking up. I'm out of the hole for our little match. But Joe at that point knows that he and Bob need to keep winning holes to stay in the match because we had them kind of in a chokehold by about 13 holes in.
Okay.
And Joe goes, look at me, I got good luck. I'm not in the bunker. He and Bob did not want to be in the bunkers. Now, I generally, if it was greenside, I would rather be in a bunker there because I feel like if I thud one out, I'm going to get some spin.
Devin always tells me on that hole, that's one of the hardest holes to line up and hit that fairway.
Well, I knew where to try to line. In Joe's case, he just hit like a tracer that went out there. It was nice. Mm-hmm. He goes, I think I'm going to sink it. So I kind of don't think anything of it. I walk back. I'm kind of circling around to my ball. I got about a 40-foot putt just to make 5 or whatever it is at this point. And I look back to see the ball come up. I'm like, well, that looks like he hit a nice, clipped a nice little one. It might roll 10 feet by, but good shot, Joe. That's a tough place.
Yeah.
Nope. It just starts tracking and goes dead in the heart. And Joe, a big war whoop. He chips in for par. I think he doubled the number of pars he made previous time compared to his previous only trip to Oakmont. But he called his shot. I have to give him credit. It was the shot of the day by anybody.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so
good for
Joe Starkey gets the big one there.
Good one. Speaking of shots of the day, I have to
you got to do this
shout
out because this is insane.
This is insane. My college teammate, Ryan Sikora, one of the best guys ever, his son, Luke, who's going to be a great golfer, just played spring stroke play, was at Hannestown, 36 holes, I think he shot 69 in the first round, or 69, I think. But more importantly, in the last, I believe, 12 months, maybe 13 months, the young man, think about this, the young man has 6 hole-in-ones. 6. 6. How many do you have?
0. I've hit a flag stick at a course that no longer exists, Erie Municipal Golf Course. First hole there used to be about 110-yard par 3. And went there, probably when I was 15. So I was only 3 years into playing golf. Hit a little pitching wedge, rolled right up onto the front, and uncle, dad, cousin are all going, it's going to go in, it's going to go in. It does roll right directly up, hits the stick, and bounces 2.5 feet left. Craig, hand to God, we got up there. The stick had been put in.
Oh, and it wasn't. Oh, that happened to me once.
And had the stick, we figured, had the stick been in
correctly
straight, it's dead in the heart because it didn't bounce like 8 feet off like it was rolling fast. It was rolling with a little pace, but it probably goes in. And then I've come close another time, but honestly, man, it's hard to fathom hitting that many high quality shots on par 3s in 1 year where you're even sniffing.
I know.
I mean, because a good shot on most par 3s is you're within 15 feet. You've hit a really good shot almost any length.
Correct. Yeah.
6.
Chris, I've played for 43 years. I have 4. Now, don't get me wrong, there's people on the PGA Tour that have 0.
No, I know.
And then there's people, you go like Sam Snead, and he has like 80-something.
Now, Mickelson, I think, has like in the 40s or 50s.
Yeah.
Like my uncle has been lucky enough. My uncle's telling me the story. My aunt was caddying for him when they were, I don't even know if they were married yet. They were either newly married or dating, and she was, for some reason, he had convinced her to carry his bag at his home course. He made a double eagle on a blind par 5 where he hits what he knows is a good one. And he says, I think that's good. And my aunt said, oh, nice. She doesn't care.
Right.
She's just carrying the bag, being out there with him. They're basically on a golf date. Doesn't seem like a good date for her, but whatever. Right. He gets up there. He can't find the ball. And I think, to hear him tell it, I think his story was either she looked down and she said, hey, it's in the hole, or he saw it. And he said, it's in the hole. And I made it 2. And he said her deadpan response. Now, my aunt, she's awesome. She knows a lot more about golf now. She goes, is that good?
That's pretty funny.
My dad almost called his shot at Boulder Creek in Ohio once upon a time.
Really?
He steps up. He hits. My dad is not a great player by any stretch. He's just a guy who can break 100 every once in a while. But he flushes a 6-iron down the hill at I want to say it's on the back 9, like number 12 or 13 there or whatever. He flushes one down the hill. It's rolling. My uncle, same uncle who made the double eagles with it. It's me, my brother, my uncle, my dad. My uncle, go in. It ends up the width of my laptop away. So it's a tap and birdie.
Right.
My dad just casually, never had a hole-in-one, just casually says, you guys won't believe this, but I stood over that ball and was convinced, like I've never been convinced of anything in my life, that I was going to make a hole-in-one right then and there.
Thought he had it.
Now, I would like to channel that. If that's what it produces, I'd like to channel that vibe.
Yeah.
So shout out to Luke Sikora, man. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
I mean, that's big-time stuff.
The interesting thing is, great golf tournament run by the Nettles family. The 10 Memorial at Laurel Valley.
Yep.
The last 2 years, Luke has had a hole-in-one at Laurel Valley each of the last 2 years.
Isn't one of them the one that got this whole run kicked off, I think?
Yes, I think that was his first one.
That was his first one, and that got the run started for him. That's
correct.
That's the mark of a good golfer, because to be doing that, you've got to be hitting the ball close. Even if there's a funnel pin here and there, you've still got to be hitting the shots, which I think is hugely impressive.
Neat part is Luke's going to be a junior this year. Luke's going to be a really good golfer. Yeah, really good golfer. He already is a really good golfer.
I was just going to say, if he's shooting 69 in the first round of a stroke play tournament at Hanestown, he's already in my book very good.
Yeah, he's going to be really good.
U.S. Women's Open at Riv right now, and I think you probably know where I'm going because you know some of the things I, as a golf viewer, like. I just like that we're getting to see that course the way like it probably would have been played in the before times equipment-wise on the men's tour. They got to do so much goofy stuff now with tee positions there and how they try to trick that place out. You get the women's tour. Now the biggest hitters can still get it out there, 280, 290. Nelly can still rip it. There's a lot of women that can hit the ball much further than your average guy. So, but they play these courses typically, I want to say it's 66, 67 for a U.S. Women's Open. I like watching that on TV, man, because I feel like you're getting to see shots that I think, like, if you're a decent men's player as far as just distance, not obviously skill, you're going to be in positions similar to that, and they're going to have to stop shots with clubs that, like, the average player could relate to. Because I've said this to you a million times, it's not as fun to watch men's golf unless the course is, like, very, very tricked out because they're hitting so many driver wedges into so many holes in situations. And I just think you get to see a greater variety of shots in a situation like this at a classic course.
Well, and you're right. That'll be a lot of fun. And just to rewind a little bit, to go back there to Texas when they shot 30 under par.
Yes.
And it's funny
when the course had been specifically designed to prevent that from happening.
But remember though, and wait till next year, and I'm going to make the call right now. It was so wet there, and they were throwing darts. If it's firm with all the humps and everything they put in those greens, and they cannot throw darts, the score will go down. It'll be harder drastically.
Okay, fair enough, but like also there are parts of the country where you know what the weather typically is at a certain time of year. Like I know that in June in Pittsburgh, one of the only bad thing about the fact that the U.S. Open considers Oakmont probably the anchor site is that June is the wettest month of the year in this part of the world. Like this specific region, you get a ton of rain typically in June. I would love it if it didn't rain for 2 or 3 weeks leading into an Oakmont U.S. Open, because then the entire staff there can crisp that place up to an obscene degree.
Just think about it. You just played there, and
all you had to do, if the rough was 4.5 inches, how I played the course, and that was the only change from how I played it, because obviously they don't keep it nearly that long. There's no reason to punish people that much. I'm sorry. Wind blowing, rough longer, greens probably kicked up a tiny notch to where the USGA wants them. No one's coming out there and shooting a number.
That's the beauty of golf is Mother Nature controls so much, and the neat part is,
I just don't like that it's almost always. I feel like there's a rainy day and then Oakmont gets like soggy.
Yeah,
that's the part that's tough.
You just can't,
because I want the course to win.
Correct.
I mean, you have local pride. I want the course to win, man. I don't want those.
No, you want to watch them.
I want those guys to suffer. I want there to be a little bit of wailing and gnashing of teeth. That's what the tournament's about. I do want something like Phil going and running after his ball and hitting it back up.
Oh, yeah. That's classic.
Have you played Shinnecock, by the way? I don't think I've ever asked you this.
No.
Have you ever played any of those Long Island courses, NGLA,
that's
like National Golf Links?
one of the few places I have not played.
I think we got to endeavor to get you on with the power of going low.
Yeah, well, we played.
Get Scoops on it.
In my senior year of college, we played in Boston. We played, was it called Boston Country Club, I think?
Was it the Country Club or no?
No, it wasn't. No, it was, we don't play that crazy good places. But it was good. It was a Gary Player course, and it was tight. It was really tight. And we ended up qualifying and going to nationals down to Mission Inn in Florida. But it was a lot of fun. But the funny part was, here's a neat one. When we did that, we were in first or second place. I think we were in second place by a few shots to Slippery Rock, who's our rival. And we're playing 3 rounds. Day 2's already in the books. We're there for day 3. It's pouring like a monsoon.
You're a mutter, though.
No, I wanted to play. But also, some of my teammates weren't mutters. Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Oh, you were ready, though.
But I wanted to play.
You were ready.
But here's the best, though. Top 2 teams qualify for nationals.
So you guys were locked in.
Well, if it rains out,
that's where it is.
We're in. And it did. It did rain out. Yeah. But part of
you wanted to get out there
as a competitor.
You were ready.
Yeah, as a
You
competitor.
wanted to get the whole. Yeah.
Well, we wanted to win regionals.
Of course.
Yeah, my buddy Ryan, like I just told you, he was a freshman then. We wanted to win, but also we wanted to get to nationals, and we did. So.
Well, yeah, me, Pomp, and Joe, though, hell of a time at Oakmont to put a bow on that. We do need to work. Bob's got a mental block in the bunkers.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Pomps,
yeah. By the way, you'll like this.
Wait, Pomps is a member of Chartiers, correct?
I know, but he said all bunkers. He said this is a carryover from his last round at Laurel. Last couple rounds he's been at Laurel, just bunker issues.
Really?
Yeah. By the way, one other thing. I did not bother this person because obviously I'm just, I saw took a peek. Neil Shipley, with his home course now. Obviously he's a member there and at St. Clair. He was getting ready for U.S. Open qualifiers, I'm sure. Caught a glimpse of him walking off. Terrell Pryor there in the pro shop while I was doing a bit of shopping afterwards.
Where, at Oakmont?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And man, you want to talk about a guy you've told me he's got the golf bug. He talks like a guy who's a golf sicko because I just overheard pro shop staff, obviously everyone there is super nice and friendly, asking him how his day went. And he had that shoulder slump tone where he goes, and he's good. I mean, I feel like, man, this guy's a player because he goes, 87. And then he just went, firm and fast out there, firm and fast.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this guy's talking like, this guy is a real sicko. He has got the bug badly.
We just played with Terrell yesterday.
Honestly, God, man, as a guest there, anybody shooting below 90, in my opinion, who's not like an elite player on a day like we played it with the conditions, because there was a little wind, to me, that's a round to be proud of.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was tough.
Well, James has done a great job. Terrell goes and gets some lessons.
I was cracked up by the fact that he's talking like a total sicko. Like he just, a person is a golfer sometimes by the way they describe it. He's just 87, firm and fast.
Hey, listen.
he just sounded like he had seen a ghost.
Wait till after you do your thing today. The next one, we'll get Terrell and we'll get that on the air.
The
too.
Match.
We'll get the match. Maybe,
whose side would you be on here? Because you're out east. You got to be with Terrell.
It's Terrell and I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to slaughter whoever I bring.
Well, we'll help you out. Who you want?
Is Scheffler available?
I think he's busy.
I think he's busy. Maybe I'll bring Ryan Secor out and you guys can be against each other.
Who, Ryan?
Yeah. Or Luke.
Ooh.
I'll bring Luke, maybe.
Ooh, there you go. Luke.
Let's just bring Luke.
We could get
Try to bring along one of the young, future golfers of America.
See if we can get the 7th hole in 1 in 13 months.
That would be nice. Coming up, we will talk a little bit about an event going back to the future here at Moon Golf Club. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. We'll wrap things up, and I will steel myself mentally for the Red Tee Challenge, yes?
No, it looks great out here. I was watching, the golf course. I was watching the staff, the green staff.
Very good condition.
It looks
very crispy.
I'm going to be honest, it looks firm and fast out here.
Listen.
And lush.
Firm and fast in July here when the Moon Open happens, Craig.
What?
You can get into some crazy spots on this golf course if it's a little firm and a little fast.
Listen, for our YouTube buddies, I'm going to set an over-under on you for your score today.
Well, I'm
How's
36. Yeah, sure. Do that coming up next.
Next.
All right.
Yep, next.
Yeah, Red Tee Challenge. We'll find out. We're going back to the future here at Moon, and we'll find out about all of it when we finish up Going Low. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. It's coming up next on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates dropped the first game out of their 3-game set against the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta Friday night by a final score of 6-3. Mitch Keller was tagged with the loss, allowing 3 earned runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Mauricio Dubon of the Braves had a 2-run home run and had 3 RBIs on the night, going 2 for 4. Former Pirate Martin Perez picked up the victory. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Summer means vacations, weekend getaways, and spending less time at home. Make sure your home stays protected while you're away with Guardian Protection. Right now, get free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. Our experts handle everything so you can spend less time worrying about setup and more time enjoying your summer. From intrusion and fire protection to smart home security, Guardian Protection has you covered. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed.
Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by Top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Graham Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah! There you go. Good shot.
If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Next to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're live from Moon Golf Club. It is the Going Low Show on the road. Craig Mankins, Chris Muller, Mr. JJ here, JJ Jacob. He is the GM here at Moon Golf Club. And Moon Golf Club, Michael J. Fox not appearing, but they're going back to the future in July. The Moon Open is back, JJ, and I know you and I were talking off the air. You're already half full.
Yeah.
And this is still 7 weeks away, and so this event is already half filled up. And what is it going to be this year for people who have not played in a Moon Open, who have not experienced what I have always loved, which is competitive stroke play golf for people who maybe are not good enough, like our pal Craig here, to be playing in big-time events. Tell them about it.
Yeah. So last year we tried something different. It was our 20th anniversary of Moon Golf Club. We tried to do a more upscale 3-day tournament and, talking to people and stuff. They like the 2-day event. This year we're doing it 2 days, July 25th and 26th. We have 3 divisions. We're going to have the women's division, a seniors division, and a men's division, flighted, of course, in those divisions. Mm-hmm. We're doing 75% of handicap. USG handicap must be updated to try to eliminate any wrongdoings on scorecards or such.
Oh, you still get a couple of those people trying to sniff around, but yes.
Yeah. And we're reserving the right this year on the after day one to adjust the handicap.
I've been a part of one in the past where somebody's handicap was very famously adjusted, and that person showed up, played the second round. This is years ago now. shot the exact same score, won the tournament outright, never claimed their prize. I don't know why, but that person has not been back at any tournaments I've seen in the area. So,
definitely.
I love that. So 75% of USGA handicaps. Now, question for you: people can obviously get their handicap here. If you don't have one, you can get your handicap. I think it's an awesome thing that everybody who's serious about any kind of golf should do. If you want to play competitive golf, get your handicap here at Moon. They get you a handicap number, a GIN number. Boom, start posting scores. You're in. For people who don't have one, is there any other way that they could participate?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing like Grint. We're also doing 18 birdies. Anything, anything that has a handicap system involved with it in our app or anything that we could take a number from, we'll be using. So,
awesome.
Yeah, definitely. The event itself is going to be 2-day, like I said. We're going to have meals provided both days. You know, we got some awesome skill prizes for both days as well. You know, there's going to be winners of each division, so everybody has a chance to win something via women.
Flighted golf, I mean, means you got a shot here in your flight. That you're going to be playing flight appropriate golf.
Yeah, definitely. So you're going to be against competitors of your same skill range, hopefully.
Nice.
Like you said, sometimes, of course.
Hey, I got accused. I came out here. Moon is an up and down. It's a shorter yardage course, but if you're hitting your ball straight, you can put a number out there. But then the course bit me back the next day, like a pit viper. It got me. So
that's what happens in golf.
Yeah.
But it's stroke play, which I think is just one of my favorite parts. I love match play, but I also love the idea. You got to go golf. I like to say, you got to go golf your ball and hit cups. You know, you're holing out everything. For anyone that's hearing us talk about this, you're not showing up at the Moon Open and saying, I'm good from there. No, ball got to hit the cup, and it's the real deal. So, like I said, there's 120 players capped at across the 3 divisions. And it is already half full. So
definitely.
moongolfclub.com. You go to the website. It's going to be right there. When you see it, there's going to be a tab to click on to register yourself. Go online, put in your info, do your thing, and register.
What's the max that you can hold for the tournament?
I mean, we could do a little more, but the way we're doing it, we want to flight it and do an AM flight going out and then a BM or like a
PM.
I wouldn't say PM, maybe a later afternoon.
Right, correct.
So, you know, we have capacity to do more, but we wanted to try to set it at 120 just to maximize everything for the day.
Nice.
But if we get more entries, then you never know.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, for sure.
JJ, looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I cannot come back and find a way to blow up this year at the Moon Open as I have so many times. I will have a little infant. That'll be my excuse at home. But looking forward to hearing how this year goes. Back to the Future 2026 Moon Open, man. Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
And by the way, get out here to Moon in general. If you want to play a golf course that's, in my opinion, I've played it dozens of times. Quirky. It'll challenge you. There's going to be some holes that are number 5 here, Craig. One of the biggest big boy par 4s in the entire area. Like a true, if you are not in position off the tee, don't even bother trying to make 3, and 4 is going to be a tall order. Big boy par 5 right after that. Some very quirky slopes. If you like a nice little sloping side hill, can you control your game, control your trajectory? Can you hit your wedges?
It's been, I played it a long time ago. Fraternity brother of mine ended up, it was his bachelor party, and we came out here and played, but it was October. Greens were humming.
Oh, yeah, they hum.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the wind was blowing, leaves were going. So.
Well, I remember this place. I always like to tell people, I played JV golf at North Catholic here when it was still old Bon Air.
Oh,
and the sheer amount of
that's what it was called
when
conditioning
that has gone into this place from what it was at Bon Air to what it is now is impressive. It's just... I like playing here because it forces you to hit some like trust shots where like you cannot really see the bottom of the stick. You've got to take like the correct lines. And listen, I'll make it clear. You can score out here.
Right.
Like you can go out here and post a low number. I've gone out here and played very well, but it can also humble you.
Yeah.
In the wrong setting on the wrong day, it can humble you.
Yep.
So.
Hey, quick shout out also.
Yes,
Tri-State Open was this past week, in which Rocco Salvetti, you know, the Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really good player. Ended up winning in a playoff over Darren Kowalski. Both shot 4 under. Great playing. Austin Lemieux was third at
Darren is a hell of a player.
Yes, Darren's really good. Yeah. And then the Tri-State.
They all are, by the way. I'm just saying. Darren had himself a year last year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So.
And Luke Cremonese from Pete Dye, he was 2 under at 4th place. And then 5th place was Justin Collins, home pro there at South Point. Talon Kreibel, great young player from Glengarry. Didn't start golfing until he was 21 or 22 years old.
Oh.
And then Tommy Nettles.
Oh, yeah.
And Nathan Pyatt, who his father owns the golf course. But Tommy, I got to play with Tommy. Great. You know how great Tommy
I know,
is.
yeah.
So we played.
He's a baller.
Oh, we had a great time with my buddy David Yokaitis. And David and I hit it in the fescue way too much. And, allergies, sneezing, and nasty. And we kept telling
David Yokaitis and I go way back to grade school basketball. St.
Awesome.
Teresa, St. Sebastian, North Hills Wars.
Who'd win that game?
My teams were better because, to DY's credit, I will not talk about the nickname we had for him based on how round his head was back in the day, because I can't really talk, but DY was one of those 7th graders who not played up, but actually got minutes as a 7th grader in 7th and 8th grade varsity basketball. Yeah. So my teams, when I was in 8th grade and he was in 7th, we were getting the drop on them. But I think by the next year, he was the stud on the team.
Was he?
And I don't claim any knowledge of what happened once my section championship team got out of there.
So okay.
That's all I'll say. And I will say that now, knowing that if DY ever challenges me on the golf course, I'm DOA.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
All right. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. Would you like to give any quick predictions? Does Scotty make an insane run this weekend?
Well, there's a couple predictions here. You almost forgot, but I did not. You forgot about I'm setting an over-under on your score.
Well, we got time here.
Scotty's going to make a run. So think about it. If Scotty shoots 67 today, he's been there. He's won the Memorial. How many years in a row? This would be 3.
This would be 3, Pete.
Yeah. So I predict that he's going to shoot something 68, 67, get himself under par, see what those other guys do. I'm going to predict he's going to be top 5. I mean, that's not real hard.
Tommy Fleetwood's going to win. Lauren Coughlin is going to win the U.S. Women's Open.
Really?
She's tied with Nelly Korda, T9, 2 under. Lauren Coughlin, remember that name. She's going to win it. Now, what am I going to shoot? What do you want to set? Do you want me to set the number?
What's
par?
What's the par?
36.
So it's really 35. How many par 5s?
2.
So it's really 34. So
well, you keep knocking this number down. You're flattering me by suggesting I'm going to be 2 under minimum. I just got to shoot 35 to win the Red Tee Challenge here, my
Chris,
friend.
remember, this isn't a hobby for me.
Ain't no hobby. Names on the bag.
I'm going to say, Chris, your score today. So you're going with 36. I'm going to set the over under for you at 35.5.
I'll take the under. I think I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I think I'm going to get there. Tenuda's ready. Ben Tenuda, our camera ace.
Here.
If you see all of our social stuff, Ben's the guy behind it.
I got a text from my buddy. I get to go out and witness this, and I think Ben needs a witness.
You're going to be out there?
I think I go.
Man.
Yeah, you need a witness.
Time to perform. All right, Panther Insider Show's next. Thank you to Moon Golf Club for having us out today. To JJ Jacob, of course, the general manager. Sign up for the Moon Open. Half full already.
Yes, absolutely.
7 weeks out. You still got 60 spots left, but they're going to go fast. It's back to the future with that Moon Open. Enjoy all the golf this weekend. If you get out and play, enjoy that as well. If you're out today, make sure you get out early before any of that rain rolls in. Thank you to Joel Nelson back at the ranch. Seth Davis, of course, here at Moon on site with us. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. The Panther Insider Show with Pat Bostic is next on 93.7 The Fan.
Summer is in full swing and the action is heating up at BetMGM Casino. Soak up the season with nonstop excitement and play wherever you are. New players can jump in with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up using bonus code HOMETOWN. From spinning exclusive slots under the sun to thrilling live dealer games after dark, there's always something happening. Your favorite casino games are just a tap away, giving you the freedom to play anytime, anywhere. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and make every moment count this season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain and potential for storms later tonight.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com. Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates. Their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Last night, the Pirates fell to the Atlanta Braves 6-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon at 4:10. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Happy June, everybody, and welcome to the Panther Insider Show. It's Pat Bostic here with you for the next hour. Coming off the Morgan Wallen concert last night at Acrisure Stadium. Woo, what a show. It gets me ready for football. Every time I walk in that stadium, and whether it's a concert, a Steeler game, a practice, a spring game, whatever, it just gets me juiced. But when that place is full and there's fireworks and you got energy in the building, man, it just gets me ready for football. And we are inside 100 days. We are darn near at 90 days till kickoff for Pitt. We take on Miami of Ohio here September 5th. Lots of ball talk later in the show. We're going to talk some Pitt hoops. We've got some schedule updates. We're going to have Mary Kaufman from the Fort Myers Tip-Off join us and talk about that. Pitt will take on DePaul and Purdue in the Fort Myers Tip-Off later in November. So we're a few months out from that, but I'm always willing to talk about Southwest Florida. I love that part of the world. But football season is drawing near. We are we are 90 days on the nose, actually, from the start of football season coming here June 6th today. September 5th, we'll be up and at it. Media days are next month. The ACC is everyone's handicapping the ACC. ESPN has their projections out there, their S&P, their power rankings, talking about each team, who's a contender, who needs a little bit of help, who has to overachieve. We'll dive into that as well. And Alan Green spoke with the media this week and had some interesting sound bites and interesting quotes that I want to get into and talk about the work that Alan Green and his team are doing in the Pitt Athletics Department. Part of that work is the fun part. And we'll lead off the show today with the announcement of the 2026 Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame class, which is yet another star-studded class that adds to the pantheon of Hall of Famers that have been inducted into the Hall of Fame since its inception, which is only several years ago now that the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame was initiated. And that is difficult. It's difficult for Alan Green. It was difficult for Heather Lyke, his predecessor, to pick the first class and the second class, and now we're all the way up to 2026, several years into this thing, and the cupboard is far from bare as we look through and talk about this 2026 class. So without further ado, we will dive right into it, and we'll go in reverse alphabetical order so that we can really save what I would consider to be one of my favorites for last. A fellow color analyst, to give you a clue, and he knew about his induction far sooner than anybody on this list. But Mercedes Walker getting inducted into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame, part of one of the most accomplished basketball teams alongside Shavante Zealous, playing for Agnes Baronato, accomplished women's basketball teams in Pitt history. She was unbelievable. She's the program's all-time leading rebounder with 1,162 rebounds. She scored over 1,800 points. She averaged 15 and 9 a game. She's one of only two Pitt women's players to reach 1,000 points and 1,000 boards during her career. She was joining the 2005 inductee, the great Wanda Randolph. So three-time All-Big East selection, Mercedes Walker inducted into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame in 2026. Jan Ujevich-Belly, who is a swimming and diving alum, 1981 to 83. She's got one of the most decorated resumes in the history of Pitt women's swimming. She was cited as an All-American 18 times. That is not a typo. 18 times, 11 at Pitt and 7 at the University of Florida. She spanned 8 events: freestyle, 100 free, 200 free, 100-yard individual medley, 200-yard individual medley, 200-yard breaststroke, 400-yard free relay, 800-yard free relay, and the 400 medley relay. She's the most outstanding female swimmer at the 83 Big East Championships, the first year that Pitt was in the league, and she is now in the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame. Bryant Salter, a two-sport athlete from 67 to 71, joining the likes of the great Roger Kingdom, joining the likes of the great Mike Ditka that played multiple sports at Pitt and have been inducted into the Pitt Hall of Fame. He earned 7 varsity letters during his time at Pitt, 4 in track and 3 in football. Set program records in the high jump, 6 feet 11 inches, triple jump, as well, All-American in both events, and placed third in the triple jump at the 1970 NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships. He led Pitt with 4 interceptions in 1970 and was a first-team All-East defensive back in 1970, selected in the 5th round by the San Diego Chargers before playing 6 years in the league. Bryant Salter. Randy Holloway, who followed Bryant Salter at Pitt and was a standout defensive tackle for the Panthers. He was one of the foundational defensive pieces of perhaps the best team in Pitt history, and maybe one of the best teams in the history of college football. Pitt's undefeated 1976 national championship squad, was a consensus All-American as a senior, played in 3 bowl games. Career, he's second all-time at Pitt with 33.5 sacks, and was a first-round pick, playing 7 years. He was picked originally by the Minnesota Vikings. Dominic Giordano, 2014 to 17, so a younger alum, only roughly 9 years out, but he carved his place in Pitt history, becoming the first men's swimmer or diver to win a national title, and he captured the 3-meter diving title in 2016. Was an All-American on the 1-meter board that year, the ACC Male Diver of the Year, and in 2017 he was the ACC Championship's Most Valuable Male Diver as well. 3-time ACC champ, terrific. Inscribed on the varsity walk is his name as a Blue Gold Award winner, Dominic Giordano, a Pitt Athletics Hall of Famer. We continue with Megan Dooley, and this predates the emergence of Pitt volleyball as a power, as a national power, but a dominant force was Megan Dooley at middle hitter. She was a third-team All-American for the American Volleyball Coaches Association in 2009, and she was an All-Big East selection from 2006 to 2009. Big East Player of the Year as a senior. She concluded her career holding Pitt single-season records with solo blocks, total blocks, ranking second in program history with 95 solo blocks. So she has to be very proud watching Olivia Babcock and company take it to a new level. But Megan Dooley certainly was a big part of that and is now in the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame. Antonio Bryant, a Biletnikoff Award winner, is now inducted into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame and will be this fall when Pitt holds its Hall of Fame event on Friday, September 11th at the Peterson Event Center, and then they'll be recognized at Acrisure Stadium on September 12th during Pitt's non-conference clash against UCF. But Antonio Bryant, listen to these numbers. He was co-Big East Offensive Player of the Year in 2000, the year he won the Biletnikoff. Led the country in receiving yards in 2000. He averaged over 130 yards a game, and it climbed to a Pitt record of 132.5 yards per game, including the bowl game. He capped his college career as the 2001 Tangerine Bowl MVP, caught 7 passes for 101 yards and 2 touchdowns when Pitt beat Phillip Rivers and NC State in that game, and left Pitt as its all-time leading receiver in yards with 3,061 and touchdowns with 30. He's a second-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys following his career at Pitt. And then the headliner in terms of being first in the alphabet, but also very much involved with the University of Pittsburgh at present day, Curtis Aiken will be inducted into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame. Bill Hillgrove's partner on Pitt basketball coverage on the flagship 93.7 The Fan, the station you're listening to right now as we talk about this Hall of Fame class. And Curtis does a great job as the color analyst on the broadcast, but man, was he a heck of a player, leading Pitt to 2 NCAA tournament bursts in 85 and 87, and also the NIT in 84 and 86. He averaged 14.2 points during his career per game, and at the time led Pitt to a share of a school record with 25 wins and a share of the Big East title during his career. A terrific player, and obviously on the varsity walk, a successful businessman in town. He's made his home here in Pittsburgh, and he's made the University of Pittsburgh incredibly proud post-playing days. But people forget about the player that was Curtis Aiken, a 2026 Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame member. And that's the class. That's the 2026 class. And I start to think about who's still out there that deserves to get in. And there are a lot of those names. And the reality is you can't put everybody in at one time. You're not going to get it right every single year in terms of there's going to be somebody you feel like you left out. And it's hard to make those decisions. There's a committee. There's a nomination process. I encourage you to go to PittsburghPanthers.com, go to the Hall of Fame page, and nominate those you feel are so deserving. And there are many of those individuals that deserve and merit induction into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame. There are so many. This group certainly deserves it, and there are many, many, many classes of athletes to come that will earn their induction into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame. And there's athletes playing right now that are charting their course to the Hall of Fame as well, but that's the 2026 class. Coming back, we're going to talk some Pitt hoops as we start to see some players showing up on campus. Saw video of some players shooting this week. We've got athletes posting on Instagram. They're in town. It's home. It's all these things. And workouts are going to start here pretty soon as we hit the second summer session. And before you know it, we'll be ramping up for Pitt basketball training camp as Pitt football gets their season started. And the Panthers will be readying for Jeff Capel's 9th season. And we've talked about and chronicled a very important year for Pitt hoops. They put the roster together, and it's being finalized, and so is the schedule. And Pitt will be heading to Southwest Florida to play in the Fort Myers Tip-Off, and we'll be joined by Mary Kaufman from the Fort Myers Tip-Off. She's the executive director of that tournament, to give you a little bit of a sneak peek about what to expect if you plan on going to Fort Myers, Florida, during Thanksgiving week to check out the Panthers taking on Purdue, top 15 team, and DePaul, a Big East, former Big East foe in the Fort Myers Tip-Off. More hoops talk. Later in the show, we'll get into some ball. We'll talk about Allen Green's meeting with the press this week and where things stand with regard to college athletics and where Pitt and how Pitt will compete in that atmosphere. We'll do it all on the Panthers Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates fell by a final score of 6-3 to the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta Friday night. They look to even the series on Saturday. First pitch is scheduled for 4:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 3 o'clock. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for the Pirates, and Spencer Strider will go for the Braves. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wet, moldy, or musty basement? Call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. 724-217-0677 for a free estimate and lifetime guarantee on all basement repairs. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. March of Dimes. It starts with Mom PA Military Shower. Helps pregnant military families have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower. Saturday, August 22nd at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an E6 or below active duty, reserve, or veteran military service member, call 412-506-8610 to join them. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years, to let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are talking Pitt hoops on the Panther Insider Show as promised. Roster coming together, almost done. Schedule coming into focus, coming together as well. We'll speak with Mary Kaufman, who's the executive director of the Fort Myers Tip-Off in just a little bit on the Fan Hotline. Pitt will travel there in November to take on Purdue and DePaul in consecutive days. Schedule coming into focus for Pitt. We'll go through the roster real quick. We know Jeff Capel made some staff changes heading into his 9th season as we recap, adding Ricardo Greer and Ronald Ramon, both alum, to the staff. The roster almost finalized in terms of announced roster members. If you go to PittsburghPanthers.com, which I encourage you to, for all your information, the roster is listed as Makari Moore, Benjamin Mayhew, a walk-on, Jawan Nelson, walk-on, Chase Foster, true freshman, Jamal Jones, true freshman, Colin Hawkins, a junior transfer from Gardner-Webb. Dominique Diamande, a transfer from BYU. Alon Sumler, a highly regarded transfer from Charleston Southern. Jonathan Powell, saw some video of him on Thursday getting shots up at the Pete. Really nice stroke he has, shooting the ball from beyond. Transfer from North Carolina, was also at West Virginia. And then Jalil Bethia as well, a Philadelphia native, Archbishop Wood, went to Alabama, first at Miami, and a highly regarded, probably the most highly regarded recruit during his high school and prep days in this class. Craig Gilbert also on the roster on PittsburghPanthers.com, a 6'8", 212-pound D2 transfer. When you cross-reference that right now with Pitt's transfer portal activity, three main, or four, I should say, main misses in terms of the roster page. Armani Mighty, the center from Mercer, 6'10", 240. Timothy Radvisky, a transfer from Bryant, 6'9", 215. We also don't see Ibrahim Soare. I should say there's five on this. There'll be Ibrahim Soare, a transfer from Syracuse, is not on the website yet for Pitt. Nate George, transfer from Syracuse. And then Baye Ndongo, the transfer from Georgia Tech, power forward, highly regarded transfer power forward in this class. So roster is getting there, almost done. Seems like everything's committed, just not quite finalized on PittsburghPanthers.com. But some things are finalized, and there is scheduling happening. Obviously, the ACC came out with its conference matchups, and we talked about them a little bit last week. I think we should revisit those. Pitt will host Syracuse, and they'll also host North Carolina at home this season in ACC play. 18 conference games this season. Pitt will host at the Peterson Event Center North Carolina, Syracuse, Virginia, Miami, Virginia Tech, Clemson, BC, Georgia Tech, and Cal. And then they'll travel to Duke, Louisville, NC State, Notre Dame, Wake, SMU, Florida State, Syracuse, and Miami. So that's the slate. Pitt will not face Syracuse this regular season. Will not make a trip to the West Coast either. They will, however, travel to SMU and obviously travel to Cameron Indoor Stadium with marquee home opponents like North Carolina, Syracuse. We know there's a two-game set. Villanova is going to come to the Peterson Event Center. Pitt, it will take on West Virginia this year as well. And announced recently, Pitt had previously announced they're going to the Fort Myers tip-off to play in a preseason tournament against the likes of Purdue and DePaul. Opponents came out, and travel packages are on sale. And to talk more about that as you make your plans for the fall and Thanksgiving and so forth, we're joined on the fan hotline by the executive director of the Fort Myers Tip-Off. Wanted to have Mary Kaufman on to discuss this tournament, all the happenings around Fort Myers when it starts to get cold in Pittsburgh here in the confines as football transitions into basketball. A lot to do in Southwest Florida. And for that, we head out to the fan hotline with Mary Kaufman. Mary, good morning.
Good morning. Good to be talking to you today.
It's great to have you. And you serve as executive director, as I've shared with our listeners, of the Fort Myers Tip-Off. And it was announced this week that Pitt will face DePaul and Purdue in the Fort Myers Tip-Off. Oklahoma will also participate in a tournament, and Pitt has played in this in years past. You've been serving about a year. I know we're several months out from the tournament, but planning's in full swing, and I imagine for you it's right around the corner.
100%. We're excited to welcome the teams, the alumni, fans, everybody down here to Fort Myers. It's a beautiful destination, and listen, Southwest Florida weather, Thanksgiving week is quite beautiful.
Yeah, and tell fans, kind of what goes into it and the surrounding communities. Let's get Mary Kaufman's sales pitch on, why Fort Myers and what there is to do around the area. I, for one, bring my family to Southwest Florida a lot. I love it down there. But for those that haven't been, kind of explain the goings-on in that region, especially this time of year.
Sure. So Lee County is home to multiple really wonderful communities to come and vacation in. Fort Myers is a beautiful place. Downtown Fort Myers is fun to go to and visit with great themed restaurants and bars. And then you have Bonita Springs and Estero, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel Island, and we also have Cape Coral and Matlacha, which is this cute little art place where you can go and visit, and that's its own islands. I think that's what makes our destination so special is that we have multiple islands to go and play and have fun. And then in town, we have great museums and gardens and sloughs to walk through. So whether you're a history nerd like me, or you want to lay on the beach, or you want to get on the water and paddle, we have something for everybody.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, too, about basketball and the games being held obviously, the 24th and 26th for Pitt, but you've got games throughout. Give us an idea of the arena, where we're at. Pitt has been there in the past, but let's set the stage for where the games are going to be played.
So the games are hosted at Suncoast Credit Union Arena on the campus of Florida Southwestern State College. And this is a nice arena, 3,500 seats, so you don't get a bad seat in the arena. And then you're in Fort Myers, and you're close by some great shopping, excellent hotels. The hotels that are part of the travel packages, the Westin Cape Coral is a perfect spot. It's about 20 minutes from the arena. And same with Sanibel Harbor Marriott. Similar time distance to get to the arena. The other host hotel is Margaritaville on Fort Myers Beach. So each spot that you stay at, because we've picked some premier resorts for you to stay at, have, a short drive distance. But once you get into the arena, you're close by a lot of restaurants and places to go. So you can add some tailgate fun to your experience and then come to the game.
And we've got Mary Kaufman, Executive Director of the Fort Myers Tip-Off, on the fan hotline. And this website actually is super easy to navigate, FortMyersTipoff.com, and you can select Pitt and go through your travel package with accommodations. You mentioned the team hotel for Pitt being the Marriott Sanibel Harbor. On a quick aside, my wife and I went there about 10 years ago, and I understand it's had the hurricane. We're totally recovered from that. From what I recall, it's a beautiful place right on the water there. And then you can select your seats, and then get to the activities. I'm not there yet as I navigate here, but what are some activities to do while you're down there, maybe on that off day, November 25th?
Absolutely. So Sanibel Harbor Resort is right at the base of the Sanibel Causeway that takes you over to the islands. And so you're in a perfect location where you can go get on the water, you can paddle, you can rent a boat, and or take a cruise or a dolphin exploration trip. Sanibel Island is host to one of the most beautiful natural resources with Ding Darling National Preserve, and you can go through that and just see some beautiful wildlife landscape there on the island that's all protected. You also have the Bailey Matthew Shell Museum, which is a really unique space that tells an excellent story about the ecology of the islands and of Southwest Florida. Your restaurants on Sanibel are beautiful, and so to your point with being recovered from the hurricane, we have tons of beachfront restaurants open and ready to welcome you. You can also just go fishing. I mean, one of the best restoration stories to talk about coming back from the hurricane is the Sanibel Causeway beach line. Like, you don't even need to go all the way over the bridge. There's beautiful beaches right there. My kids and I, and my husband brings the fishing poles, and my kids and I just bring the chairs, and we just sit and hang out while my husband goes fishing. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. And speaking of fishing, there are tons of charters that if you like some deep sea fishing, that is a perfect place to go out from, that takes you right out into the Gulf, and you can do multiple different trips and get that exciting, reel in the big fish. So highly recommend Sanibel Harbor with lots of different activities.
There's a lot to do, and obviously the week of Thanksgiving, folks, that time of year in Pittsburgh, it's warm now, but that time of year in Pittsburgh are looking for something warmer, and we have a lot of folks, obviously, that head south, that snowbird south from Pittsburgh to Fort Myers, and there's VIP packages and so on and so forth. Mary, we really appreciate you making time this morning to come on the program and give us a little insight into this great event. We look forward to being down there in November and visiting your neck of the woods.
Thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed this.
There she goes, Mary Kaufman. We really appreciate her time this morning, joining us on the Panther Insider Show. And again, trying to give you guys a little insight into where Pitt is headed this basketball season. Again, more to come with the schedule, but the Fort Myers Tip-Off November 24th through the 26th in Fort Myers, Florida. Pitt will take on Purdue, who's a top 15 preseason team at present moment, and they'll take on DePaul. So two power opponents, two opportunities for Pitt in the non-conference to build that resume with a new roster in Jeff Capel's 9th season. Coming back, Alan Green visited with the media this week, and some pretty good quotes coming from there. And I have a lot of insight into the work that Alan's doing and done in his time at Pitt, but he spoke candidly about moving forward, about football and basketball, how to compete in the landscape. We'll dive into that and the ACC, the ESPN's preseason preseason projections for Pitt football are out. And I want to dive into that and the rest of the ACC, and we'll do it next on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates dropped the first game out of their 3-game set against the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta Friday night by a final score of 6-3. Mitch Keller was tagged with the loss, allowing 3 earned runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Mauricio Dubon of the Braves had a 2-run home run and had 3 RBIs on the night, going 2 for 4. Former Pirate Martin Perez picked up the victory. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS, or visit VossTV.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Rock and ride.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple, orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Who do you think will be wearing the ring at the end of the NBA Finals? Take your shot with FanDuel, and you just might be celebrating a victory of your very own. Because right now, new customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet all your favorite favorite players during the NBA's biggest event. Guys, I like the Spurs to win the NBA Finals. Wembanyama might be only 22 years old, and the team average age might be 23, but they knocked off OKC in New York, had a cakewalk to get to the finals. So just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join now to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 straight days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Final segment of the Panther Insider Show. It's Saturday, June 6th, and we'll kick it off. Get your weather set for this weekend. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. For Saturday, mostly cloudy, some afternoon thunderstorms and rain that might come through if you're heading down to the Wallen concert. Bring an umbrella just in case if you're going to do a little bit of tailgating. Chance of rain about 80%, high of 83 degrees, as I mentioned. And tomorrow, going to be really nice. AM clouds, PM sun, high of 85 degrees, and just a slight chance of a passing shower or storm. Guaranteed picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years, the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. 2 of them today. One, if you're heading to Morgan Wallen, you're going to have a blast. It was a great show. I was there last night. It was unbelievable. Just the environment, the crowd, the way he performs. I highly recommend it. If you haven't got your ticket yet, it's going to be hard to get, but find a way down to Acrisure tonight, and hopefully you stay dry. And number 2, it's official visit season. We talked about it last week, and the Panthers came away with a haul from their first official visit weekend of the summer, pulling in a number of big-time recruits. I can't really talk about them here, given my position with the university, but you know, a lot from the state of Georgia, picking up some linemen, some receivers. Got their quarterback situated, it sounds like. Some exciting stuff from the South Side for the future. But we're more interested in the now, and now is about 90 days from now. And that's when Pitt will take on Miami of Ohio in their season opener at Acrisure Stadium. And I pulled up the ESPN's ACC preview for 2026 just to take a look at what they say about the Panthers. And here's what they say about Pitt. And I found this to be pretty interesting. They put them in a category called a couple breaks away from a run. And they put Virginia Tech in there, and then Florida State in there, Virginia in there, who had a terrific season last year, and then your Pitt Panthers are there as well. Their 2026 projection, 6.9 average wins, 4.5 of those being conference wins, and 41st in SP+, whatever that means. I'm not going to dive into that. You look at last year against SP+, top 40, Pitt was 1-4. Versus everybody else, they were 7-1. So Pitt beat who they were supposed to beat last year. And it looks like ESPN's calling them a borderline top 40 team. I don't know how I feel about that. Talking about Mason Heinchel, his QBR last year was 57.6, which is middle of the pack in the ACC. The biggest question mark they put on this team is receiver. And I found that to be interesting, calling Pitt's offensive line, quote, really strong. Should be a really strong offensive line. And they have they're excited about Jacarian Turner and Lavelle Wright, the transfer from Western Kentucky, backing Jacarian Turner up. They talked about this Pitt defense, but the losses with Kyle Lewis and Rasheem Biles, but these stats kind of blew me away. Pitt's run defense last year was one of its best. 3.6 yards per carry, non-sacks, no sacks included. Stopped 25.8% of carries for 0 or fewer yards. That was 4th in the country. 4th in the country. And a lot of that beef up front is back. Sean Fitzsimmons, Nick James, Jimmy Scott. Obviously, you got Braylon Lovelace back at linebacker. Got a bunch of DBs on the outside. But as we've talked about this Pitt team, and we see these projections coming out, I think they're intrigued by Mason Heinchel. They want to know what's around him. They want to see who emerges at linebacker because that's really carried Pitt these last few seasons defensively. Have been All-American caliber linebacking play in Kyle Lewis and Rasheem Biles. Biles hitting the portal to Texas. But 6.9 wins, putting him in the upper middle pack, it makes sense. I don't know how to feel about Virginia Tech. I don't think that Penn State transfer Ethan Grunkenmeyer is a more exciting prospect. He certainly isn't as proven as Mason Heinchel. Virginia's got Bo Prabula at quarterback. Florida State bringing in Ashton Daniels. They're kind of in the same category as Pitt. You start to go down and take a look at Georgia Tech with Alberto Mendoza, Fernando Mendoza's brother. It's just a lot of unknowns around the ACC, and Miami's a prohibitive favorite, and I get that. They return a lot of production. And speaking of returning, production, you look at the league. I mean, Miami, statistically, doesn't return a lot percentage-wise. They got 131 starts back, and a lot of that is their running back, who is a heck of a football player, and he'll be alongside Duke transfer Darian Mensah. But really like Mark Fletcher and what he can do, what he did in the college football playoff. But they lost a lot up front. SMU, Clemson. I mean, is Clemson back? Who knows? Clemson is not embraced the portal and underachieved, and really has underachieved for the past few seasons. They've kind of relinquished control of the ACC. Louisville always in the mix. Another, veteran transfer coming in. SMU with Kevin Jennings. Pitt in a familiar position going into the season. But like I said before, it is having that quarterback back, to me, is the differentiator. And I think people are underselling who Mason Heinchel can be. But I'm okay with that at this juncture. I'm okay with that. And it's hard to put Pitt at the top of the pyramid heading into a season, knowing what, and we'll dovetail into Alan Green's comments earlier this week with the media, knowing what other schools have spent on their rosters, what they've done from an NIL perspective. Miami gave Darian Mensah a bag and apparently more to come to Miami and took him from Duke. Their roster was highly paid a year ago, and they parlayed it, although not to an ACC championship game even, to a national championship berth with Carson Beck at quarterback. And by all accounts, they've done the same thing again, and they've got perhaps the best receiver in college football back in Malachi Toney. Maybe one of the better players in college football. In fact, I give him a heck of a chance to win the Heisman Trophy, just given his run after catch ability and so forth. He is just a dynamic player. You look at Louisville, they're consistently a top spender. They do it in football and basketball. SMU, they've foregone, they've foregone media rights dollars and are self-funded and obviously have deep pockets down there to fund their rosters. They have consistently gone after Power 4 transfers from the Miamis, from the Texas A&Ms, from these powerhouse schools that come down to SMU and find their footing. And they've done so again with Rhett Lashley as their coach. Virginia Tech's got a lot of money, and they've put it out there with James Franklin. And that's the game you're playing now. Now, Pitt, even in a pre-NIL world, was always having to do more with less, and Pat Narduzzi has proven to be able to do that. Despite what you think of his track record, despite what you think of his recruiting, they've developed players. The players they've found, the talent they've found, they've maximized. But when the dollars are so great now, I mean, talent is just being stockpiled. And Alan Green talked about that this week. He talked about it relative to basketball and to Jeff Capel, and citing that the infrastructure around the program wasn't sufficient to acquire and retain the talent that Jeff Capel and company needed to win. And he made this comment, which I found to be profound. And knowing Alan the way I do, and being around him on a daily basis in the department, I think this says a lot about the work and the build that he has undertaken here at Pitt. I quote, "What I will tell you," and this is from Alan Green, meeting with the media on Thursday of last week, "the athletics department and the university have pushed all of our chips in on football and men's basketball. We are trying to explain to people that we've pushed all of our rev share money in. We've maxed out in terms of how we do it. How we go above the cap is for local businesses and doing NIL deals." And I know a thing or two about that. And I wanted to dive into it because it's such an important component of how Pitt is going to be competitive moving forward. And I'm going to make, I'm going to acknowledge some truths about Pitt's positioning, right? No on-campus stadium. We know that reality. Not the only show in town. Steelers on Sundays, Pirates hopefully in playoff contention, Penguins starting up and making a run. There's a lot to do. But Pitt has a value proposition for the business community here that is a little bit different. Corporate investment in sponsorship, in NIL in a variety of different ways. I think people not justifiably envision NIL as a TV commercial and a straight endorsement. There's a lot of different iterations of it. The degree to which Pitt is able to build its NIL base and its corporate sponsorship and support base, and then obviously its donor base, season ticket holder base, now more than ever, will have a direct correlation with its ability to compete and the level of success the football and men's basketball program have. Alan Green has made no bones about it. Those two programs are the most important. And it's not that volleyball isn't important. But when you listen to Nick Saban talk at a hearing with the Senate Commerce Committee, when you listen to Pete Pavakwa, the AD of Notre Dame, talk, and everybody's talking about money, that really is what's driving this. And I think all of you listening to the show today know that it's more fun to be a part of this thing, to be a fan, to be a player, to be a coach when you win. And the apparatus, the mechanism's different now. It's totally different, and it requires a different approach. And I think Alan Green spoke to that. I'm sure he spoke in greater detail than I just shared, and that will be reported by those that were in the room. But a lot of the work being done behind the scenes is to put football and men's basketball in a position to compete. And he used the basketball example of what Jeff Capel and his program need to be competitive. And look, they were able to go out and put together a pretty good roster by all accounts, by any measure. Certainly a deeper roster than they had a year ago. We'll see how it comes together. Now, Pat Narduzzi, on the other hand, is still recruiting high school players at a high level. That's not, Capel and company have done it. Obviously lost one in the process last year, but still brought 2 freshmen in. So the formula might be a little bit different for each sport. But I can tell you this too. Mason Heintzel's a loyal guy, but I promise you, Pitt did its part to keep him in blue and gold. And that's where the war is being waged right now, is resourcing those programs to be successful. And I give Alan Green and his team a lot of credit for putting that first when there's a lot of pressure to not do that. And there's a lot of reasons to not try to compete because it's hard and it's an uphill climb at times. But we've got a great city that cares. And I'll leave you with this. Whether you're a Pitt fan, a Penn State fan, a West Virginia fan, college sports matter to this region despite it being a pro town. And in the case of the University of Pittsburgh, when Pitt is competitive, the city rallies behind it. And what I'll leave you with is that we have every intent of being competitive and are doing what it's required to do that. And that's exciting. And I think the future is bright. And I hope you have a great weekend. I appreciate you guys tuning in every single Saturday on the home of the Pitt Panthers, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We'll talk to you next week. Hail to Pitt.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates last night fell to the Atlanta Braves 6-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon. Really good pitching matchup on hand. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. 4:10 the first pitch, and 3 o'clock on The Fan will be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, live, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, and a happy Saturday morning to you, Jason Mackey in Atlanta. This is Bucko Talk. It's not a good one yesterday. I'm still frustrated by that one. I thought it'd be a little bit different. Got some hope when the Pirates had a 3-run inning there, and just didn't happen the rest of the way. That's okay. We're going to talk about that. A lot to get into from a series victory against the Houston Astros. Joel Nelson producing. Jim Rosati from the North Shore 9 will be along at 10 a.m. North Shore 9 celebrating a big anniversary. 10 years in the podcast business. They become an indispensable part of Pirates coverage. Very cool thing. So excited to talk to Jim about that, as well as the many, many storylines happening with the Pirates. We've seen so much this week. We've seen so much. And still, as Joel mentioned, a very interesting pitching matchup today. A pocket in the schedule, really, where the Pirates have, I don't want to call it a measuring stick because it's still early June, but an opportunity to say something about themselves. I'll use those words that I think, you've got 3 against the Astros. They handled themselves well. 3 against the Braves. We're in the middle of it. 3 against the Dodgers back at home. The schedule eases a little bit after that, but if the Pirates are going to make something of this thing, a move is required soon. And every time, and this has worked both ways, where you think that there's some traction moving forward. Every time I say that, I feel like Mike Sullivan's over my shoulder. And then there's a bump. And the good part is it's been the same way the other direction, that every time you think the sky is falling, something happens and the sky doesn't actually fall. This is going to have to go substantially in one direction or the other. And I keep waiting for this team to get hot. There's been a little bit of a tease. And I thought after Houston, last night might be the start where something really starts to go the Pirates' way. Mitch Keller in May did not have the May that he wanted. Thinking new month, new opportunity, chance for him to go to Atlanta and sort of buck some recent trends that have happened at Truist Park, and I was wrong. So it's going to open the door to some discussions about what should happen with this starting rotation. We're going to get into all of that. Got a lot of topics to wade through over the next 2 hours, but we'll recap last night's game a little bit. But is the starting rotation doing enough? We've talked about Paul Skeens and some of his issues, using air quotes for those watching on YouTube, and what's going on with Skeens. It's still really good. My second topic today is Pirates All-Stars and who the Pirates All-Stars are. I have a hard time believing that it would not be Paul Skeens. And if you still look at his numbers writ large, of course, across this season, it's kind of hard to argue. We're sitting here looking at a starting pitcher with a 2.2 FWAR. That's Fangraphs. That's among the top marks among National League starting pitchers. Like, I know it's not the Skeens that we've been accustomed to seeing, but like, let's step back. It's still pretty good. But that's the second topic I wanted to get to. I wanted to wade a little bit deeper into the pitching strategy that we saw unveiled this week as well, talking about the couplet with Jared Jones, Carmen Mlodzinski, and how to make best use of Carmen Mlodzinski, Carmen and Wilbur Dotel, using them as high leverage bulk guys, secondary starters, whatever it is. And also, this is the separate topic, but Austin Bechtold posed a question to me yesterday when I did my weekly appearance with Starkey and Part-Time Pomp that it sort of stopped me in my tracks for a minute, because it's hard to answer without putting time into it. But he asked me some of the, like, who would make sense for them. And I went back and looked through, because you're trying to thread a needle of like a team that's not in a good situation, a guy on an expiring contract, potentially a right-handed reliever, somebody who would be available, and somebody who would offer some things that the Pirates would want. And so I went back and did a little bit more thinking on that, a little bit more research. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit, some deadline options. And it's not to present them that saying the Pirates are, they're going to trade for this guy. It's just that he would make sense. He would check some boxes that you would look for. The Pirates have a catching situation worth talking about. At the ballpark yesterday, Joey Bart walked into the clubhouse while we were there. I don't think he's any sooner or closer to returning. The on-field activity for Bart was minimal, but when he does get back and that clock starts ticking, I think it's we're a couple weeks out from them having to make a decision, right? Henry Davis, Andy Rodriguez, what do you do with that? And last thing I wanted to cover is O'Neal Cruz. Good season, bad season, great season, all-star season. How would we describe what he's been doing? So that's the pregame show outline. Joel is back in our Green Tree Studios. Joel, I've been blabbing. What's going on with you, my man? How are you?
Doing well, Jason. How you been? How is it down there?
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's Atlanta. I like coming to Atlanta. Certainly not going to complain. It's a weird timing, though. Like, we got in here at 4 a.m. or, I got to bed about 4 a.m. because it was a night game coming out of Houston. So, like, you got that, and then you sleep later than normal, and you basically go right to the park and then park to here, and then we've got a day game. So, like, after this, going to go over for 4 o'clock and then have the GM show on Sunday. So, I don't know. I feel like I don't really experience Atlanta. I'm just experiencing a different type of hotel room, but that's okay. I still get paid to watch baseball for a living, not about to complain. Have you ever been to Atlanta?
Yeah, a couple times. It's been a little while. We did have family maybe 45 minutes from there a while back, but I went to, I think it was Turner Field, I want to say. Saw the Braves in 2011 in July. They played the Orioles, and if I'm pronouncing his name right, Jair Jurgens threw I think a one-hit shutout, I want to say.
Wow, that's a great pull, Joel. Yeah,
it was a fun game.
Jair Jurgens. Yep. That's good stuff, man. I am missing a little bit from like my writer's days. I would stay in the hotel across. There's a highway around near Truist Park. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, that Battery area, did you guys walk around that?
I can't recall.
Okay. All right. So anybody who's ever been here, like they do the entertainment district around the pro sports venue, like that trend around America. Atlanta does that so well. The Battery is the area around Truist Park and all kinds of shops and restaurants, concert venues. It's just like a great hangout spot. A couple years ago, Matt Capps sent me to a restaurant here called Superica. I believe it's either Superica or Superica. I don't know how you say it, but it's like, Tex-Mex kind of, I don't know what I would compare it to around Pittsburgh, but he's like, trust me, you won't regret it. And if I've learned anything about Matt Capps over the years, it's that my man loves food, and he is so good at finding good food and a lot of it. But it really became one of my favorite restaurants on the circuit. So Superica or Superica, whatever. I think it's Superica. If you ever come down to Truist Park, those listening and Joel and anybody else, try it. It is absolutely amazing. Recommended by Matt Capps. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, let's talk a little bit more about last night's game, as painful as it might have been. Just frustrating because it was there for a little bit, and you're counting on a guy in Mitch Keller that has been really, really good for a lot of this season. But lately, he's hit on some hard times, and being around Mitch post-game yesterday, it was not hard to tell that he isn't terribly thrilled with how things are going. The Keller trend over his last 4 starts, Mitch now with a 7.59 ERA. His first 8, as I was mentioning, for a good chunk of the season, being very good. 4-1, 287 in 47 innings. So the Pirates need Mitch Keller to revert to a different form. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. Third time in the past 5 starts, he's allowed 6 or more runs. The pitch to Mauricio Dubon, and I believe that was the 3rd inning, the home run pitch, the hanging curveball, just can't happen. You can't. The execution has to be better. And Mitch was hard on himself afterwards, saying it was right down the middle. He's given up a home run in 4 of his past 6 starts. Couple of hits in the 5th inning when the Braves struck for 3 runs, just 105.4, 107.8. Really some hard contact that you don't want to see out of Keller. I saw it tweeted too, saying his salary and where he's at respectively. He's just a guy, whatever, kind of basically meant to downplay his abilities. And I'd push back a little bit in that, I do think Mitch Keller is more than just, some rotation plugger. I think he can be a very, very good pitcher. And in Pirates terms, he's also paid $17 million a year. He's the highest paid player on the team. Expecting more out of his performance than what they've gotten recently is perfectly reasonable. He expects more out of himself. Over his past 5 starts, he's given up 6, 7, 1, 4, and 6 runs. That's not going to work. If the Pirates are going to make a run at this thing, Mitch Keller needs to be at the forefront of it. He needs to pitch better than he did last night. That's not a controversial take. That's reality. And I know there's more in there. I'm not about to get, all flipped out over the offense. I know parts of last night weren't good. You face Martin Perez, former Bucco legend, and you really only get things going in 1 inning. In the 3rd inning, couple of walks, couple of hits, and they score 3 runs. Great, but other than that, Perez kind of shut them down. The Braves bullpen took care of business. The Pirates at one point went down 16 times in a row until the 9th inning. You get Reynolds leading off with the walk, Ozuna singles, double play ends it, whatever. I mean, the offense is going to get the benefit of the doubt for me more times than not, based on what they've done recently, how many runs they've scored this season. Yeah, it's a slow night, whatever. They had hit a home run in 11 straight. They had scored 9 runs in 4 games in a row, and they score 3. Okay, the pitching is where I don't want to say I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the bullpen. They're separate discussions. I'm concerned about the bullpen, and I want the starters to be better because I know they can. Tweeted a stat last night. The starting pitcher's ERA over the past, I think it's since May 17th, It is 4.60. No, that's over the past 18. Given the personnel that comprises the Pirates starting rotation, that number should be a lot lower. And on the season, I'd frankly like to see all of the pitching perform better than it has. I think that's a reasonable expectation. 3.92 on the season. That ranks 9th. That's for the Pirates starters, relievers. A 4.23 ERA. That ranks 17th. Overall pitching staff with a 4.05 ERA. That ranks 15th. So has to be better. Has to start with Mitch Keller. We have an opportunity. Joel outlined this earlier. Braxton Ashcraft has been so darn good. So darn good. To me, I'll get into the all-star talk later, but he is unquestionably, for me, an all-star for the Pirates. I don't know if he'll make it because it's part-time popularity contest, but my goodness, I hope he gets the recognition of going to the all-star game. All right, let's get into a few of your calls, and feel free to give me a shout if you want to weigh in on anything. Let's lead off, of course, with our man. Talk to him every Saturday, Chuck in Uniontown. What's up, Chuck? How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mac, and thank you.
Good morning.
Mac, this has been a year that it would be only poetic justice for us to make the postseason play this year, because there have been so many things that for so many years were so bad about this team that have flipped and become good about it. Most notably, the offense. The starting pitching, I think, is a little bit wobbly right now, but I do think it will straighten out. Particularly, I'm concerned about Keller. I think Skeens will straighten itself out.
Yeah.
And I think the rest of the rotation will be good. Of course, the number one eyesore is the bullpen, and that's going to have to be addressed immediately. Like, Phillies GM Dave Dombrowski says, this is a year when you don't wait till July 31st to do something, because the tone of activity is starting much earlier than that. So ASAP for the Pirates to do something about the bullpen, because I think the majority of it has to come in from outside, although I would like to see Isaac Matson brought back up here. But the number one thing I want to say as I go out, the biggest thing is, I think we will make the playoffs. If two more things happen, we flip the script, we steal some wins from games that we're going to lose for the rest of the season. And the second and biggest thing as I go out, there's two ways to lose. You can lose or you can beat yourself. Variety number one is going to happen. What you have to do is stop variety number two cold right now, immediately. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Chuck. Appreciate you, man. I like that. Two ways to make the playoffs. You need to start stealing games and not losing them. And then when you lose games, okay, don't beat yourself. I get what Chuck's hinting at. And I think we saw that with the collapse in Houston. Win the games you're supposed to win. Have the bullpen figure it out, go get outside help. Should be an attainable thing. Chuck brought up a lot of really good points. The first place my head went when he talked about the script flipping, he's right. Like, if you think about the way the Pirates won the last time, right, they had dominant relief pitching. They had just enough offense. Starting pitching was good. Even beginning of the season, you thought, well, if the offense can just be good enough, the pitching's going to be elite, whatever. And now we're talking about the pitching. The offense is elite. Like, everything, up is down, down is up, left is right, all that stuff. But Chuck's right. And the Pirates have frittered away too many games. I was looking into some of their blown save stats before this show. It is obviously not good. I have them for 12. Oddly, I see a bunch of the writers, we're all putting out different numbers for blown save stats. I have to get to the bottom of this. Fangraphs list them at 12, but I've seen some folks write 12, some write 13, some write 15. So there must be different stat sites out there. providing different blown save stats. But I can say with full confidence that the bullpen has not been good enough, and they need to find some answers. Some of them may be internal. As Chuck mentioned, Isaac Mattson, I would like to see him back here too. And some of them are going to be external. And that's going to be a segment that I do a little bit later where I talk about some external additions and bullpen moves they could conceivably make. All right, let's get back out to the phones. Tony in Munhall, our weekly call. What's up, Tony? How are you?
Good morning, Jason. Missed you last week. Thanks for taking my call.
Man. I was doing the Pirates Charities family walk. I was out walking around PNC Park. Sorry, but Austin did a great job in my absence.
That's a great cause. That's great. And Austin did a good job, too. I called last week. I'm sitting here looking at the standings right now at 34-30, holding the third wild card spot. Like I told him last night, I think this is going to be the into at least June, July, and maybe into early August. It's going to be right here, right? Going to win some, lose some, and kind of hover around that mark. But there's a pretty good week ahead. We blew one that we should have won. I mean, that happens. You know, they do have to fix that bullpen, and I can't wait to hear some of your outside strategies. The problem I see right now, though, Jason, they got to make a couple adjustments sooner rather than later, and I don't think they're going to get a lot of partners right now in June, on June 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, et cetera, that's going to want to deal players because everybody's still in all these races, basically. You know, that was the one point I wanted to make.
I'm going to hop. Go ahead, Tony.
No, I was going to say it's fixable. And then to your point, as far as all-stars, Brandon Lau for sure, Brandon Ashcraft for sure, and Paul Skeens. Let me lead with this. Well, I'll talk about Cruz for a second, but Paul Skeens is keeping his. It's not the Paul Skeens that we're used to, but it's the Paul Skeens you can win with. Think about that, right? 3 earned runs, and he barely made it out of the fifth. He had a high pitch count, a couple of errors behind him, so. I don't know about an all-star Paul Skeens, but he's definitely, he'll get that fixed and he'll get back on track. And then your point on
Tony, he's going to the All-Star game. Skeens is going to the All-Star game.
That's good.
I mean, come on. Do you think Major League Baseball is going to hold it? Go ahead.
He don't need to be lights out. He just needs to win games and just pitch Paul Skeens right? And my last point, and I'll let you hang up. I'll hang up rather. O'Neal Cruz. Yeah, I think what you're seeing with O'Neal Cruz is what you get. My only concern is Osuna, if they do make a move on there, how that's going to affect Cruz's mental. But, I mean, he's playing Ackwood center field, and what you see is what you get. You're going to get a lot of strikeouts, but you're going to get a lot of home runs. You probably got a 30-50 guy, and you could probably have a 30-50 guy. A 50 stolen base guy, 30 home run guy for quite a while. I think that's what he is. All right, I'll hang up, talk to you next week, and enjoy Atlanta. Thanks, Jason.
All right, Tony, thanks, man. Appreciate it. A whole bunch of things to get to. We got to utilize the pause button with Tony there. I'm happy to get through a lot of points, but he accumulates them. So I'm going to stop on Skeens because that was the last one I was trying to jump in and talk about. I have a hard time believing Major League Baseball would not have Paul Skeens at the All-Star game. He has basically the numbers to support his case. I understand that this year versus previous years, you might be able to poke a little bit more of a hole in it, but part of me also roots for him to not go. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Like, I want him to go for the person, because it's going to talk about him. It's going to talk about the Pirates. It's going to continue, him as one of the game's best pitchers because I think he is, and that's a fairly obvious choice. I also see how hard he works and see how much he puts into this, and, team success is more important than any individual accolade and that sort of thing. I'd like him to just get a couple days of nothing. Just relax. Just rest up for the second half. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to feel an obligation to go, and he's going to want to represent his team and himself and do all this fun stuff. And he should. It's certainly none of my business. But as an outsider and as somebody who watches him just care an enormous amount about what he does, I wish he could get a little bit of a break, but that's probably not going to happen. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of breaks, and we'll get back to more of your calls. Next, I also want to get into those solutions. Tony had me, wanting to jump in there with those, but that's not a good radio tease, right? No, but we'll talk about some possible places the Pirates can go. Threading a needle with several things, talking about, team success, available pitchers, somebody that would help them. So we'll get into all of that and more. It's Bucko talking to Saturday morning. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Last night, the Pirates fell to the Braves 6-3. First pitch for this afternoon is at 4:10. Really good pitching matchup on hand. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. Coverage on the Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk, a Saturday morning from Atlanta. I'm Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson back in our Green Tree Studios producing. Talking Pirates, kind of big picture, starting rotation. Mitch Keller, last night's game, not one that we're going to be thinking about all that much in August. Very, very forgettable. But we're seeing some recent trends over this last little while. Over the past 18 games, Pirates starting pitchers have a 4.60 ERA, and Mitch Keller specifically, it's not gone well. His first 8 games, Keller with the 4-1 record, a 2.87 ERA, very good. We're talking about Mitch Keller being one of the best pitchers on the Pirates staff, and man, that trade decision, they made the right one, all of that, and then the last 4 starts, 1-1 with the 7.59 ERA. It could just be a Braves kind of bugaboo. Mitch has not performed well against the Atlanta Braves throughout his career, has a 10.97 ERA in 5 career games started at Truist Park. But we'll see. Over his last 5, an 8.31 ERA. It's just, it has to improve. Plain and simple, not being overly critical. It's just Mitch would be the first one to tell you. He even said it last night. And the entire starting rotation, this was supposed to be elite, a top 5 group, and it has not been that so far. It's been good. It's been good at times. Braxton Ashcraft's story has been outstanding, but need a little bit more from Paul Skeens. We'll see what happens with the Jared Jones, Carmen Mlodzinski couplet, and need more from Bubba Chandler as well. Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey. It's brought to you by Westminster College. Hey, that's me, by the way. Register for a summer information session today. Visit westminster.edu for details. Let's head back out to the phone line, soliciting plenty of opinions here and plenty of good opinions. Greg in Youngstown, are you still there? Let's go to Greg. All right, let's go to Chris in Houston, PA instead. Let's talk about Bucks ABS challenges. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Jason. I wanted to talk about the Pirates' use of the ABS challenges. I don't know what the numbers are as far as their success in the challenges. I don't think they win as many as they should, but I'm not even as concerned about that. I'm concerned about when they are challenging. Correct me if I'm wrong, it was Nick Gonzalez that used the challenge the first at-bat of the game last night, and you just got to be more aware that you're playing the best team in baseball, and a strikeout in the first at-bat of the game doesn't matter. Even if he had won the challenge, it was a bad challenge. I know they discuss it. I'm not naive enough to think they don't have some strategy around it, but you can't be wasting challenges in the first 3 innings, maybe even the first 5 innings of a game if you're going to be a playoff team. That needs to be something that you are better at. I just wanted to hear your opinion.
I couldn't agree more with what you're saying. I did not like that challenge at all. And they frankly haven't been very good at it. They're actually the worst in the majors at ABS. The batters, I want to see who wrote this. I was reading it this morning in the clips. Colin Beasley did, and he dug into these numbers. Colin Beasley, of course, in the Post-Gazette. Check his stuff out. It's off the bat. It's their Sunday feature, but that's what I'm citing this from. Their batters are 26 for 64 in challenging strikes, 41% success rate. That's 24th in MLB. Their catchers are 23 for 51, a 45% success rate. That's the worst in the majors. Anyway, what I'm saying, Chris, is they haven't been very good at utilizing challenges. And I think all teams are using these challenges in the wrong way. Like, that's what Gonzalez was doing. It's the first inning, man. You have to be absolutely sure, and he wasn't. So I didn't like that either.
Yeah, unless the ball hits the dirt and they call it a strike, or it's over your head or something where you are 100% sure, you can't use the challenge when you need it in the 7th or 8th inning in a 1-run game or something like that.
Yep. I mean, and that's not like it wasn't. This isn't to pick on Gonzalez either, because I've seen players from opposing teams do this. Like, this strategy wasn't designed as like recourse for striking out. If you're mad you struck out, you tap your helmet. Like, it's designed to get egregious calls correct. And unless it's egregious. Like, I remember a game in Houston. I don't remember if it was the first, second, or third game of that series, but, like, it was early on, and O'Neal Cruz, who people love to beat up for, like, his intellectual ability, thought about challenging after a strikeout and actually would have been correct, but it was early and he wasn't positive and he stopped himself. I thought that was a really intelligent non-challenge, even though he struck out, and we can talk about that, but, like, unless you're absolutely sure, man, early in the game, I just don't see the point in doing it. Like, I think guys are doing it, and not just Nick. Like, you strike out, it's a borderline call, and you're mad, so you're going to challenge, but then you cost your team. So I think teams are still learning it. Certainly not just the Pirates.
And one last point, and then I'll let you go. It also affects the challenge the rest of the game, because now you only have one left, and nobody wants to use the last challenge. So not only did you waste one, but now other players on the team are going to be less likely to use the challenge. It affects the whole
No doubt. Yep, couldn't agree more. All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call. If you want to weigh in, 412-928-9370. I should have thrown the number out there earlier. Would love to hear what you think. We can talk about ABS. We can talk about the Pirates starting rotation, what concerns you. Question I brought up earlier, and again, this is where I should have thrown the phone number out. But O'Neal Cruz, good season, bad season, great season. What do you make of what he's done? I was digging just a little bit more into his numbers, more in the context of, is this guy deserving of making the All-Star game? And the conclusion I arrived at was yes. I would like to see him, and I think he has a valid case for it. But the strikeouts are high. I get that. It's not been perfect. I think the defense has actually been better. He made a running, leaping catch at the wall yesterday. It wasn't a web gem, but it was a play that, I think probably back in April, O'Neal doesn't make. But if you look at what he's produced, and right now he has a 1.8 wins above replacement, according to Fangraphs, that is tied for 8th best in the National League. If you look at some of the counting stats, his home run total 3rd among NL outfielders, 43 ribbies, that's also 3rd. People above him, Corbin Carroll, James Wood, Andy Pages, PCA, Jordan Walker, Michael Harris II, Ian Happ. Ian Happ and Cruz and Mickey Moniak are actually tied. And Cruz is tied for 7th in FWAR. But you add the stolen base quotient into it, the possibility of reprising his role in the home run derby. As I look at Pirates all-star candidates this year, O'Neal Cruz is there for me. I don't think there's any question. And sort of where I landed with Pirates all-stars, maybe this is too like black and gold colored glasses here, but I have a hard time seeing how they don't have 4 deserving candidates right now. And I'm operating on the assumption that Paul Skeens is going to go. I think you can look at certain numbers, FWAR, for instance. Like if you look at traditional numbers, maybe not. But FWAR is among the leaders in National League starting pitchers. I'm going to call that back up. But it's at 2.2. It's actually more than Braxton Ashcraft. But players that have compiled the highest WAR National League pitchers, I should say, there's only, 2, ahead of him, Christopher Sanchez and Jacob Mizorowski. And Paul Skeens on reputation alone, I feel like is probably going to the All-Star game. If you look at Brandon Lau, too, he's another one for me that I don't know how he doesn't go. You could dig deep and find some players that have performed a little bit better, but Brandon Lau leading all National League second baseman and home run, National League second baseman and RBIs. It's been a really, really good season for Lau. And by the way, I saw something thrown out there. Somebody with, I think it was Athlon Sports, mentioning Brandon Lau as a trade candidate. Come on. No. Brandon Lau should be an extension candidate. I'm not in any hurry whatsoever to trade Brandon Lau. He's been absolutely fantastic for this club, and if any inkling whatsoever of a playoff race, you need to have Brandon Lau on this club. I'd be looking to extend him, not trade him. All right, let's go to Steve in Latrobe. I think he might have a little different opinion on this, but what's up, Steve? How are you?
I'm good, Jason. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I am very concerned. I'm very concerned because of the schedule that we have between now and next month and June and July. I don't know if we're going to make it to August and September when it gets softer. I mean, the entire league knows what we're looking for. Every GM does. And, you don't want to grossly overpay right now. You overpay a little bit. But I don't know if we're going to get the pieces we need, and I'm also concerned with Skeens. I mean, he hasn't been throwing his splinker. He hasn't been throwing his cutter, barely throwing any curveballs. He's been just living on fastball, sweeper, changeup. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, how do you square 2.2 wins above replacement then?
Well, also,
like if you're saying he's been this bad,
a 5+ ERA in his last 4 starts.
I know, but I mean, what's his ERA overall in his career? Which is a recent poor stretch, or is he a bad pitcher? I don't think he's a bad pitcher.
No. That's what I'm saying. Is my concern is my concern is what's going on right now. Is there something going on with him, or is it maybe Hank Davis with the pitch calling, or is it something he's trying to do to be more efficient whenever he was more efficient before? I'm just, it's like what's going. It's like it seems like the league's punching back, and he needs to figure out how to punch back again.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, man. That's a valid point, but like, I don't know about you. I've got a lot of confidence in Paul Skeens being able to figure out that punch. Like, he's physically gifted. He's smart. He puts an incredible amount into it. Like, I'm not arguing with you that like the last few starts have been below par, for him. Like we expect a lot more, but I don't know. I guess I'm reacting to like this sentiment out there that he's in trouble or he's cooked or that he's hurt or something like that. Like I don't see that. I think his execution of things, his strike throwing, has not been as good as it was earlier this season, and he needs to get back to that. And if it's a pitch mix thing, I get it. I've seen biomechanics listed as a reason. Maybe that's it. I'd like to see him just kind of think less and throw more sometimes, just be a little bit more physical, be that dominant presence that he was. But yeah, I mean, I get your concerns, Steve, and thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I get the concerns on the Pirates. Do they have the pieces they need? Can they go get the pieces that they need? And I'm talking a lot about bullpen stuff, really. I mean, that's the if I can snap my fingers and create some sort of magic elixir for the Pirates, it would be to go pick up some right-handed relief and have a little bit more of a sure opportunity to close some of these games out. I think the starting rotation, when we get a little bit more of a sample size, I think it's going to be just fine. I like Jared Jones and Carmen Mlodzinski and what they're doing there. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense utilizing Wilbur Dotel the way they have. I'm actually not willing to give up on Bubba Chandler. I think Braxton Ashcraft is for real. I think their starting rotation, when all is said and done, I think it's going to end up being a weapon, very much so, for this team. But the area where I do have concern is the bullpen. And do they have enough there? And, they've been using Mason Montgomery and Gregory Soto a lot. Can they find the version of Dennis Santana that we've seen the past couple of years? Chuck from Uniontown brought up seeing Isaac Mattson again. I couldn't agree more with that. I think it's about time they give him an opportunity. But you got to go out and get somebody. That's reality. Like, they need help, and that's why you cultivate a farm system. You have prospects, you have capital. You have the opportunity to go out and address a need. I think a lot of us probably thought the need was going to come on the offensive side, and it's not there. I just, even if you would go out and add a bat, I'm not sure where I would go and add a bat. You might say catcher is a position of need. I've liked what Andy Rodriguez has done, and I'm probably going to ride that for a little while. I'm not ready to take Nick Gonzalez out of the lineup. I know he had a rough defensive game in Houston, whatever. If a guy's hitting over 300 for me, I'm keeping him in there. I don't really have any qualms about Nick Gonzalez holding down third. Connor Griffin, whenever he gets back, I mean, he's your shortstop. And Jared Triolo is place holding right now. That'll shift Jared Triolo to a super utility role, a bench role, which he is much better suited for. The area of concern that I have is the bullpen. We'll get into that shortly. Adam in the city wants to talk about a very important point with the Pirates, and I want to hear his thoughts on this. Marcell Ozuna. Where's your head at on this, Adam? What are you thinking?
0 for 4 last night. Like, you paid DH so much money to not even hit the ball. I don't know what you want to do. He was 2 for 4, Adam. I think they played better against the Astros when he wasn't even playing.
Adam, he was 2 for 4 last night, just so we're factually accurate.
I still think he's a bum. I still don't think he should be on. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What would you do? What's your proposal
right now?
He's hitting 190 with or 197 with a 590 OPS. Excuse me.
You pay still. You're under 200. You're batting DH. I think he should not be in the DH role. I think O'Hearn did better the other week. Their batting lineup was way better when he wasn't in the lineup.
Yeah. So you would what? Just DFA him?
Yeah. Unless you can trade him, I don't think anyone's going to trade for him. But
why would somebody trade for a 197 average with a $10.5 million contract?
That's my point too. Why is he in the lineup then? No one wants him. Why do we want him?
Well, I mean, he's been a very good veteran. He has helped younger players and all players in general. Like, he's done more leadership-wise than I think anybody over the past handful of years has done. He's been great. The production has to be more, man. I'm not going to sit here and explain away the production, but my question is, what are you angling to do? Like, would you feel better if they just DFA'd him and moved on? You know that the money is spent. It's a guaranteed contract. They're not saving any money. So they're basically just admitting failure and saying, we're not going to pay you anymore to not occupy a roster spot. I'd rather have the guy just on the roster, even if he's a vibes guy and a highly paid coach. I don't know. Scoring runs isn't their problem. We can say that he should produce more, and he should produce more. That's completely fair, but he's added value in other ways.
I agree. I hear that, but I think the other day when he was in the lineup, I think our bats were way better, and we had a lot more runs. Obviously, 3 runs isn't what we had last week against the Astros, last couple series.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to score 9 runs every game.
Should be in the lineup.
I hear you. Okay. All right. Appreciate the call, Adam. He hasn't been in the lineup consistently. Like, they're playing him. And I think part of that was a veteran player going back to where he used to play, giving him an opportunity. I would be surprised if he's in there today. You're kind of throwing him a bone with what he did last night. I think they need to find certain scenarios to put him in the lineup. You certainly hope that he finds more offense. Like, this isn't anywhere near what the Pirates thought they were getting, clearly. We're talking about a guy, it is amazing to me that in 2024 had 39 home runs. The year before had 40. He's on pace to hit just 17 this season. It would be the first time since 2021 that he's hit fewer than 20. He's slugging just .305. His WRC plus 100 is league average in that category. Ozuna is at 63. He's a negative WAR player. It's not anywhere near what is needed and what was expected, but the problem also isn't the offense. Their problem is relief pitching and the DH spot. I get it. You want to rotate guys into that spot more. You want to try to give Cruz a DH day, Reynolds a DH day, O'Hearn a DH day, and they have been doing that. I don't see the point in DFAing him at this point. If they get to a point where they need that roster spot, like here's a little bit of what I'm talking about. If Connor Griffin comes back and they need to really watch the number of games he's playing at shortstop because they're trying to manage his elbow and he needs DH days. Like, clearly I want Connor Griffin in my lineup, even if he's DHing more than I would Marcell Ozuna. And at that point, if your DH spot is occupied, 6 days out of the week and you're using him one every 6 games or something like that, I don't know. I'm making up a scenario. That's a place where your roster spot, you need it, and you can't afford to have that there. But right now, while Griffin is still on the IL, and we don't know what the elbow is going to lead to playing time wise, I'm just kind of riding it out. Like, the guy's been a solid veteran. He's made a really good impression in that clubhouse with a lot of guys, not just the Latin American guys. Like, Griffin has really liked being around Ozuna. He's been a fantastic leader. He's been great for Cruz. I'm willing to just ride it out and say that he should be producing more. Let's go to one more phone call before we hit a break. Jim in Crafton wants to talk about Oneil Cruz. What's going on, Jim?
I'd like to talk about Oneil Cruz briefly. First of all, to hit Major League Baseball, I know that I would get up there and strike out probably 99 times out of 100. But what really gets me about Oneil Cruz Now, I sit here and watch the games myself, so I end up talking to myself or my dogs. But what I've noticed about him is, for example, in the beginning of the game last night, I remember one time he was up, he never swung the bat once. He looked at strikes, he looked at balls, he ended up striking out. So I said to myself, O'Neill, swing at the damn ball if you can see it. Well, then I watched him, and I don't know if you saw him strike out again. He swung very weakly at two balls that could not be hit. So, again, I am not a Major League Baseball player. I couldn't hit a baseball. But he just frustrates me sometimes. That's all I have to say about him.
All right, Jim, I appreciate it. I can just picture Jim in his recliner yelling at his dogs, O'Neill, swing the bat. I get it. I do get it. He's actually swinging more than he did last season, though. He's swinging more than his career average. Sometimes with O'Neill, the problem for me isn't swinging enough. I mean, sometimes it's swinging too much. The strikeouts, it's been too much. You need to reduce the strikeouts. But by and large, to my point with Ozuna, what are you going to do? You're not going to take him out of the lineup. He adds more value than he subtracts. I'm not giving up on the guy. You know, a couple of days ago, I was getting asked about what a potential contract extension would look like for O'Neill Cruz, and now I'm hearing complaints about his, not swinging. So the truth is in the middle. I don't see what you're going to do, and you could make a valid case that he should be an all-star. Is he frustrating sometimes? Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. But over his past 10 prior to last night, he had a 1.2 OPS that was 6th in Major League Baseball, was hitting .394, 3 homers, 10 RBIs, 9 walks, and 4 stolen bases in there. And I believe I looked up this stat over his previous 6 was actually walking more than he struck out. Certainly a very small, ludicrous sample size, but I'm not doing anything other than O'Neill Cruz, maybe than yelling at your dogs whenever something goes wrong. But good call, Jim. Appreciate you nonetheless. And the Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum. We need you. Join the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud t-shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25, plus your first contribution goes twice as far, thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPGH. And I can add from a personal standpoint, I've been doing the Berg Proud Challenge. Me, Matt Capps, and Greg Brown started a page called Capps Closers, and it's just about finishing May and then starting June by being active. Everybody who tweets an ugly selfie of themselves, I'm at Twitter at @JMackey_PGH, and you do that, we'll donate $5 to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. But a great cause and a good reason to get out and move around a little bit. Let's take our last break of the hour. Reminder, Jim Rosati from the North Shore 9 will join me at 10 o'clock to talk a little Buccos. You're listening to Bucco Talk on a Saturday morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This afternoon will be Game 2 between the Pirates and the Atlanta Braves at 4:10. It is Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for Pittsburgh, and he will oppose Spencer Strider of the Atlanta Braves. Coverage on The Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long, more ways to build, and more value every time you play. You can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment, from spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. All right, the Knicks are in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, and do they have what it takes to knock off the Western Conference champion? In my opinion, no, they do not, because we still don't know how good this Knicks team really is. They got lucky with the Embiid injury in the Philly series. Cleveland is gutless and didn't have to play Boston to get here. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games. Then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Saturday, strong to severe storms expected later into the afternoon and evening. High temperatures right around 80 degrees with some dry time to enjoy. Tonight, temperatures in the mid-60s, scattered showers and storms possible. Partly sunny on Sunday. High temperatures mid to upper 80s, mostly clear Sunday night with lows around 60 degrees, and a hot and sunny Monday with highs near 90. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Oakmont Bakery. Whether you're hosting a graduation, planning a wedding, or a family picnic this summer, Oakmont Bakery would love to be a part of your special day. With expertly decorated cakes and cupcakes, cookies customized in your colors, sandwich rings and breakfast platters, with an endless selection of dessert cakes, pies, and pastries, open 7 days a week. Remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we create delicious memories.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to Keystone Custom Apparel.
Tavern Leadoff Show. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Jim Rosati joins the show next.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Jason Mackey with you here until 11 a.m. Jim Rosati from the North Shore 9 is going to join me in just a minute here. Fan weather first, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain and potential for storms potentially as early as late afternoon. Doesn't matter, though. We're in Atlanta and should have some baseball this afternoon. All right, let's talk a little Buccos. And, well, hi, Jim. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, Jason.
Your lovely face. Look at that. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Congratulations on 10 years, man. It doesn't feel like it's been 10 years. Time flies.
Well, for me, it's only been 7. So I joined in 2020. But Ryan Alexander, Anthony DiNardo, they recorded the first North Shore 9 podcast 10 years ago yesterday. So, we had a big 10-year anniversary celebration yesterday. Unfortunately, couldn't celebrate with a win, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. 10 years. It's nuts.
It really is, man.
What it's become. So,
yeah, you don't need me to tell you that the media landscape has changed quite a bit over the years. We won't get into all of that stuff from earlier in the week, but we appreciate you guys. You guys do awesome work. I love the relationship with everybody among Pirates media. A lot of great content being pumped out. So, all right, man, let's talk a little bit about that game yesterday. I agree with you. Just kind of a buzzkill with what happened in Houston. I expected a little bit more. Keep waiting for Mitch Keller to kind of turn the corner. But my first question for you, Jim, is when you see Keller, where does your head go? Are you concerned? What do you think's going on? Is it in there? Why aren't we seeing it from Mitch?
Yeah, it's been a rough stretch for him now. This is 5 starts in a row where he just hasn't looked right. He had a good outing in Toronto, but really since the start of May, just not what you want to see out of Mitch Keller. I'm hoping this is just a bump. He's still given a lot of innings. Like I know yesterday he wasn't able to get through 5, but I think he's 7th in the National League in innings pitched this year. So it's not like that's a huge issue, but yeah, he needs to be more effective. I mean, we're used to Keller sort of having this second half fall off anyways. So you're hoping it's just not starting sooner this year. He's got to get back on track for this rotation to be where it needs to be.
Mitch Keller, 5-3 with a 4.81 ERA. He's made 13 starts. He's worked 73 innings, and he struck out 55 in there. I thought yesterday the 2-strike stuff kind of bit him, and we saw that with Mitch earlier. You get the 2 strikes, and then you hang a curveball and throw something right down the pike. I want to see that improve. I do think it's in there. All right, let's talk about another guy who's been kind of bandied about, Jim, with Paul Skeens. What's your concern level with Skeens? And I'll preface it by saying mine is not very high. I'm not in the camp that thinks like Paul Skeens is done.
I'm with you. My concern is almost at 0 right now. Again, not pitching the way we necessarily expect, but if you look at like all the underlying numbers, like his whip is exactly the same as it's always been. His strikeout rate's a little down, but it's pretty much right in line with everything. He's actually walking less people now than he ever has before. I know people mention like the velocity being down like a tick, but when you couple that with the less walks, like it sounds to me like that's just more of an on-purpose thing. I think we're just seeing a lot of like small sample size noise right now with Paul. He's been unfortunate his last few outings. Like there was that Toronto outing where there was the missed check swing call, and that led to way more pitches needing to be thrown than what should have happened, and that spiraled. And then the next game you saw errors from Triolo and Callahan, and then this last game it was Gonzalez having issues. So I think it's just a matter of this is just some weird stuff happening in a small amount of time, and it's just leading to us not seeing what we're used to seeing. But we're also a month away from him having an ERA like of 1.7. Like he had an incredible April. I'm not too concerned with Paul right now.
No, I'm not either, man. I do want to see the velo tick up a little bit. Like if I'm gonna, couch coach for just a second, like I do wish he would just kind of stop fiddling with 7 pitches and just go right at guys and say like, I've got elite stuff. Here it is. You're not going to hit it. Throw it down the middle of the plate. Gas it up a little bit. Think less.
That's fair criticism because you look at his arsenal. He throws so many pitches that sometimes maybe he's getting a little too cute at times. When it's like, hey, just throw your best stuff. Like with the splinker, right? Like the splinker is obviously a different pitch now than what it was when we first saw it, but he's just not using it at all anymore. And that was like the best pitch in baseball 2 years ago.
I know. All right, so I still think he's getting to the All-Star game, Jim. I don't know what you feel like, but I wanted to ask you about Pirates All-Stars right now. What's your list? Who do you think deserves to go as we sit here right now on June 6th?
I think right now you're looking at Paul Skeens, you're looking at Braxton Ashcraft, and Brandon Lau. I think you can make an argument for any of the outfielders too.
Okay.
I think you can make an argument for any of the outfielders, but outfield just kind of seems to be like a jumbled place where you've got 15 teams that need to have all-stars. Outfield's a good place to usually pluck from. I'm going to go with those three, and then I'm going to say O'Neal Cruz gets invited to the Home Run Derby again. So he's sort of part of the festivities.
Man, I was talking about this earlier in the show. Is O'Neal Cruz having an all-star caliber season? I don't know. I mean, third in the National League among outfielders in home runs, third in RBIs, leads in stolen bases.
You look at just
you can cherry pick some stats.
Yeah, if you're looking at just the counting numbers, runs, RBIs, homers, stolen bases, he's at the top of the list on all of those things. I think he's certainly deserving of a spot. I just know, is there a fourth person you can squeeze in there? Because I think the other three that I mentioned are certainly going. But yeah, I think Cruz would be the next one.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, it depends on where they're at record-wise. It might be a hard ask to try to get 4 All-Stars. We'll see. Jim Rosati from the North Shore. I can't say this, Jim. I can't do it. North Shore 9 joining me. Twitter handle at Northside Notch, and the last O is a 0.
We won't talk about that. I'm
give up talking. All right, man. I love that. Let's talk catching a little bit, Jim. We're seeing Endy Rodriguez really give a good showing. Joey Bart is here in Atlanta, probably still a couple weeks off. Henry Davis has caught Paul Skeens and, is theoretically better defensively. We've heard that a lot. What do you do with this situation?
I think you play Endy as much as possible right now. You just ride the hot bat. I don't know if what we're seeing from Endy is real. I know he's not going to be walking half of the time, but you got to go with the guys who are performing. And Endy Rodriguez is performing right now. Henry Davis is not. I think, you can still let Davis catch Skeens, but the other 4 guys, I'd put Endy out there as much as possible. When Bart is ready to return, whenever that is, I guess we'll have another conversation there. But right now, if Endy keeps hitting and getting on base at the way that he is, you've got to play him.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see them test this out, man. Play him as much as you can during this period of time. I feel like you need to learn. I think they're going to have to choose between Endy and Henry. I don't know if I see, where their stance has been with Marcell Ozuna and what the roster looks like. I don't know if you can afford to carry 3 catchers. I don't know how you'd get any of them playing time if you're going to try to DH Cruz, DH Reynolds occasionally. I don't know where things stand with Connor Griffin, but you're probably not going to come back and play him every day. You might try to DH him. I don't think you can afford to do it. So I feel like you're going to have to make that decision. And Bart being on a major league deal for 2.5, I don't know what you would do with Bart. You're not going to trade him. You're not going to DFA him. You're probably going to have him on the roster. I'd just like to see them use this time to play Endy as well.
I agree. Yeah, I'd say if Bart comes back and everybody's healthy, then I'm probably sending Henry Davis to AAA. Maybe a little reset works for him. Who knows?
I know. It's crazy to think about, but I don't know how you squeeze him on the roster. All right, let's talk about the bullpen a little bit, Jim, and this is a 2-part question. Number 1, internally, what can they do? Can this group currently on the roster figure it out? What would you like to see change?
I think if I'm making any internal change right now, the only option is looking at Antoine Kelly in AAA. He's looked really good his last few outings. Since the start of May, he's been a lot better. The problem that you run into there is you're taking yet another piece of your starting pitching depth and moving it to the bullpen. You've already done that with Dotel. You've done it with Majinski now, but you need right-handed pitchers in this bullpen. Santana and Ramirez are just not getting it done. Bidwell has been serviceable up to this point, but yeah, if you're looking for anyone internally, I think Antoine Kelly's the name you got to look at. The stuff would play up in the bullpen. He's tinkering with some new pitches, new pitch arsenal this year, so I think that kind of contributed to a slow start down there in AAA, but. Yeah, he's been really good lately, and if you're looking for someone, he's it right now because Mattson still hasn't fully gotten it together in AAA. I don't need to see Jose Urquidy again, anytime soon. So
he shoved yesterday,
that's
Jim.
It. He did.
He was outstanding yesterday. What's with the Urquidy hate?
I don't need to see him in the majors again, Jason.
All right, fair enough. All right, second part of that, externally, anybody out there that you'd like to see them target, where can they go for help?
God, it's so tough this early, right? Because there's not too many teams that are out of it. You're not going to I don't think it's possible to go out there and get like an impact relief arm this early in the season.
Agreed.
I think you could maybe go out there and find some role pieces, like just some guys. But again, you're talking about a really small number of teams. There's like 3 or 4 teams that you can probably deal with at this point. I figured you'd ask me this question, so I was like, let me just find a name. Call the Marlins Anthony Bender from the Marlins, like someone like that, like not necessarily this like shutdown closer type, but a right-handed reliever who's gotten it done consistently. He's in year 2 of arbitration. He's better than every other right-handed option that you've got right now. So just you got to do something though.
Agreed. They have to go shopping. They might have to overpay, and I don't care. They have to. They're right-handed relief options. It's just not where it needs to be for a contender. All right, so you guys are celebrating 10 years, Jim. What's the next 10 going to bring? Give me a prediction. Where are you guys going with this?
Goodness. I don't know. It's kind of grown into this whole podcast. The podcast is still first and foremost the biggest thing, but the social media presence in general, all over has grown a ton. Yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to just the way that like journalism and the media market's coming into play. I really like what we've got going on with Alex, like with his daily kind of 15-minute podcast every week, every day. I'd like to continue something like that. I don't want to pump out too much content. There's only so much stuff we can talk about. I feel like we're kind of at the, like we put out 2 episodes a day pretty much of Pirate stuff. So yeah, I don't know. 10 years from now, I have no idea what that's going to look like.
You going to take over hockey or football?
I'm not going to.
Stick in baseball.
I don't have the time for that. If there's any sort of expansion to other sports, it's going to be, having to bring other people in.
All right. Right on. Jim Rosati, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. Jim Rosati from the North Shore 9. They do an awesome job. Check out their stuff. Check out Jim on Twitter or X. I'm going to try to get this right this time. Northside Notch. And the O is a 0. There, but check him out and check out the North Shore 9 again for great Buccos content. You are listening to Bucco Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm going to give you my own. Jim brought up, reliever from the Marlins, Anthony Bender. Would make sense. I'm going to shoot a little higher and put on some, rose-colored glasses or get a little bit more optimistic or whatever. Let's talk about some potential bullpen additions. Again, these are not framed as people the Pirates are, talking to or expressing a ton of interest in. It's just we're trying to check the boxes with somebody who can help them, somebody with a bit of a track record, somebody who might be available, i.e. on a team not really going anywhere, a team that's encountered some issues, and also with the salary situation that the Pirates can take on. There's a few interesting names. Again, long shots, but we'll talk about them next. You're listening to Bucco Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4:10 this afternoon, the second game between the Pirates and the Atlanta Braves. It is Braxton Ashcraft up against Spencer Strider, as the Braves last night were 6-3 winners. Coverage of today's game begins at 3 o'clock right here on 93.7 The Fan, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wet, moldy, or musty basement? Call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. 724-217-0677 for a free estimate and lifetime guarantee on all basement repairs. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant military families have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower. Saturday, August 22nd at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an E6 or below active duty, reserve, or veteran military service member, call 412-506-8610 to join them. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Who do you think will be wearing the ring at the end of the NBA Finals? Take your shot with FanDuel, and you just might be celebrating a victory of your very own. Because right now, new customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA's biggest event. Guys, I like the Spurs to win the NBA Finals. Wembanyama might be only 22 years old, and the team average age might be 23, but they knocked off OKC, and New York had a cakewalk to get to the finals. So just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join now to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 straight days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning, talking to you from Atlanta. Thanks so much to Jim Rosati from the North Shore 9 for joining me for a few minutes. Jim is good people. I've joined those guys a lot over the years. Always see them in spring training. They do an awesome job pumping out a ton of content. Didn't realize they did like 2 to 3 pieces of content every day, but not putting anything past Jim. Good person. So, all right, going to get into some Pirates trade deadline acquisitions / bullpen fixes. There are some out there, but again, it is June 6th. It is early. Who knows if these teams are willing to part with these pieces, but there are a few names that we can at least mention. Before that, though, I want to mention that the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, let's talk a little bit about this bullpen and what can possibly be done. Again, mentioned 12 blown saves for the Pirates, and only 3 teams in Major League Baseball have more. These are also not listed in any particular order, because I think the priority needs to be, are they available? And what the ask is. We're not just, this isn't free agency. We're not just shopping at a store. If I can get anybody, let's just bring in Aroldis Chapman, right? Like, I can't get much better as a setup guy. I know he's not right-handed. I don't really care. At this point, what would the Red Sox, what would they want? What could they command? He's obviously accomplished and very, very good. Are the Pirates willing to pay that? I don't know. But just some options. About Aroldis Chapman. How about Antonio Senzatella? Converted starter in Colorado. He's a right-handed pitcher. He's been very good in a relief role, added a cutter this season, also has a sinker, went to the bullpen, has added some velocity. We know that the Colorado Rockies aren't going very far. Senzatella, 1.36 ERA. His whip is under 1. He's worked 33 innings. He's only walked 9 and struck out 26. Who knows what sort of benefit he could enjoy from not pitching at Coors Field. But you have a team that is very squarely out of it, right-handed, put up numbers, should not be a problem contract-wise, I wouldn't think. but you could take on Antonio Senzatella, and there are a few other ones who might make a lot of sense. My favorite one it might surprise you. When Jim mentioned a reliever from the Marlins, I thought this is the route that he was going to go. Pete Fairbanks. And if you look at the surface level numbers, they're not good. Fairbanks is also with the Marlins, of course, a 2-3 ERA and a 2-3 record, 6.61 ERA. He's worked 16 games, 16 and a third innings, 7 walks, 23 strikeouts. Again, trading for a pitcher with a 6 ERA, like, what have you lost your mind? But his season has been sort of the tale of two halves. Went on the IL with some nerve irritation, but since he's come back, 8 games, 2.45 ERA. That ERA was 10 over his first 10 games. So was it injury? I don't know. But Fairbanks has a pretty lengthy history of producing in the bullpen, and you could probably have him. I believe he's on a 1-year deal. You could take on the contract. It's maybe not ideal. So maybe a little bit more than you'd want to spend on a reliever, but somebody with a proven track record of performance, if you feel like he could genuinely help you, maybe that makes sense. Another name, somebody we saw at the beginning of the season and has an appropriate tie here to the Braves, AJ Minter. He is also kind of coming off an injury. I don't want to say banged up, but he had a torn lat that knocked him out for all of last year except 13 games. He spent a long time as an outstanding setup man in Atlanta. From 18 to 24, AJ Minter, 3.29 ERA, 368 games pitched, 333 and 2/3 innings, 396 strikeouts, and accumulated 5.3 wins above replacement, according to Baseball Reference. That's a very good track record. That will get it done. And I think a lot of people would know AJ Minter. And right now the Mets, the one reason I like this deal, I mean, the Mets are not in a good situation, but the Pirates would probably rather, I would imagine, they have the Phillies. Over the past 4 years, Strom's been very good at 2.90 ERAs, average 60 appearances per season. And again, if you're talking about a team that is out of it, that doesn't really think a lot about contention this year, that might, be willing to give up a reliever on June 6th, I would think that the Royals, for a price, could be convinced to move somebody like Matt Strom. That's probably it. Danny Coulombe is another one. Again, a rough season this year so far, 6.17 ERA. But it was excellent for Minnesota last year and the Orioles and A's before that, but gets traded to Texas last year, and it was a bit of a rough go. So the recent performance, not great, but again, that's a Red Sox reliever. If the Red Sox are admittedly out of it, then maybe they move on. I don't know. I still agree, though. This is something I talked about with Jim, and just in general, I talk about with a lot of people. I think it's tough to go get a team, get relief help because you're trying to convince a team that it's out of it. And I have a really tough time seeing that this early in the season. Hey, Joel, do you have any ideas? Any thoughts? Anybody you really like? You would like to see the Pirates go get, or do you think the solutions have to be more internal?
I think you got to get some names in some capacity, even at least just one to kind of not just recognize, but actually follow through that something does need to be done, and that this is like the most outstanding thing among not too many struggles on this team. This is the one. I know. It's the one outlier. It sticks out like a sore thumb. I think you got to go get at least one name, someone who maybe is an 8th inning guy who could be has closer potential in him, but is sort of blocked by someone who's an elite closer on their respective team. So something along those lines. One of those 7th, 8th inning guys who the Pirates, maybe like Gregory Soto, who could easily be a closer when called upon. Yeah, I'm right with you, man, because I like what they've done to address the long relief situation. Like Majinski, Antoine Kelly, I think that's really going to pay dividends in their bullpen. But that basically leaves them, their late inning situation stuff is Mason Montgomery and Gregory Soto. I don't know who at this point I would trust beyond them. Right now you're seeing Dennis Santana pitching blowouts. You're seeing Yohan Ramirez, if somebody's got to swallow a couple innings. Brandon Benoit has been more of a loss guy. And your only other option is Isaac Mattson from AAA. And
I mean, I'd like to think that he comes back and everything is great, but boy, would I feel a lot better if you went out and got somebody. Because I just, as much as I like the strategy with Mlodzinski and Wilber Dotel, like, I don't think that's something you can reasonably employ every game. And I do think about Tim Benz from the Trib wrote a very good piece about this. How you sort of get away from just stapling Carmen Mlodzinski to Jared Jones every 5 days, because at that point you're not really getting the benefit of moving Carmen Mlodzinski to this role. Like, what you want out of Mlodzinski, and I don't even know if this is possible, but if I'm going to, dream it up, it's almost like 3 innings every 3 days or something like that. Like, if I'm in a game where I'm not quite at the back end, or I want to try to just finish it off, let's say I get 6 innings out of my starter, if I want to bring in Mlodzinski, I want to be able to do that more than once a week. And that's kind of where they're at right now. Like, they do have to figure out a usage schedule for these guys, because if he's a starting pitcher who's just throwing 3 or 4 innings every 5 or 6 days, I'm not really sure the juice is worth the squeeze there. I'd almost rather see them just go with a traditional rotation, but make it 6 and space everybody out. To me, that would make more sense. But I think there's a level of newness to this, and there's a way to do it that it's giving them an advantage. You're basically turning Carmen Mlodzinski and Wilber Dotel, to a lesser extent, into chess pieces. I don't want to do anything to them physically, but I do want to see, okay, you don't just have to pitch in games that Jared Jones starts in the second half. Like, if we get to a situation where, I can even say, let's use tomorrow as a fictitious example, because, Carmen theoretically could be ready to go a little bit early. If you get 5 or 6 out of Bubba Chandler, and maybe you try to go to Carmen for 3 and then close it with Soto, that's that strategy working. Now, Dotel would probably be next up, but that's the same idea, that like you try to shorten the rest between those guys and use them a little bit more frequently. But I agree with Joel. The Pirates absolutely have to do something, acknowledging that this is a weakness, and I'm also acknowledging that it's June 6th. And it's going to be tough to do that. You're trying to find a trade partner and not pay through the nose. But I think you can very clearly see this team is capable offensively. I think it's capable from a starting rotation standpoint. I'm not buying what has been happening with Paul Skeens over the past handful of starts. It's in there. He's going to be just fine. I think we all need to relax just a little bit. We can acknowledge reality that these past few starts haven't been up to Skeens' previous standard, but I don't think it's the start of some sort of sudden downturn. I actually was expecting Skeens his last time out to just shove, but going back home against the Dodgers, I'm willing to bet that Paul has something to prove. Unfortunately, we're going to miss that Paul Skeens Shohei Ohtani matchup. It looks like Skeens is going to be Tuesday and Ohtani is going to be Wednesday. I was rooting for that one, man. I was rooting for Skeens and Ohtani, but I guess we'll have to settle for just seeing Ohtani Wednesday. Won't be bad.
That would have been really cool. It's actually funny. My family and I are planning to go to Wednesday's game, so that would have been.
Oh, same.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, that would have been, absolutely electric. Maybe one of those where like it's featured on MLB Network or something that night as like a national game or something. That would have been really cool. One more real quick thing on the bullpen. Outside of Dotel, it doesn't feel like they have very many staples in their bullpen. Someone who is, consistently can be relied upon, like outside of Dotel, like simply a staple. And I think that's that's what they need to do. Going like external options, someone who can be a staple for your bullpen, 8th inning closer, whatever, just someone who is a staple for that bullpen.
Yep, for sure. All right, let's close down this episode of Bucko Talk. I want to go down on the farm a little bit, take you through some affiliates. And I talked to Evan Sisk yesterday, and I know you might look at me and say, Evan Sisk, what the heck's wrong with you? He's been one of their best relievers. I don't know how we've gotten through this whole discussion without talking about Evan Sisk, but his ERA, 137, 33 strikeouts, 26 on a third innings pitch. He's had a wild journey, spent 7 years in AAA ball, and he's now become an MLB regular, has a unique pitching style, a lot of crossfire stuff going on. So I have an interview with him. We'll play that next. We'll also go down on the farm and close out this episode of Bucko Talk. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4:10 this afternoon, the first pitch between the Pirates and Braves for the second game of their series. Atlanta last night a 6-3 winner. This afternoon, Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. Really good pitching matchup. Coverage here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app begins at 3 o'clock. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Thorne Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years. Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, steps from the Arc de Triomphe, a private group tour of the city, a dinner cruise along the Seine, a pep rally with a black and gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you here on a Saturday morning from Atlanta. Want to get to a conversation that I had yesterday with Evan Sisk. We'll also talk a little down on the farm. First, I want to tell you the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, down on the farm yesterday, I joked with Jim Rosati about Jose Urquidy. Well, he was really good. I understand. I understand it not happen up here, but 6 innings yesterday, 1 earned run, 6 hits allowed. As Merlin Valdez homered his 11th of the season, this was, of course, in an 8-3 win over St. Paul. Sean Ross had 2 hits, a double, and a homer. Dominic Fletcher went 2 for 5 with a walk, 3 runs scored, and 2 ribbies. Altoona suffered an 8-3 loss to New Hampshire. Kind of a ho-hum game there for the Curve. Asheville with an 11-4 win over Greensboro. Murph Gray continues to hit. Boys, he had a great season, 3 for 4. His 6th home run of the season, a stolen base. His first, hitting .309, is Murph Gray. Wyatt Sanford, the Grasshopper shortstop, hitting .287, went 2 for 4 with a double and a walk. And Bradenton, a wild one, 6-5 Jupiter wins in 11 innings. Levi Sterling started, went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits with 9 strikeouts. The Bradenton Marauders stole 9 bases. How about that? It's a lot of running there down on the farm. So, all right, Evan Sisk has been a wild story for the Pirates this season. A 16th round pick back in 2018. Pirates traded for him last year, was involved in the Bailey Falter trade. He was a very older rookie. He had debuted, but gets an opportunity, made his MLB debut last April, gets an opportunity with the Pirates, and darn it if he hasn't been very, very good. Mentioned his numbers earlier, 1.37 ERA, 33 strikeouts, and 26 1/3 innings pitched through last night. Again, did it 1 1/3, 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Dude's a left-hander with a weird crossfire motion. His curveball's been incredible. Opponents are hitting just 111 off of it. We talked about that a little bit in our interview, as well as his velocity is like meh. No offense to Evan Sisk, but at 90.7 miles per hour, at what point do you hear 90.7 miles per hour and think that that's going to be a dominant fastball? But Evan Sisk has gotten it done, and he's gotten it done in a funky way. Here's Evan talking a little bit about what's worked for him this season.
Yeah, kind of talked about it before. In spring training, I was struggling landing all speed in the zone. When I got to Indy, Benny there, the pitching coach kind of noticed that my arm slot was kind of dropping down a little bit, especially on all speed. So we kind of targeted that. We're able to fix it, and being able to land all speed in the zone just helped a lot this year. So
simple as that?
Yeah.
It's an arm slot?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I'm sure it's a very complicated thing, but it just sounds easy.
Yeah, I mean, well...
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, but the main part is, like, if I'm trying to start a hitter off with a curveball and I'm behind 1-0 compared to 0-1, it's going to be a big deal at the end of the AB. So
yeah. How would you describe your pitching style? What do you try to do?
I don't know. Attack guys for the main part, but I mean, I know I have a unique motion, so it's going to, maybe add to some of the velo that I throw, low 90s, but it's going to play up a little bit. So, but I mean, the main thing is just I want to go in, execute, and attack, get ahead of guys.
Have you always thrown like that?
For the most part, college, I was kind of a little bit higher arm slot, and then at the end of my freshman year, I started kind of experimenting with the lower arm slot area. I would actually go back and forth, and then by my sophomore year, I was kind of like always at that lower 3/4 area.
Yeah.
So, but always been crossbody for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how does that happen?
I don't know.
You're throwing away that if you're 12 years old, and I'm coaching, I'm probably gonna try to correct that, I would think.
And I don't think when I was younger it was that severe of crossbody, but I've always just naturally kind of stepped that way.
Okay.
And, I guess into pro ball, I really found that area of how far I could go without getting too far over whatever it was.
Is that something you have to maintain quite a bit, like make sure you're not stepping too far?
Yeah, because there's times where, like, especially with the 4-seam or the 2-seam, if I'm going too far towards first base, it's just really hard to get glove side. So it's not really a thing that I'm focused on all the time, but if I notice like arm side miss, I'm like, okay, where am I landing? Where can I get back to?
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming out of college, you immediately transitioned to relief.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see a guy come out of college and starts for a little while. What was that? Why did that transition happen? Do you remember? Did they immediately identify something as a reliever, or what led to it?
Yeah, I think a lot. They never really, told me a reasoning, but I think a lot of it was the motion. And it's, throw 100 pitches like that. I don't know how effective that's going to be as a starter, but yeah, when I got drafted by the Cardinals, they pretty much told me they're like, you're going to be out of the pen. And I was okay with it. I liked it. So
yeah. You were just give me a job, don't want to move up,
for
that
sure.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
You spent a lot of time in AAA over the years.
Mm-hmm.
What has that taught you, and how did you kind of grow through that?
Yeah, I think I needed it, honestly. I think it was 3 years total, maybe 4, going on 4. But I think just growing and kind of what we were talking about, executing in the zone. Like, I've always had that uniqueness that helped me out with hitters, but being in the zone had been a problem for a little while. Walks were up, and I think just being able to spend time there and really learn how to pitch and be in the zone helped me a lot. So
you've been up here for a pretty good stretch of time. What's it like being in the big leagues, being able to build on this? Probably a little different than AAA.
For sure. It's a dream come true. Always wanted to do this, and spending 7 years in the minor was definitely a grind, so I'm just grateful to be here and have the opportunity.
7 years in the minors?
Yeah.
Wow.
I maxed out that minor league contract.
Yeah. In 23, you had, I don't know, probably numbers-wise, looked like kind of a rough year. Did you have to overcome something there? What was going on, and what got you to where you're at?
I think it was just honestly a bad year. Sometimes they just happen. I didn't really change too much. I think I'd already added the 4-seam and was throwing the curveball, so I have to go look at the walk rate and stuff like that, but nothing too different has changed from that year to this year, just other than in zone rates and stuff like that.
Okay. So. What is a guy in AAA that spent the amount of time that you did there? What do you have that some other people don't? Knowledge of AAA road cities.
Yeah, nothing
different perspective.
Nothing crazy. I guess just years in the minors, like I said, growing and becoming and learning what type of pitcher you are is going to be the main thing. But there's no secret sauce to it.
Yeah.
A
couple of pitch-specific questions. Your curveball's been really good this season. How did you learn the grip? Tell me about the origin of that.
It's just normal curveball grip, right up along the horseshoe, and I'm just trying to get to the front of the ball more so than any other pitch. So with the sweeper, I'm kind of trying to let it almost fall out the side of my hand, and I'm really pulling down on the curveball.
Okay. It's always been the same type of pitch, same type of intent for you?
Yeah. as far as like off speed, it is different.
Like,
from the
has it always
sweeper.
been your primary weapon?
No. Like I learned that in, I think 23. I started throwing it. Maybe.
Okay.
I'd have to go look at like True Media or something.
Yeah.
But it was definitely added while I was in pro ball. I was always mainly sweeper sink guy, and then added the curveball later on.
Remember why?
Righties. Yeah,
Righties.
For
Okay.
Because I mean, just something with a little more depth going toward righties. And then added the four seam as well to kind of play off of it. But that was the main reason, just to have more options versus right-handed hitters.
You hinted at this, but your fastball velo, I think it averages 90.7. That kind of stands out this day and age. Like, everybody's trying to throw 100 or whatever, but I mean, I know you said it plays up a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that kind of...
I mean, I think just
how it works.
Yeah, because of the natural motion that I throw with, like, I'm hoping it plays up a little bit, you know? But, yeah, I mean, the hardest pitch I've thrown was 96, but that was 21, so it's been a while since been there. So just trying to use some deceptiveness and uniqueness in my delivery to help me out with that.
I'd imagine, like, the fix back in spring training. Like, do you remember how that came about?
Yeah.
Like, was it very easy? Like, hey, we see this,
Yeah.
go fix it, or were you searching for that at all?
I mean, obviously searching for breaking balls in the zone, like that's going to be a big part for me. But I think I was throwing a bullpen and looked at the data the next day, and I kind of saw like, especially the off speed was like around the 4.1, 4.2 release height, where I want to be a little bit higher than that, and just kind of throws everything off when you're switching arm slots for different pitches. So saw that, recognized it, and did what I could to fix it.
How is the Pirates pitching program different from some of the other programs that you've been a part of? Or are they all pretty similar?
Yeah, I mean...
You've got a pretty good perspective on working for some different owners.
Yeah, I would say they're similar, but, I mean, the biggest thing for me is the levels that I've been able to be a part of them at. So, like, with St. Louis, it was at the lower levels. Wichita, AA, and a little bit of AAA. So you just have more, like, obviously being in the big leagues, I've just had a little bit more information to go off of. But that's pretty much the similar.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. That was Pirates reliever Evan Sisk talking about what has worked for him this season, a unique pitching style. And I think you know what I mean talking about crossfire, but you watch him pitch, and as kids, you're taught to step to the plate. Some of these lefties, and the Pirates have had a couple of them over the years, he's not stepping to the plate. It's just to what degree is he stepping off center. But whatever Evan Sisk is doing, keep doing it. He's been very good. The lefty side of the Pirates bullpen has been excellent. It's just the rest of it and the right-handers that we have to figure it out. So, all right, to finish up Bucko Talk, I've got a fun question that I want to pose to Joel, and we'll debate it. It's about Morgan Wallen and who would make the best Pirates walkout. Got a couple nominees. We'll debate them a little bit. Only a few minutes left, but let's hit our last break and wrap it up next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Back to more Bucko Talk. Brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. Final few minutes with you here on a Saturday morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Jason Mackey in Atlanta, Joel Nelson back in Green Tree producing. The Pittsburgh weather doesn't look great. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain and potential for storms potentially as early as the late afternoon. I believe we're clear from the wet stuff from Truist Park. I certainly hope so. Got a good one on hand. Braxton Ashcraft opposite Spencer Strider today at 4:10. I'll be heading over there just in a little bit. Before we do that, though, had a fun topic that I wanted to debate with Joel about Morgan Wallen and which Pirate would make the best walkout. And if you went to the concert last night or saw, I was a little surprised, not going to lie, that Kurt Angle was the walkout that Wallen chose. I thought maybe Ben Roethlisberger would have been a slam dunk. Weird part of me thought that the Romper Stomper would have been involved in it. She was not, but that was funny. Could have gone, I don't know, Sidney Crosby, Chris Letang. I don't know if either of those two are in town. Maybe some other Steelers. A lot of different options. One of Joel's nominees, and Joel, I'm not going to spoil it for you. Well, I guess I am. Paul Skeens would have been a really good one too.
Just makes too much sense.
Cool. I've got it. It makes too much sense, but we were here in Atlanta. You can't do it. You can't do it because my secondary one right now would have been Braxton Ashcraft.
Yeah,
the way he's thrown the ball this season. The Wrangler, Texas dude, comes out in a cowboy hat and boots and everything. Oh boy, that would have been good.
Maybe almost anybody from the Pirates rotation. You could see Jared Jones doing that, right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't get the same pop, I feel like.
Sure,
Skeens or Ashcraft. I mean, Skeens would have been the name. Like,
How about
I think
Chandler?
That's the answer to the question. I don't think it would have gone well, man. I don't know. I mean, I would have liked to have seen it, but I don't know. The other one that's funny would have been Will Crow. And I say that completely jokingly. Like, it's not like Acrisure Stadium would have gone bonkers if former Pirates pitcher Will Crow walked out with Morgan Wallen, but he grew up with Morgan Wallen. He's good buddies with him. I actually wish Will Crow was still on the team. I remember talking to Will about that. They actually played against each other, and he said he threw at Morgan Wallen as a kid because he was like this punk player.
That's
who would,
hilarious.
run his mouth, and Will had too much of him one day and plunked him. But okay, so we went with our fictitious examples. Like, Paul Skeens can't do it because he's in Atlanta. Who's a realistic Pirate who could come out there and really get a pop?
Can they bring out AJ Burnett?
Oh,
You talk about some aura or whatever. I don't know. Just bring out AJ Burnett with Morgan Wallen. It's absolutely yin-terrific, I would say.
I think that might be the most logistically feasible one. I'm trying to think.
Like, what's going to get all the Yinzers fired up?
Right. From a Pirates perspective, what player could be stapled to Morgan Wallen that would get everybody fired up? And the answer is Paul Skeens, but AJ Burnett would have done some damage too. Were you surprised that he went with Kurt Angle?
No, I'm not shocked. Lebo.
No?
No, not shocked.
I was. Why didn't Ben do it? Where was Ben?
Yeah, that's a good thought, because that would have absolutely had the crowd going too.
I mean, Sid disappeared in Nova Scotia, right? I think that's where his whereabouts are right now. He's up in remote nowhere. I don't think he's in Pittsburgh this time of year, but man, I thought that had Ben Roethlisberger written all over it, but still cool. I hope the concert was good. I can't say I'm a huge Morgan Wallen fan, but I certainly respect the passion that people have for it. Yeah, if that ever lines up where Wallen comes back and Skeens is in town, I think that makes a lot of sense. But it is neat. Like Jordan Davis is going to play a post-game concert in a little bit at PNC Park, and Skeens is really into his music, and there's a tie-in there. And Charles Wesley Godwin, Q Country Road, Skeens has gotten to know him, so I thought the Morgan Wallen aspect would be perfect. All right, that does it for us. Joel, thanks so much, man. Appreciate your hard work. Always a pleasure talking to you on these Saturday mornings.
Likewise, Jason, and hope that Braxton Ashcraft can hold his own against Spencer Strider today.
Yes, sir. It'll be a good one. Always excited to see Braxton Ashcraft pitch 5-2 with the 2.77 ERA. Just going through looking some of Ashcraft's notes. In 6 starts last month, had a 1.99 ERA. He's been absolutely outstanding. Another chance to do some more damage today against a very good Braves lineup. Talk to you from Truist Park. Thanks so much for listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio at 93.7 The Fan.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1minutetest.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates last night fell to the Atlanta Braves 6-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon at 4:10 in Atlanta, where Braxton Ashcraft will take on Spencer Strider. Really good pitching matchup there. Coverage here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app will begin at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cochrane, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, alongside Joel Nelson, who is operating the boards masterfully. Behind the glass, I'm Bob Pompiani, and we're here for another Saturday rendezvous with a lot going on in sports. It is a sticky day today. We may get some rain a little bit later, and that's something we haven't had for about 9 days or so. But it was a beautiful night for those of you who went to the Morgan Wallen concert. Certainly a nice night to watch that one, and hopefully tonight it'll clear out when he has day number 2 of that. In the meantime, we have a lot to get into, and all you have to do is call the numbers 412-57. That's the different number. I do this all the time, Joel. 412-928-9370. That is the number. Hit me up on X. It's at KD Pomp. I say the other number because the other number is the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call, which we do 7 nights a week, which is also simulcast here. So the numbers get confusing at times because we have so many of them. But it's 928-9370. Thank you to our sponsors of the program who have been with me for a long time. PNC Bank. Check out their virtual wallet. Brilliantly boring since 1865. Also, Shenderovich and Fishman. They got your back, not your wallet. And Number One Cochrane. Go one better, ride in style. So many Cochrane locations all over Western Pennsylvania. And they have some great deals for you at Number One Cochrane. Also want to tell you about the Fan Text Line. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Like I said, always a lot to talk about here. So we're going to start with the Pirates, of course. Jason Mackey just concluded 2 hours of breaking them down. I want to get your thoughts on a couple of things. Number one, what do they do with that bullpen? And the bullpen has been overused, overworked. A lot of that has to also do with the fact that some of these starters aren't going long. You expect Skeens, you expect Keller to go long. They're not going long. In fact, if you look at it, right now, Mitch Keller, in his last 5 starts, has an ERA north of 8.05. And again, he didn't last too long last night. 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, 99 pitches. And when Skeens' last outing, he didn't even get through the 5th inning, and he had how many? 103 pitches. So, I mean, they have to do better as starters. They also have guys who are on sort of pitch limits, innings limits. When you have that thrown into the mix, you're going to use a lot of bullpen members. And if you do that, you better expect results. Majinski actually worked very well in that piggyback role. We saw the other night with Jared Jones, who looked really good in that game. But you can't just exclusively have him for one game a week if that's the case. I mean, he needs to be in there. And I thought the night before, they waited too long, and that bottom of the 8th comeback by the Houston Astros was just terrible. You don't want to see that happen at any point, but they overused Gregory Soto because the night before, Santana could not get the job done. All he had to do was finish a game with a lot of runs in his support. He couldn't do it. So Soto had to come in, and then he comes in the next night, and he wasn't clearly as effective. So they got some issues there. What do you do with a bullpen? Is there an internal fix, or do you have to go outside to find somebody? And again, this time of the year, it's hard to find people unless you're dealing with a team that's way out of it, and there are some who are there. But if you want other guys, you may have to wait until later this summer, maybe end of June into July before the All-Star break. 412-928-9370. As it was last night, the Pirates lose 6-3. Mauricio Dubon, part of an Atlanta lineup that's a really good lineup. Olsen is always in there, never misses a game, continues to do his thing, and the usual names are up to it. Marcell Ozuna was there last night, got a nice ovation on his return to Atlanta, had a couple of hits. Maybe that's what he needs to get things going. But 2-run home run for Dubon, and that was one of the things that did in Mitch Keller. So 6-3 is the loss. Atlanta impressive right now, 42-21. Spencer Strider on the mound today against Braxton Ashcraft, who's another guy who's on a little bit of a pitch and inning watch. So we'll see how that one goes. Your thoughts on the Pirates, call right now. And if you'd rather talk about other things, I do have some other things because I think it's pretty fascinating. If you watch the NBA, and I was at the Wallen concert last night. When I got home, I stayed up, Joel, till like 4 a.m. watching these things because I missed them, and I wanted to make sure I didn't miss key parts of that game. The observations you can make about the Spurs and Knicks in game number 2 is Victor Wembanyama was a non-factor in that first half of that game, and he cannot afford to be a non-factor in this series. Karl Anthony Towns has smothered him defensively, which I did not see coming. He has been the better guy there. Second half, Wembanyama got it together, and he did. He ended up, I don't know how many points he had in the second half, over 20, I think. So he got them back. They were down by 14. He gets all the way back into the game. And then he commits a terrible turnover right after. It was a 104-104 game. Knicks miss a shot. They get a rebound. Wembanyama has the outlet, and he's looking to find Stephon Castle, who has his back turned to him. And Jalen Brunson, as he always is, gritty guy, he's on top of that. It was a turnover. It resulted in one free throw. It turned out to be the game-winning point, 105-104. But Wembanyama in those final 15 seconds then had a chance to hit the game-winning shot, and he rimmed it out. No good. So now in fact, all NBA teams that are down 0-2 in the finals have never won. There has been no team that's ever come back. Can San Antonio do it? And they're going to walk into a complete hornet's nest on Monday night at Madison Square Garden, where people in that town are going nuts. Also, Joel Nelson, did you see some of the ticket prices on this game? Like, I'm stunned what they're asking for with ticket prices for Game 3. And actually, if you look at Games 3 and Game 4, I never saw prices this high.
They have to be at minimum like nothing short of $10,000 a pop, right? Even for
it's more than that in some cases. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking up right now because I just found it ridiculous. And I know some of this, in fact, most of it's probably secondary ticketing. But so what? I mean, people are actually paying this. Now here we go. If you want a courtside seat for tomorrow's game, and I'm sure.
Gosh.
$53,553.
Goodness gracious.
That's courtside.
That's some people's salaries for
an
one
entire
individual
year.
Basketball game, yeah.
Upper deck, $10,284. Mid-court in the second deck's $31,000. If you go to Game 4, guess what a price on the floor costs you?
Like so much more.
$62,000. So I ask, first of all, what average fan can ever go to these things if this is how it's going to be?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And the secondary markets, man, they have made it just crazy. And in New York, of course, you have all these different movie stars, rock stars, people with a lot of money. And for them, it's nothing. It's a shame, though, that it's pricing out people who have been there probably from the start and never had a chance to watch one of these kinds of games and now are never going to because of the way this thing. So my answer would be thanks, but no thanks. I'll watch it comfortably in front of my television with all the replays and all the bathroom access I have. Think about that also. If you go to one of these games, well, for example, I'll liken it last night to Morgan Wallen at Acrisure Stadium. So I happened to take a little walk. I was trying to say hi to some people. The bathroom line, especially for the women, it was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a Paul Skeens bobblehead line. It was all the way, it just, boy, if you have to go in a hurry, you got to come up with creative ways of doing it, I guess. But it's stunning to me that it's gotten like this. Anyway, they're down 0-2. Can they come back? Likely not, but you never know. It's a young team in San Antonio. This is obviously a must game. If they could somehow win Game 3, Game 4 then becomes a little bit more pressure for the New York Knicks. Also, want to talk about the Memorial Golf Tournament, which is on KDK and CBS today. To me, it's one of my favorite golf courses to watch, too. It's the Memorial. It's Muirfield Village in Dublin, Ohio. Run beautifully by Nicholas LaRocca and his staff over there. And Jack Nicklaus is the course designer. That course was playing so hard, and they can make it really hard if they wanted to. They keep the scores kind of where they are, and right now JT Poston has posted a -9 through 2 rounds. He's your leader over Ryan Gerard. Sam Burns is -6. Tommy Fleetwood -4. Eric Cole, who almost won his last outing, -3. Wyndham Clark, the locker room wrecker, -2. Aaron Rye -1, and 2 guys you might have bet on in this one. Rory McIlroy is +1, and Scotty Scheffler is +1. On a local note, I got to give it up to 20-year-old Hunter Swedinsky. He is the son of Sean Swedinsky, who's the head pro at Old Stonewall, and that's his home course. But he also shot a course record yesterday, 62. 6 birdies on the front 9, 30-32 was his card for a 62. Which is incredible on that golf course. It is one of the best public golf courses you're going to find. So 62. Now, this is important because it came just a few weeks after he won the Tri-State Amateur. And in doing so, he beat one of the most acclaimed golfers around here in Rick Stimmel, a guy who spent time on the tour. But this 20-year-old, Hunter Swedinsky, was outstanding that day, too. Even though, and listen to this in one round, Stimmel had an albatross, which is a double eagle, a 2 on a par 5. And then he also had a hole out from 447. That was a 447-yard par 4 hole. He put it in 2. So the chances of those two things happening in the same round are far more difficult than you winning the lottery, believe it or not. So a lot to get into at 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. We'll start with the Pirates, and we'll go to the lines. Greg in Youngstown, always very, very shy about giving us his opinion about the Pirates. Hey, Greg.
Hey, what's going on? You actually saw Morgan. What's the guy's name last night?
Yeah, Morgan Wallen. He has good music. A lot of good
yuck.
music.
Double yuck. Let me. The game last night. First of all, that umpire behind the plate was horrible. I don't know how they let this guy umpire a game. I mean, I don't know if you watched the game, but
I did at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, you were half awake. They challenged every pitch. The guy was really bad. On Keller, I'm just fed up with him. I defended this guy. It's getting to the point where just, maybe they got to trade this dude and trade up and up for another pitcher, because he has his good moments, but he's had more bad moments in the end. And I want to say something about the broadcast. Let me ask your opinion. Why don't they have Neil Walker do every away game? Because I think Caps is horrible. Can they just get Walker for every television game?
Well, they make those decisions over there. I think all those guys bring a certain something to the game. That's why they're there. They have different roles. They've been rotating guys. I think they all do a very good job. I like Neil. I like Kevin Young. I think he's gotten better. I think Caps, in his own way, can give you a lot of important information that you probably will have before something ever happens in an inning. So, but that's the, I think they've done that for the Penguin games too. And they kind of rotate guys over there. So,
yeah, I mean, don't you want the best Walker's like Tony Romo. Caps is like somebody like the last broadcasting crew in the NFL when they have a game. I just like to see Walker. I like to see Brown and Walker do every television game, keep it consistent, and then have a radio staff. Just don't mix it up. No, Cleveland doesn't do that. Cleveland has a radio broadcasting crew and a TV crew, and they don't switch. They just have the same guys.
Well, I mean, everyone has different approaches here. I think Sportsnet Pittsburgh believes that they have a lot of talent in there, and they also rotate them through their pre and post game. So it's just a matter of
the games. I don't think Walker. Wants to commit to all
Bob
the
Walk's
games.
another guy. I love Bob Walk on all of this, and he's choosing his schedule the way he wants to choose it. So
yeah, I don't know. I think the broadcasting. I'm not a Caps fan. I
can tell you that the numbers are big right now, Greg. So, and that's also because the Pirates have been somewhat competitive.
Yeah, they're winning.
They're in a position where they can do something, and numbers are huge. But thanks for the call. I appreciate it. As far as Keller is concerned, I don't know. They took Majinski out of the lineup because they had to make room for Jones, and I know they would never consider taking Keller out. He's a starter, but man, you got to do better than that on a regular basis. Typically in the second half of the season, he has his issues. He starts strong, and he started strong again this year, but man, this is a lot earlier than normal to see some of the problems he has. So the other issue that's going to come up with the Pirates is, what do you do when Joey Bart is activated? And I don't expect that to be anytime in the next 2 weeks or so. He was supposed to be out for a while, and I still think that exists, so it's at least a couple of weeks. When he comes back, you have a problem in that who plays catcher on a regular basis, or do you split it, and who is the odd man out? If you're the Pirates, the way things are going, Endy Rodriguez is your best offensive opportunity at catcher. I think he's really taken control of his opportunities to play, and he's forced Donnie Kelling to play him more. Henry Davis, you know the story. I mean, he had a grand slam the other day. It's a shame they wasted it in that game. But Henry Davis is a guy who is not hitting the ball. You all know that. He is a really good defensive catcher. I think Endy Rodriguez is not far of a drop-off. The difference is getting on base, and Rodriguez does it far better than Henry Davis. But when Joey Bart comes back, you can't keep 3 on a roster like this. You can't. You have a whole bunch of designated hitter possibilities. We saw Griffin DH, and they may have to do a little bit of that when he comes back. Ozuna, boy, it would be ideal if he would just hit the ball the way he did 2 years ago. He's not doing that. They need him to get back, but the question is, how often do you have to play him if he continues to struggle? The answer is not much. He's gone through a stretch where he hasn't been in there very much. So Bart has to catch. I can't see him being DH. His offense is not good enough to be a DH. I think that's a big problem for the Pirates. And normally these are nice problems to have, but this one is not. You got to figure out something here with these guys, 3 of them, as Bart returns. And again, I don't think that's going to be anytime soon. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Joe in Orlando, Florida. Hello, Joe. How are you?
I'm doing good, Bob. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Just a couple observations about the Bucks. Beginning of the year when O'Neal Cruz opened up in New York with those bad plays in the outfield, I was ready to ship him out of town. But I will say, I know he strikes out a lot, but I think he's shown a lot of improvement, in particular over the last month in the outfield. I have a deeper appreciation for him, and you do have to keep in mind, if he gets hot, he can carry a team for quite a while and be a difference maker. Second, I've seen enough of Jared Triolo for a lifetime. I think they need to do something different. Him and Henry Davis back-to-back, I do realize Henry had a pretty great grand slam, but, boy, they're like 1 and 2 outs in the same inning. You just can't do that and compete down the line. And lastly, I'm just curious, has Greg ever thought about doing motivational speaking?
He should. I love it. I go a long way back with Greg. We're pretty much the same age, and spent a lot of time together early days, and the guy has the passion, and I love it. I mean, he brings it up. He gets you engaged. I think he's terrific at what he does. I really do. And so, yeah, he should be. And, we all do speaking. I've heard him out speak. He could very, very much succeed in that role.
Absolutely. Anyway, Bob, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Joe. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it from Orlando. Rob is on the road. I like when Rob calls on the road. He's always on the road. Does Rob ever go home? Hey, Rob.
Hey. Yes, I do. Saturdays is a day that I love doing my job. I get out here because I want to.
Good.
But I'm home every night, Bob. So, quick little thought here about the reliever situation right now. What about moving Carmen into a starter and put Mitch Keller back for a while and have him throw from the bullpen? Couple other things here. I've been listening to these callers that call in, week out, day in, day out. There's so many people that are so knowledgeable about the Pirates that, my hat's off to them. And this is a year the Pirates could really do something. They've got to figure out a couple of loopholes in the defense, and they got to get this bullpen together, that's for sure. So, hey, could you do me one favor, Bob?
Sure.
I'm in a bad spot where I'm having real trouble pulling you guys in on my FM. Could you put me back on hold and just put me to the end of the line?
Yeah, Joe could do that for you. We got to take a break here, but I believe he can do that for you, Rob. But I appreciate your loyalty in calling us every Saturday. Thanks.
You got it, Bob. Right. I love you, man. Take care.
Take care. Rob on the road. And he's going to still be on the road for a while. So we have a lot to get into, as I said. Your thoughts on the Pirates, what they need to do. Very jammed division, obviously. But they got some issues. And I thought they were going to put together a nice long streak coming up here. And that game the other night in Houston just was terrible and just ripped it all apart. Although I do say they responded well the next night. Starting pitching was good, and so was Carmen Majinski. But they can't, to me, keep that up all the time. What do they do with Santana? What do they do with Ramirez? 2 righties they need to be good, and they haven't been good. I think Benoit has been okay, but he's sort of a lower leverage kind of guy at this point. They need to make some decisions here, and fast, I would think. They already have 12 or 13 blown saves. You can't have that and expect to win a division or get into the playoffs. And we discussed this earlier, Joe Starkey and I, about it may be crazy to say, but it may be easier for the Pirates to win playoff series and get to a World Series than it is to get to the playoffs. They have the starting pitching when healthy and when doing their thing that can probably diffuse just about every offensive lineup. And this week coming up, the Dodgers are going to be here. I'm still not sure. I put out after Thursday's game that I thought Ohtani and Skeens would go together on Tuesday. Both would have 5 days rest, but apparently I don't know if Ohtani's going on 6 days rest. If he is, then he wouldn't pitch on Tuesday. It would be Wednesday. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about. Call us on that. Call us about the golf. You have thoughts about the Memorial Tournament, currently led by JT Poston, who is 9 under par. Some of the favorites are not doing so well out there. It's a tough course at Muirfield Village. That's the NBA, the NHL. There's going to be a Game 3 tonight in Vegas after Carolina stunned them coming back late in the game, forcing overtime, and then Seth Jarvis with the game winner to even that series at 1 apiece. But before I do that, I want to remind you about West Shore Home and a 20th anniversary they're celebrating. If you've been putting off your bathroom remodel, here's a sign that you finally can do it. Because West Shore Home has been making home remodeling easier for local homeowners for 20 years. And right now, they're celebrating their 20th anniversary sale. Here's what 20 years of doing business the right way looks like. Every installation handled by their teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors, and tens of thousands of 5-star reviews from homeowners just like you. Getting started is pretty simple here. To schedule your free no-obligation consultation, call 1-800-WEST-SHORE or visit westshorehome.com/fan. They'll keep you in the right frame of mind to get this done, too, because they make it easy. You may think it's not, but it is. And they're going to help you build the dream space that you want in your home. And think about it. Your bathroom, you use it quite a bit. It's the first thing you do in the morning. At least that's what I do. You'll get a price that's locked in for an entire year. And right now, their 20th anniversary sale means 20% off your project, 20 months of no payments, no finance interest necessary here for now. And being a fan of this program here, by listening to us right now, you will get an extra $500 off your project. So financing subject to credit approval. Call now, and you can log in the savings. And live agents are available right now. See the website for more details, but make it West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates fell to the Braves last night 6-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon at 4:10. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, where Braxton Ashcraft will take the mound up against Spencer Strider of Atlanta. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. More ways to build and more value every time you play. You can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment, from spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts all NBA playoffs long. All right, the Knicks are in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, and do they have what it takes to knock off the Western Conference champion? In my opinion, no, they do not, because we still don't know how good this Knicks team really is. They got lucky with the Embiid injury in the Philly series. Cleveland is gutless and didn't have to play Boston to get here. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, play your game. 21 plus in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
I'm turning it up.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Rolling right along here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us on KDK TV every Sunday night for the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown. And tomorrow night will be no exception. Always a lot of great content to talk about, a lot of problems in sports, a lot of good things happening in sports. And right now, the Pirates are in one of the most competitive divisions there is. And they're holding their own, but they got to do better. It's going to be hard to move up and jump over teams. Same is true of the wild card spot. Game 2 from Atlanta this afternoon. Braxton Ashcraft will go against Spencer Strider, and an offense in Atlanta that has just been ripping up everybody in baseball. 412-928-9370. Bob is in Newcastle, and right now he's on the phone. Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'd like to make a comment on Henry Davis. When you look back at him, he was drafted simply because he was a fantastic hitter. He could hit. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, he can't hit. So to me, that means he has an issue that can be fixed. Well, I watch a lot of Pirates games, and I can tell you right now, you get any 8th or 9th grade baseball coach, he'll tell you exactly what's wrong with him. He went with that open stance, and when he strides open. The old-time coaches, I'm 66 years old, the old-time coaches would call that stepping in the bucket. He steps in the bucket. I don't know, if you're the greatest baseball player on earth and you step in the bucket, you're not going to hit the ball good. And that's why when he does hit it, he can only cover the inside of the plate because he strides into the bucket. He steps into the bucket. So if you want to help the Pirates, Bob, tell Henry Davis, close his stance. Just go up on his toe and down on his heel and hit the ball. He's got to close his stance. He's striding open, and he can't hit it. So that's what I got to say.
It's funny that you mentioned,
one more thing, if you don't mind. Marcelo Osuna does the same thing. He slowed down to the point where that he never gets back. And then I heard Mr. Patrick on MLB Network say the same thing about Marcel. He strides open. You can't hit the ball unless you close that up. If you want to start open as a right-hand hitter, you got to close it up. And they don't. Neither one of those guys does.
Well, the ironic thing about Henry is you're right. He was drafted number 1 simply because of his bat. And, at the time, people knew across baseball that he was going to be challenged defensively behind home plate, which is why the Pirates played him in the outfield to start. You might remember it was difficult to find areas for him. But his bat, even though he still has the 2 home run game against Shohei Ohtani, and not many people have done that, it's just, I don't know. And if that's the problem, I'm surprised the Pirates aren't working with him to change it. But his offensive production has been the same for the last 2 years, which is not much. And they can't afford to have not much when you have Triolo playing on a regular basis, which is not the intended thing with him. But to have those 2 guys in there, it's making it a lot easier on opposing pitching staffs.
They have to make adjustments because what they're doing doesn't work. And just like you said, Bob, sometimes, you got to make those adjustments in season, and you just can't keep trying the same thing. And again, I think that's a legitimate look. And I think the reason the Pirates don't catch it, all the machines today are designed to look for the big stuff. Where are your hips? Where's your bat angle? Sometimes you need a guy with a little screwdriver to fix, your expensive pair of glasses. And that's all these guys need. They got to, just do some basic stuff you would learn in 8th, 9th grade.
All right, Bob.
The machines don't show you that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think a lot of people have opinions about what's gone wrong. And I'm sure with a lot of guys who lack confidence, there's a lot of stuff in his own head that he has to get over. And if I were the Pirates, I would try to simplify things a little bit. I think you can look at O'Neal Cruz, who spent this offseason working with people to try to help him hit left-hand hitters better. And if you watch him when he's in there, he goes with a pitch far more this year than he's ever done. And it's resulted in good, he's not trying to crush every ball at an exit velocity of 115. He's not. He's trying to put the ball in play. He can still do that, and he has enough natural power. But I think he's really advanced his swing path, especially against left-handers. I think Henry Davis has to figure something out, and I'm sure they're working with him, but whatever the reason, it's not happening quickly for them. Let's go to Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Mark, you're up next. What's going on, man?
I'm going to defend Matt Capps. I really enjoy him. I think he brings that like Southern twang and experience as a pitcher and a lot of insight. But one guy you guys should have in the rotation, the Pirates should have announcers as your all-star, Dan Zangrelli. Last year when he filled in for those games at Wrigley Field, I thought I was listening to Marty Brennaman and his work on the pre- and post-game shows. You see when a guy has passion, this is what Dan Zangrelli is about. He just has tremendous passion. He's really underrated.
He really does. And late at night, on a bad night, he can get things rocking over there with some of those takes. And he's really good at it. They're very knowledgeable about baseball. Yes, I'll pass that along to him.
I also wanted to ask you, you have any update on Connor Griffin as far as where they're at with him, injury-wise?
Still the same, that it was a 10-day. They thought it'd be earlier than that. I'm not sure where that takes them, but no. And I don't expect him to be back playing every day immediately, because that could be an area that if this elbow it depends on, what he's dealing with. So he may have to do some DHing on his return.
And do you think that Ben Cherington will make a move some farmhand guys to get a reliever here, to help shore up the bullpen?
Well, yes, the answer is yes, though, Mark, but when and how? Because, again, it's difficult, you would think, at this time, although trades can be made. If you're willing to push forward some sort of package that would intrigue a team, that is the question to me. What would you be willing to give up? And they have some nice prospects in their system. I would imagine Seth Hernandez is off the table. No one's going to touch him. Florentino, who's their second-rated guy, he's another guy I don't know if I want to give up just for some guy who's going to come in here for, middle relief or, a few innings here and there. I think it's a tough decision. The best thing for them right now is to somehow figure out Santana and Ramirez, although I don't hold my breath.
Great to talk to you, Pop.
Always. All right, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. At 412-928-9370. Elwood City is our next destination. We have Leslie on the phone. Hey, Les, what's up?
Hey, Pump. How are ya?
Doing well. What's up?
Nothing. Listen, I just wanted to respond to Greg in Youngstown real quick. usually I have his back. Like, I understand the passion and the hurt that we have all suffered as Pirate fans over the years, excuse me. But enjoy the ride, man. Like, we're competitive for the first time in a long time. And he's being way too critical. And then he went after my dude, Greg Brown, and that was a huge no-no.
He wasn't going after Greg Brown. I just think he was just wondering about the rotation of how they use the guys over there. That's all.
All right, because the broadcasting team for Pittsburgh right now is phenomenal. And
I think, and they have a lot of really talented guys. Wayner, Walk, the list goes on. I think Kevin Young has improved quite a bit. There are a lot of people there who do a good job, so I would agree with that. Anything else, Leslie?
Yeah, go Spurs.
If they do it, they're going to have to become the first team in NBA history to do it. That is a big hole on a team. You know, they've won 13 in a row, the Knicks, and normally they win by more than 10 points. Last night was not one of those cases. But when you win 8 straight in a row on the road in playoffs, you are doing some business. And nobody has the heartbeat of that team more than Jalen Brunson. He's been terrific.
He has been.
Even though he hasn't shot well, he's still been terrific.
Like, I think the Knicks have been playing kind of dirty. I don't know. That tripping last night and the technical foul. Like, now, I saw Wemby push first.
Yeah, Wemby's got away with some stuff in there. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's probably good for both sides that way. I'm not looking at that as an issue one way or the other for either of these teams. But Wembanyama had a good second half, but he woke up a little too late. And when you do that and fall behind like that, 14 points, it's hard to dig out against a team like the Knicks. Leslie, thanks for the call. Certainly do appreciate it. Chuck in Uniontown is up next. Chuck, they're not being consistent, Chuck.
Bob, point blank, can the Pirates make the playoffs?
Sure they can, but they have to go on some sort of a sustained streak here. It can't be win 3, lose 2, win 5, lose 3, that kind of thing. They gotta do better than that.
5 out of 7, 8 out of 10, 10 out of 12. I don't like those long unbroken winning streaks because they usually follow the other way. But no, what I was going to say is there's 2 things they're going to have to do. Number 1, they're going to have to. You're going to lose games. There's 2 ways you can lose games. You can lose games or you can beat yourself. The first variety, that's going to happen, Bob. You know, you're going to lose at least a third of the game. But variety number 2, they have to stop that immediately. And as I told somebody this morning, the rest of the season, they're going to have to pull some wins out of losses to flip the script from the first half of the season. When we let losses go out of wins, they're going to have to do that. But here's the thing, boss. We got 10 games left with Milwaukee. If we can win 6 or 7 of those, we can be right there with them. But it's going to. I was going to ask you this: Are they one of the wild card spots right now?
No.
No. They're out.
They're in. So 34 and 30. Let me see where that takes them. The Phillies would have 1. The Cardinals would have 1. So that's 2 teams that have the first 2. Well, they may have creeped into that. I don't know. I have to look at last night's games because I don't have the results here of them.
I always thought, Bob, they can't get themselves up more than 3 games out of wild card or 5 games out of the division to win it. You know, they have to stay close. But they're going to. One thing about the bullpen, Bob, I don't know if you agree with me or not. I'd like to see Isaac Matson back up here.
Yeah, me too. But he's not been doing all that consistently well down there. He's okay. I would do it just because I think they need, whether he had a dead arm, whatever was bothering him, he's probably the most logical recall coming up next.
But they can't do it. But, Bob, they're going to have to go like maybe 30 and 15 in the next 45, something like. They're going to, not necessarily a winning streak, but a long winning cycle, Bob.
Yeah.
A long winning cycle. You know what I mean by cycle?
I do. Hey, so Chuck, here it is. The Cardinals and Phillies are ahead of the Pirates in the wild card, but just by half a game. Then Arizona, San Diego, just a half game back the other way, and so are the Cubs. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams all within 2 games. So that's the area that you can sneak in. And as I've said before, if they get in on a best of 3 in a wild card round with the pitching staff they have, at least starters, they should be in pretty good shape, you would think.
But the starters wobble a little bit. They're wobbling a little bit.
Well, they're more than wobbling. Yeah. they got to figure some stuff out. But thanks, Chuck, for the call. Always appreciate hearing from you. All right, 412-928-9370. Let's sneak one more in before we go to a break, and that would be Vincent in Sewickley. What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm good. So, real quick, I just want to clarify. I am technically, I think, your nephew-in-law. We've spoke before. But,
is there such a thing as a nephew-in-law? I guess there is, huh?
I don't know. So your wife's sister is married to my uncle.
Well, my wife doesn't have a sister.
Annette is her name.
Or is her cousin?
Oh, I thought they were sisters.
No, they're cousins. So what does that do to the family tree?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I definitely thought they were sisters, 100%. But, I mean, I've seen you at family functions and stuff. Last time I called, Joe was like, I don't know who that guy was. And I was like,
Well,
I call all the time.
I know they have another family function coming up, so maybe I'll see you there.
Yeah, that'd be funny. But, yeah, so so I was calling about the relievers that day. I brought up Daniel Lynch IV, and he's someone that we could target in a trade. He's on the Royals, and they stink. And then there were a couple other ones. One, his name's Luke Weaver. He's on the Mets. He's their youngest reliever who's good. They have a couple other guys. And then there's 2 guys on the Rockies.
Yeah, and they have a couple of guys there, and I'm sure they're going to be and if I'm Colorado, I'm waiting to see what the best offer I can get. There are going to be a lot of teams in need of this. And that's the problem with this, Vincent. They have to understand that if you're going to do it, you're going to have to give up probably more than you want to give up for someone who's going to be in the bullpen.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though, is like you kind of have to just bite the bullet and like maybe overpay a little bit.
They're in a position where they're right in contention, so absolutely. Thanks, Vincent. I'm up against the break. Hope I'll see you soon somehow in a nephew-in-law. I don't know how that works. Do you have an answer to that, Joel? Do you know how that works? If my wife's cousin is related to, I don't know. Do you understand family trees? I certainly
My
don't.
guess is as good as yours.
All right. Well, Vincent, I hope to see you down the road. Anyway, 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We still have a lot to get into, and I want to take those calls up until 1 o'clock today against the Pirates. We'll be on at 3 o'clock today. Or is it 4 o'clock today? Is it 3 o'clock pregame?
3 o'clock pregame, yep.
Yeah, 3 pregame, 4 o'clock after that. I want to also remind you about a very important event coming up here for those of us here at The Fan. It's called the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on June 17th at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th, Robinson Town Center. You can help your local volunteer fire departments with a tax-deductible donation at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon Billiards and more, and Myers Law Group. Hey, volunteer fire departments, they are so important, so vitally in need of your help, because you never know, one day you may need them, and they do volunteer their time. 412-928-9370, back with more right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitching matchup will be Braxton Ashcraft up against Spencer Strider. Should be a good one. 4:10 is the first pitch, and it's right here on The Fan and on the Free Odyssey app. Coverage starts at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly
Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com. The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to more.
Please say.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
Let's go.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Back live right here at the Fan 93.7 Studios as we get set for the Pirates today. Game 2 of a series. This next several games are going to give you a lot of ideas of what the Pirates may be like against competitive teams. They got the Braves. They're down 0-1 in this series. That's the best team in baseball right now, folks. They're 42-21. And then the Dodgers come to town. And, man, when you look at the Cy Young right now, it's unbelievable how competitive it is. And a guy like Ohtani, think about this the other night. So he pitches 6 innings, gives up just 2 hits. He had more hits himself than he gave up in that game. I mean, think about that. And he's done that repeatedly while he's on the mound. And so I think they're being cautious with him. He may be on a 6-day rotation kind of thing. But when he's out there, he is just dominating. His ERA is 0.74. How do you not make him the lead contender for the Cy Young? Now, he may not end up having as many innings as some of these other guys, but I still think qualified, obviously, to be in that race. This came up the other day, and I thought it was interesting also. And this is going to change. But the question was brought up, I believe, on the PM team by Pony and Muller, concerning if you had one game to win, who would be your starter in that one game to win? For the Pirates, I'm talking about. Right now, Braxton Ashcraft has been the most consistent pitcher, but the answer has to be undeniably Paul Skeens. To me, there's no other answer. It's got to be Paul Skeens. And it's not just because, you look at the record now and say, well, he struggled the last 4 starts. Yes, he has. Is there some concern level? Maybe there, yeah. He's got to get his pitches down. He's got to be, but he still strikes out 10, even on days that he goes 5 innings and gives up just a run or 2. So by his standards, he's not been up to par. But the answer is Paul Skeens. 412-928-9370. Let's go back to the lines. We got Dave in the car. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, Bob. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Question. Henry Davis, and I just want your take on this, and I don't know enough about baseball, but to me, baseball is kind of like golf where you can't fix your swing on the golf course. Baseball, and if you have a mechanic thing, and obviously Henry does, is it best just to send him to Bradenton for a month and let him get fixed? Like Cruz took a whole off season. And with the baseball schedule and day in and day out and what a mental thing it is every time you walk to the plate, can he fix himself? I mean, bring Joey Bart up.
I alluded to that earlier, Dave. When Bart's eligible to play, what do they do there? And if Davis, now he had a line drive sack fly last night, but he also, you know what he's done. It's not been much offensively.
Right.
And I don't know there's that far of a drop-off between him and Endy Rodriguez defensively. I don't know. I think Endy's done a pretty good job. So if the guy is getting on base the way Rodriguez is on a regular basis, you got to stick with him, I think. But I don't know. Would it be important for Davis to go down and work on some things? Perhaps. It's got to be fixed, though. And I thought by now it would be, at least better.
I just don't think with baseball and the schedule, you fix things in the middle of the grind. And that's just my thought. I think it's too hard. I think Cruz is proof of that. But, I also would like to see, Davis get away from Skeens a little bit. I think that's got to happen sooner or later. And if it's forced to happen, I don't think that's a bad thing either. I'll just hang up and listen.
Thanks, David. Well, he's going to – this is Paul Skeens' preference. And if it's his preference, then he gets what he wants because he's Paul Skeens. That's the way I look at it. So that may be the one day he does catch, and the other go to Endy Rodriguez. I think he has to be in there more for now. This is all subject to change based on performance, and that's how it should be. But right now, Endy Rodriguez deserves to play more. Neil is in Washington, Pennsylvania. Now he's on the Fan. Hey, Neil.
How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call. At first, I went to second that the Pittsburgh broadcasters are the best because I have the MLB network and I listen to all these other cities' broadcasters, and they're bad. I think the second best is Tampa Bay. And I'm 74, and I'm just enjoying this ride with the Pirates.
You should.
I hope. I didn't think I'd get another ride.
Well,
this might be the last one, but I'm enjoying it, and I think they will make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there knocking on the door, but they just can't afford to, just tread water here. They got to make a move. Some teams do make moves starting in June into July, and you see that separation take place. They got to be on the positive end of that separation. But yeah, Neil, enjoy the ride. Life is too short not to. That's what you got to do, and I agree with you. I've always said, I have so much respect for Greg Brown. Joe Block does a really good job. He comes up with a lot of stuff in game that's hard to do, and the color announcers are all very good as well. Thank you for the call, Neil. Appreciate that. Now we're going out to Omaha, which could be a site, who knows, for West Virginia baseball, the way they're going. They beat Cal Poly last night. Jim is on the line in Omaha. What's up, Jim?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Pump. I always like listening to you because you're so darn good. A, I'm from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, but B, it's amazing how many people call in on a Saturday morning just to talk to you from across the country. I think that's so cool.
Well, I'm very appreciative of that. Yeah, I am, because this is not a normal time slot for most, but I've always done it since I've been here, and I really like it because it is a one-on-one kind of thing, so thank you.
No, I just wanted to throw out Skeens. My daughter played softball, so more softball pitching-ish, but there's talking about his woes lately, and it's probably strong to say woes, but is there a chance that maybe Davis isn't calling the greatest pitches? It looked like to me he called 3 pitches in a row the same type of pitch. I mean, a couple starts ago. It's like everybody's talking about Skeens and how could it be the calling of the pitches? I just wanted to throw that out. I don't know. So,
well, I mean, Skeens has the opportunity to shake him off, and he does. Whenever he feels he's not. I think this is more on Skeens than it would be. First of all, I think it's, I think teams know the way to get Paul Skeens out of a game quickly is to try to extend your at-bats. And he's fallen behind some guys, but he also has had hitters foul off a lot of pretty good pitches along the way. And if you build up the pitch count early, like a lot of teams have done lately, it's not good for him, and it's not good for the Pirates because they got to use that bullpen early. So I think that's part of the game plan going in. I'm not sure what those two do together, and who has whatever Davis is calling. If Skeens didn't want it, he could shake it off. If he feels he has another pitch that's working better.
Well, I that is very true. I don't think he shakes him off enough, but you're right though. He can if he wanted to. So I appreciate you taking my call. Have a great Sunday. Or I'm sorry, Saturday. Take care.
All right, Jim. Thanks very much. In Omaha. One more before we go to break. And Rob on the road, I know you're still there, but we're going to go to Randy in Mount Pleasant. So hang on there, Rob. What's up, Randy?
Bob Pampiani, the wizard of the sports analyst. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I appreciate that, but there are a lot more who do it better than me. I'm just here doing my thing, but I appreciate that.
Hey, quick question. This hitting and this over Henry Davis, they can work with him. Ozuna, I don't know what you do with him. You're kind of stuck. But they need bullpen help. Chapman didn't want to leave the Pirates. So what's his contract? Can they take over the contract?
I think it's a 1-year deal. I'm in the $15 million range, something like that.
Pay it. Go take him, Pirates. Quick question. This Zisk they have on the pitching staff, is he related to Tommy Zisk that pitched in the 60s?
I have no idea. I'd have to check on that one for you.
He's pretty decent.
All right,
Bob, you have a good day,
You do the
buddy.
same. Thanks, Randy.
Good.
Rob on the road. Let's get Rob in, Joel, before he wears out his cell phone. Yeah. Is he still there? Oh. Okay. Never mind. I appreciate Rob is still listening on a hold while he's on the road. All right. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this first hour. I want to tell you about Fan Weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, some potential storm action later in the day, potentially as early as late afternoon. So be careful out there if that should happen. And then tomorrow, a little bit of the same. And then by Monday, and I say that hopefully because Monday is my annual golf tournament for Partners for Quality at Chartiers Country Club. We raise a lot of money to help developmentally and challenge people who really need assistance in getting jobs and doing the things that give them a fulfilling sense of what they do. So this is my 35th year of doing that. I'm so appreciative to Tammy Rippey and so many people over at Partners for Quality. They'll all be there on Monday, and we have a sold-out field, so I hope the weather is good. We definitely need that. But thank you for those of you who will play. Thank you for your support year in and year out. We certainly do appreciate it. All right, hour number 2 coming up. Joel Nelson with a headline. Back with more right here at 412-928-9370.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games. Then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Today, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 4:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cochran, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're in hour number 2 of the program here on a Saturday in Pittsburgh. Hopefully the rain will hold off for all your activities. I know Mike Wagner is on the golf course right now, and he's probably addressing the golf ball and hitting it 320 yards like he often does. Those of you playing golf, get it in early if you can. 412-928-9370 is the number to call right here on Saturday. Ty Polk joins us now behind the glass as Joel Nelson has left the building. See, Elvis is not the only one who leaves the building. Joel Nelson leaves the building, and he needs that because he's such a glue factory here.
He's pretty much here every weekend.
He is. He's unbelievable. Nice to have you, Ty. Hope you're doing well. We have a lot to get into. Yes, it's 412-928-9370. Thank you, our sponsors of the show, longtime associates, and I really do appreciate that, with PNC Bank, Shenderovich and Fishman, and Number One Cochran. Be sure to tune in to the Number One Cochran Sports Showdown every Sunday night, 11:35 KDK TV. We do the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call also, which is simulcast here on some nights. It's at 10:35 KDKA Plus. That's also where we air a lot of the Pittsburgh Riverhound games, and they are the defending USL champions and trying to make it 2 in a row as this season continues to move on. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep Ram, Route 19, and Peters Township. We've talked a lot about the Pirates. I'd like to hear your take on where they are in terms of their bullpen, in terms of, they're a half game out of a wild card spot right now, so that's going to go right down to the wire. And that's why they need to just continue to be in the position they're in. It's a tough division. They're still 5 out of first place, but that's a crammed National League Central. They have lots of meetings head-to-head, 10 with the Brewers by the time this season is over. And quite frankly, that's where you make up the most ground when you play teams like that. And the Brewers seem to be real, even though a lot of us, including me, man, I thought they were going to take a step back this year. They lost some players. They continue to know how to win, and they do it the way they do it. They've had more starting lineups, believe it or not, than the Pirates have had it in terms of different lineups, and yet they continue to crank out wins on a regular basis. Also, we had Game 2 last night of the Spurs and Knicks. I don't know if you saw it. I watched it late last night on a rewind just to make sure I, got all the key points. And what I saw was in the first half, Karl Anthony Towns did a number on Victor Wembanyama, who cannot be that much of a non-factor early in a series like that, in a game like that. He was, and they were down. They were down by as many as 14. And then he caught it together, came back in the second half, had a nice second half where he scored, I believe, 22 points in that one. He had a chance to win the game at the end, missed a shot that would have won it. So they're down 0-2.
So I was actually listening in on this earlier today. Since 1953, no one in the final 10 seconds of an NBA Finals game has had a missed field goal and a turnover at the same time in a 10-second span. No one.
Yeah, well, that's how the game pretty much came down to it, Ty. I mean, it was a 104-104 game. The Spurs had just gotten the rebound. And Wembanyama just got a little ahead of himself, and he passed the ball to an unsuspecting Stephon Castle, who was running down the court, not looking at the ball at all, and he bounced it off his back. And, of course, Jalen Brunson seized that opportunity, got fouled. He made 1 of 2. It was 105-104. And Wembanyama still had a chance to score, and he didn't.
Yeah, also he picked up the foul on that. He picked up the foul on that one against Brunson, and it was kind of a weird play because Castle was looking at him, and then he thought, okay, he's going to take it up the court, and then he turned away, and that pass happened, hit right off his back. It's one of the more unfortunate turnovers you'll ever see. It's
miscommunication in crunch time, and that's what happened, and that's how the Knicks win that game. So now the odds are heavily stacked against San Antonio. When you look at the breakdown of how this series started and where we're going with it, it's pretty fascinating, actually, because I'm going to get this up for you because I saw this number and I was like stunned how different it was. Before game 1, you can go to DraftKings Casino and see these kinds of odds too, and it changes day to day, of course. Before game 1, the Spurs were heavily favored to win, minus 1805. The Knicks, plus 155. So before game 2, that all changed. Still in favor of the Spurs at plus 120. So now you go to the current, and it's Knicks minus 500. They have completely turned this thing around. And so I would imagine that you're in a situation now where you're down 0-2. It's almost impossible because it's never happened before. No one's ever come back from that kind of deficit. And that's what faces San Antonio coming up on game 3 Monday night, where tickets are going for $42,000 down low and as much as $10,000 up high, which is ridiculous. And again, it's a shame that a lot of regular people who can't afford just face value on some of this get trapped in this game, and we'll never be able to see those kinds of games again. Carolina-Vegas tonight in the Stanley Cup Final. That's a 8 p.m. Puck drop in Vegas, who they were looking to go up 2-0 on the road as well, and then Carolina spoiled that with 2 late goals, forced regulation. They go to overtime, and Seth Jarvis wins it for them. So it's 1-1. That'll take place tonight at 8 o'clock. I mentioned the situation going on at Muirfield where JT Poston has posted a 9-under. He shot 65 day 2. That beat the average of the field by 9 shots. That's how good that was. The average field score yesterday was 74.1. And JT Poston shoots 65 on that day. That's how good his golf was. He leads by 1 over Ryan Gerard, 3 over Sam Burns, and 5 over Tommy Fleetwood. Also, I wanted to give a little shout-out to Hunter Swidinski, who's a local kid, 20 years old. He won the Tri-State Amateur just 3 weeks ago by beating a guy who is very much accomplished in his golf career, Rick Stimmel, who spent some time as a touring pro. And he beat him shooting 66 that first day of that tournament. But then he goes out yesterday, and Old Stonewall is where they played this. He shoots a 62 on his own. It's 6 birdies, front 9, 30-32 his 9 scores. That's a new course record over at Old Stonewall. So congratulations to Hunter Swidinski, who 20 years old. Man, that's if you've ever played there, it is a tough golf course to navigate through. One of the best public golf courses you're going to find. So we're talking about that. We're talking about the Pirates as well and where they are and what they have to do. So far, knocking on the door to wild card. By no means are they out of any of this. Still have a lot of season to go, but they have to do some things to make things easier on their bullpen. Because the one thing they can't afford to do is keep going to their bullpen as much as they are. Simply can't do it. It's not been effective. We saw the other night that Majinski came in his role as a piggyback guy and did a good job after Jared Jones. But you can't do that on a regular basis. Dotel has the ability to do it, so they have 2 of those guys. But they have to figure out Santana. They have to figure out Ramirez. Sisk has been good as a lefty. They have a lot of lefties. Generally, Soto has been okay. Montgomery's been up and down. And Bidwell's kind of just a low-leverage kind of guy when they use him. So if they have internal help, I don't know where it is. Do they make a trade? They will eventually. It's just a matter of how much they want to give up in that trade and who they are targeting. You'd like to have more teams that are out of it. Right now, that's not the case. Very competitive, both American League and National League. There are teams that aren't going to make it. But there are teams who aren't going to give up on where they are. They may be seemingly out of it now, but they're not going to give up. So they're not maybe willing to move guys around. Last night, Mitch Keller, 4 2/3. Again, these starters got to go longer. The ones that you need to go longer are going shorter, Skeens included. And that has put a pressure on the rest of the guys who are under sort of pitch limits, innings limits. Keller goes 4 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, 99 pitches. The other day, Skeens couldn't get out of that inning with 103 pitches. So clearly, what teams are trying to do, especially with Skeens, is they're trying to extend the at-bat, make him use pitches. You can't afford to have a 6-pitch inning if you're an opposing team on a guy like Skeens. You got to let him work a little bit more. And so far, teams are doing that, and they're winning. Keller, same thing. He was the one guy I thought would be the biggest innings eater for them. And that's not happening over his last 5 starts. His ERA is over 8.05. 412-928-9370. We have the Pirates coming up today. Braxton Ashcraft on the hill. And again, they're kind of monitoring his innings as well. Spencer Strider's a good pitcher. He'll be on the hill for Atlanta, which is one of the better hitting teams in baseball. They do have the best record in baseball at 42-21. Let's go out to Marty in Frick Park, who joins us right now on the hotline. Hello, Marty. How are you?
Hey, good, Bob. Bob, I was lucky enough to see the Lakers in Boston play in 08-09. I guess it was on the court, Bob.
08-09?
Yeah.
Remind me as I'm trying to go back.
Kobe, Gasol, Garnett, Allen, Pierce, Rondo.
I think you're talking about, was that 07, 08? And then 9-10? I can't remember.
Yeah. I can't remember either, but let me just say, other than going to the Super Bowl, it was the best event I've ever been at. Obviously, the vibe. The series was 2-2 at the time. Like I said, Kobe shot a lot. Kobe had like 17 in a row. Just the whole vibe. And I think Boston came back and rallied. That was the series where Boston went up 3-2. They went back to L.A. I think the Lakers won Game 6 and Game 7.
So are you telling me you went to one of these games here in this series, or are you referring to that?
No, back then.
Okay.
I guess the point I'm making, Bob, is I think the tickets were like 180 years ago, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
$4,000 in the upper deck.
It's ridiculous. I have no idea who. I'd like to go there and just sample people coming in. Are they regular fans? It's got to be corporately led. You can't have these kinds of. If you're going to take 3 people to a game, you're going to spend $15,000.
And you know what, Bob? It was a great event, just like a Super Bowl. But an hour after the game, it didn't change my life. I'm sure you feel the same way about it.
No, I ask people all the time, would you rather go spend $15,000 on 3 seats for one night for 2 hours, or would you rather use that for a really nice vacation for 7 days for you and your family?
Right, it's great entertainment, and obviously there were 5 or 6 Hall of Famers on the court, but no, I just think insanity. $4,000 in the upper deck.
I mean that's what's happened here with secondary outlets.
I guess that's kind of like a master of the obvious comment, but what do you think? Hey, while I have you here, I call about Penn State. What do you think about Penn State this year?
It's too early for me to tell that. I think, like a lot of teams, you want to see them go through some of their training camp to see where they are, especially how quarterbacks play. I know that I think they have high expectations for themselves. They should. I mean, it's a team that's always, you're talking about football now, to be clear, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you could talk wrestling too, and they're always going to be number one, or at least one of the teams in the country to look forward to. So,
well, Bob, they got an old quarterback, and he's really good. He's really good at the Big 12 level. He's a 50-year guy. But, he's coming off 2 shoulder surgeries.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's too early for me to say that, Marty. I was focusing on Pitt the other day just to see they brought in some people here, how they mesh together, and that's the thing in this era. We can talk about talent on paper, but how do they play together as a team, knowing that most of these teams have new teams every single year? And that, to me, that's one of the unattractive things about NIL era, that there's too much moving around, and I can't figure out. You just get used to a chemistry and offensive line, and all of a sudden 3 guys leave it, and you got to start all over again. So thanks for the call, Marty. I got to move along, but I appreciate that call in Frick Park. Let's go out to John in Plum, who joins us right now on the hotline. Hello, John. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Good. Question on the batting order from last night. They put Ozuna in batting 4th, second worst hitter. They moved Horwitz to 7th. He's their second best hitter. And they bench O'Hearn in favor of a rookie, Garcia. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, this is what's happening when you have a left-hander and, all of a sudden they're trying to mix and match based on statistics and numbers and metrics. I don't like shuffling this lineup. One thing I look at, we're playing the Braves this week, right? So you look at their lineup, it is almost the same day in and day out. It has been for years. Olsen is, where he is. I think Ozuna was put in because it's a return to the team he played for. And he did come up with the 2 for 4 with a 1 RBI game.
Yeah, they got to be more consistent with their order.
I know that. I would prefer that, but I also just cited for you, John, that Milwaukee has used more different starting lineups than the Pirates, I believe. So there's a lot of ways to get it done. It still comes down to playoff performance. I think players do better when they know where they're going to be in the lineup. That's me personally. I would try to come up with, that's why I like Griffin when he's back and healthy as the leadoff hitter every single day. I would put, different guys in same positions that I think they'd be comfortable with. It would be something like Griffin and then Lau and then Reynolds, O'Hearn, and lefty stuff I think sometimes is overrated. I think a lot of managers get caught into it. Garcia made a bad error last night too. That was, part of their failures in Atlanta. So, yeah, you want to have consistency on your lineups. At least I do, day in and day out. But more than that right now, the Pirates have got to get more consistent starting pitching too. We haven't addressed it as urgently as we have with the bullpen, but when you look at what they've done in terms of early exits, man, you can't have your best pitchers getting out of there in 4 innings. You just can't do it. It puts a normal strain on even a good bullpen. But now when you have a teetering bullpen, every time they go out there, you're putting guys in a position where they're not going to get much in terms of production because they're pitching way too much. They do have an off day coming up on Monday before they take on the Dodgers here at PNC Park Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right now, Big Al is going to take center stage. Hello, Al. How are you?
Good morning. You're talking to me. Hey, Bob, I got a good question for you. 68 years I've been going to games. I just turned 82. I got a question. Back in Bob Gibson's, Drysdale, Koufax, Harvey Koufax, 13 innings, 9 innings, Bob Friend, 9 innings, and I seen Don Drysdale pitch 10 innings, get a hit, won a game. What is it with these guys with this pitch count? And they make millions of dollars. Explain that to me.
It's because of the money. You just said it. When you're making that much money, they can't afford to lose you, so they're going to be very cautious about how they use you. And that's become a trend. It's not just the Pirates. It's everywhere in baseball. And
I know that, but it doesn't make any sense because they're tremendously athletic, more in shape now. Bob Friend used to get a side job in the summer. They weren't even in shape. I don't understand. That's a garbage excuse. I'm not saying you. That don't make any sense.
Well, it's about an investment. It's about all the things have changed so much. Al, I get what you're saying. I really do, because back in the day, those guys, they were Ironmen. They worked inning after inning after inning. Harvey Haddix, you mentioned 13 innings. It didn't really matter. I looked at Nolan Ryan's one season where, and he's not going back all the way to those days. He's more recent, but still 209 pitches in one start. Think about that, 209 in one start. He actually did that once.
Hey, Bob, but somebody had to start it. It had to start somewhere. So one human being, one owner. I mean, it just didn't come overnight. They must have got together. They don't have any reason. Who started it?
I just think it's metric. It's analytics based. General manager jobs around the league now are being filled by guys who go to analytics kind of schools, and they learn all this stuff, and unfortunately they use it, I think, too much. It's good to have the information, but I don't think every decision should be made based on that.
No, Bob. I went to 20, 30 games a year for 40 years. Here's the thing. That's why you pay $8 for a bottle of water and $25 for chips and stuff.
Of course.
Because
they got to make up money somewhere, Al. That's how it goes. But yeah, you're right. Thanks, man. I appreciate hearing from you. And things have changed drastically, of course. So have a good day, man.
Thanks for your opinion.
See you, Al. Let's go out to Joe, who's in Baldwin. Joe, welcome to the program. Go right ahead.
Hey, did that guy just wake up from under the rock for the last 20 years, that last caller? Jeez.
I mean, he remembers it in his day, and that's how it was in his day now.
No, yeah, I get it. But, like, the pitchers and stuff now, they throw a lot harder. The spin rotations are way up, but that's why. But, hey, the Pirates moving their lineup around, it really hasn't hurt their offense. I mean, they're one of the top offenses in baseball. It's their bullpen. It's their pitching management. That's what needs to change. I don't know if it's the pitching coach that needs to go or Don Kelly needs to go. Whoever's in charge of that pitching rotation and how they bring guys in.
How much do you put on Ben Cherington in terms of the bullpen that they have? Don Kelly, they can only do so much with it. They have the players they have. Cherington's had a good year. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, maybe in putting together an offense and spending money on the offense as much as they did, they somewhat ignored what maybe is a need. And honestly, though, they'd had no idea, at least I wouldn't have thought so, that Santana would turn out to be like this year. He is coming off a pretty good year last year. He looked to be their closer. Soto was brought in at $7 million. They did spend on him. That was a pretty good 8th, 9th inning situation there, but it has not worked out because Santana has just been terrible.
Hey, when does the minor league season end? I know it ends earlier than the MLB season. Well, do you know when that ends?
I'd have to check. I don't know the exact date, but
I believe it's in the beginning of August. If that is the thing, and the Pirates are still like within 1 or 2 games, why not let Seth Hernandez come up for that last month and just let him throw in the bullpen, let him get 2 or 3 innings?
I've seen stranger thing happens. I don't think that's on the table for them, but we'll see. If they're going to be in a situation where they're really close to doing something, they're still having problems. All of a sudden, you may see some kind of measures like that. I doubt it, but we'll see. They're going to be very cautious with him as well. Thank you, Joe, for the call. I know he is, but he's only 19 and he's in high A. That can change a little bit, so it takes time a little bit for him. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. We will continue the conversation as we move along here. A lot to get into today. As we said, we got hockey tonight. You also have a situation where you have a lot of debate about what's going to happen in this NBA series. Now that it's become pretty clear that the Knicks are in the driver's seat. I didn't think I'd be saying that after 2 games. You get to a point where you watch teams play and you think San Antonio home's almost a lock. San Antonio at home had one of the better records, and yet here they are down 0-2, both losses at their home site. We'll talk about that. More Pirate talk on the way. I'd like to get your talk about golf, and coming up today we have round 3 of the Memorial. Always one of the great stops on tour in Dublin, Ohio. But before I do that, I want to tell you about West Shore Home, because in Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. That's a lot. Over the last 20 years, and they're celebrating their 20th anniversary, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, replacement windows that'll improve your comfort, talking about energy efficiency there, a new entry door, new flooring, whatever it may be, it gives your home a real fresh look. West Shore Home can take care of that. And they make the process easy. I've told you this before, and this is how. Man, they get in there with their team of highly trained employee installers. They get it done. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, flooring project. 20% off, 20 months of no payments, no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you go to westshorehome.com/fan. $500 in addition. That's westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE. Call now and lock those savings in. And listen, live agents are standing by, so that is available to you right now at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The New York Knicks take Game 2 of the NBA Finals over the San Antonio Spurs, 105-104 last night. They lead the series 2-0. Next game is Monday night from Madison Square Garden, tip-off at 8:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Crowley here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn-out windows could be the culprit. They were for me. Maybe it's because I shot a hockey puck through them. Anyway, upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no monthly payments, or interest for 2 years. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. If you're looking to save more on a new Ford, you don't need to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Just visit any of the 5 number 1 Cochran Ford stores where employee pricing for all is back. You pay what a number 1 Cochran team member pays for a new Ford without ever having to clock in. This includes many of their best sellers, including the 2026 Escape, Explorer, Bronco, or F-150. Make sure you bring bring your friends and family because number one Cochrane has more than 600 new Ford vehicles available with more locations, more vehicles, and more savings. It's time to get your employee pricing at a number one Cochrane Ford store near you. Shop now at Cochrane.com. Applies to eligible new 2025 or 2026 Ford vehicles. Prior purchases not eligible. Ends 7/6/26.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and get $365 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Ready here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We're rolling along until 1 o'clock. I believe Austin Bechtel's in at that time. It will take you for 2 hours up until the North Shore Tavern leadoff show where the Pirates get set to take on the Braves in Game 2 of their series after losing last night 6-3. They had a 3-1 lead. Atlanta came all the way back. Again, they have a very difficult hitting team. Some good young players there to complement the guys who've been for a long time. Also tonight, Carolina-Vegas, Game 3 of the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. This one could have gone Vegas 2 on the road. Instead, they had a late game comeback that they saw Carolina pull off to force that overtime. And then in it was a really nice goal there by Seth Jarvis. So that is going to go a longer distance than I thought it might. So we'll see how that goes. But bottom line is Vegas is at home, and they played well at home, and they have an experienced team. It still comes down to goaltending, I think. Carter Hart has been really good for them. But Frederick Anderson, he's a veteran, and he knows how to play in these kinds of games. So we'll see how Game 3 goes tonight in Vegas. 412-928-9370. Let's get back to the lines, beginning with Ken in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hello, Ken. How are you?
It's good, Bob. Hey, every Saturday I'm out working in the yard, cutting the grass, doing whatever. I listen to Bucko talk, and then I listen to you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Just wanted to ask, the pitching was superb last year, and the hitting stunk. This year, the hitting is great, and the pitching not so good. And we changed pitching coaches. And I've yet to hear anybody just, even ask if we think this has anything to do with the change in the pitching coaches and possibly a change in pitching philosophy.
Well, I mean, that's all part of it. But I still think the guys who've been around here for a long time know what they're doing. I don't think they need any, Skeens. He's won a Cy Young. I don't think you're going to change anything mechanically. That doesn't mean he can't have bad stretches. And normally for him, it's one game. This has been 4 games now for him. Keller is just, I have no idea what's going on with him other than location. He's missed a lot. Pitch count's always up. Can't do that. He's got to be more efficient. He's not a power pitcher in that he's going to blow people away at 100 miles an hour. So he has to be more spot on with those pitches and those locations of the pitches. And then you got, Ashcraft. He's done well. Whatever they've done with him, he's turned out to be a prominent pitcher. And it led to a conversation this week that we're having about who would you want in a 1-game series? Just one game to win something. Would it be Skeens or would it be Ashcraft? Of course, the way they're going now, you might tend to say Ashcraft, but I'm never going to say that. I'm going to say Skeens. When all the money is on the table, I think Skeens is the money guy on this team. But yeah, their bullpen, they haven't done much to address it other than bring in Soto, and I think that was a pretty good signing at $7 million. But they counted on guys who are already in that rotation. They added Montgomery in the trade, so it wasn't like they ignored the bullpen. They went out and got some players to add to their bullpen. It's just that Santana, more than anyone, has been the problem. He was expected to be the closer. That whole thing was about getting to the 9th inning. And when you do now, they've had 12 blown saves.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just my thought process.
I blame players too. They should get blamed. I think most people target coaches here, but I think in baseball, you can work with guys a lot. It's still about what they do in there. And every single one of them has a responsibility to do it better than they're doing it.
I don't disagree. Like I said, the one change seemed to be, even last year, we had a really good bullpen. Matson was pitching lights out. Santana was pitching lights out. Justin Lawrence came on at the end of the year with pitching lights out. And it just, that's the one change. It just made me wonder, does it have anything to do with maybe a change in philosophy?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's something that has to get better quickly. And if it doesn't, they have to address it quickly. I don't know what quickly means because we're still in June 6th, whatever this is. And normally you have to wait a little bit closer to the trade deadline. But Ken, thanks for the call. Appreciate that. A lot to think about with their pitching. They certainly have to get better with it. And hopefully it starts with an Ashcraft outing tonight that'll go longer than it has. Back to the lines. We're going to Verona. We have the Apollo Flash joining us right now. What's up, Flash? How are you?
Hey, Bob. The previous caller sort of stole my thunder a little bit about pitching. I looked at the last year's stats, and the Pirates had 3.74 team ERA with Oscar Marin. And I just don't. And then I was also doing some research and the reasons for why they let him go, and it's one of the players didn't really like him, and who's rolling the roost,
Yeah, I don't know what went into that. Other than I always thought Oscar Marin had a pretty good handle on what was going on. Like any coach, when things don't go well, the position coaches especially, or the pitching coach, hitting coach, all those coaches come under fire. But a lot of responsibility also has to go on the player themselves. They've been through a lot of this stuff, and it's about plate awareness, how you handle it. I give Cruz, as I said earlier, a lot more credit just because he's worked hard in this offseason to improve his bat against left-hand pitching, and he's done that. I'm sure they oversaw a lot of what was going on, had recommendations, but still it comes down to the player.
Yeah, Cruz still drives me crazy with those low and away pitches.
I always get a kick to Apollo Flash, how it looks so much more intimidating, lefty versus righty. And most of the time it's because we've seen a lot of righty. So it doesn't look nearly as daunting. But when a good left-hand pitcher like Sisk when he's on, for example. He goes down deep and he comes at you at an angle that makes it look almost impossible to hit. And if they're any good with their location, they're going to make you swing at stuff that's low and outside of the strike zone, but just barely. Not good enough to take, so you have to swing at it, and more times than not, you're going to hit a squibber or you're going to swing and miss.
Yeah, well, then, too, I think earlier callers were saying about the pitches that he takes that are they're in the strike zone, and he looks at them. That drives me nuts, too.
Yeah. All right, man, thanks for the call. We'll see what happens today in Game 2 of the series. This is a big stretch for the Pirates. They have 2 more against the Braves and then 3 against the Dodgers before the Marlins come to town. So these next 5 games will tell you a little bit more about their compete level against the elite teams in the National League. Ed is in Whitehall, and now he's on the Fan. Hello, Ed. How are you?
Good, Pop. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Hey, I see you went to Hopewell High School.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Yeah, I went to West Memphis North back in 1973, and that's when Tony Dorsett played for Hopewell. We played against him.
Okay.
And I have a picture from the Daily News of me tackling him, and that's my claim to fame. He ran for about 180 yards.
Yeah, but if you tackle him, nothing wrong with that. If you have your 15 seconds of fame against somebody like that, that's something to tell people about, no doubt. He was special in high school, and it's a shame because back then they only took the conference winner to get into a playoffs. They didn't have as many as they do now, so there were a couple times, one time where Hopewell didn't make it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They did that for a lot of schools back then. But I just wanted to add, see what you thought of this. I've been watching Skeens the last few times he pitched. He tops out at 97. And I watched the other day, and that's the highest I've seen. I might have missed some, but 97 for him.
No, he's hit 99 and 98.
Yeah, but not as often as he was.
Well, I think it's all about pitch selection. He has a lot of pitches, and he tries to utilize them differently. If he wanted to sit back and blow people away, I still think he can do that. But I think he's trying to do a lot of different things to keep batters off balance, and isn't that what pitching is all about anyway?
Oh, yeah. You got to pitch. You just can't throw.
All right, Ed, thank you.
Bob, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ed with a tackle on Tony Dorsett back in the day. Back then it was Tony Dorsett, but it's Tony Dorsett now. So Ed may have to change his name, too, to accommodate that. That's a nice tackle to make. Open field, I hope. The story may be embellished as time goes on, like most of us do. 412-928-9370 is the number to call as we continue to roll along here. Coming up at 1, as I said, it's Austin Bechtold. But I also want to tell you about the Fan 5-Alarm T-shirts. They're limited edition 2026 Fan 5-Alarm T-shirts available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Now, remember here, when you get one, a portion of the proceeds go to the local volunteer fire departments that we're trying to serve here. The Fan 5-Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Zero Res Commercial Cleaning and Myers Law Group. That's all coming up next week. We'll have more information as we go along. In the meantime, time for a break. Back with the last several minutes of the show. Still time for you to get in at 412-928-9370. Bob Pompiani Show returns right after this.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight is Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. The series is tied at 1 game apiece. Puck drop at 8 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
June is the perfect time for an upgrade. At Joe Ball GMC this truck month, you'll find a great selection of new GMCs, incredible discounts, and financing rates as low as 0% for qualified buyers. Don't miss your chance to drive home serious savings. Visit Joe Ball GMC today or shop online at joeballgm.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years of equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Summer is heating up and there's a brand new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe. Welcome to the family at Smale Chevrolet. Ready to hit the road? Take advantage of their hottest deal yet. 0% financing for 5 years on all new 2026 Silverado light duty trucks. 0% for 5 years. Your perfect ride is waiting, from rugged Silverados to family-ready SUVs. Visit them on Route 30 or shop 24/7 online at smalechevrolet.com in Latrobe. Must finance through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Ends July 7th. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the program here. Final couple of minutes before we hand it off to Austin Bechtold. And coming up today at 3, it's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, followed by the Pirates and the Braves game 2, Braxton Ashcraft on the hill. And he's been very good all season long, consistent. They need that big today against this team. Spencer Strider on the hill for the Braves. And A couple of unfinished things that happened that we haven't talked about so much on this program, but we have throughout the course of the week are a couple of signings the Steelers made. And the most expensive defense in the NFL is going to even be more expensive. Nick Herbig gets a $100 million deal. This is, to me, a good deal in the sense that you're doing it and you're kind of hedging your bets that he's going to be the kind of guy who can be a starter. He's not currently a starter, which makes this deal a little surprising with the money involved. You got 3 guys there, actually 4 if you count Jack Sawyer, and they could use him in a variety of ways. We heard TJ Watt this week say that he will be moving around, and he almost made it said like it was his choice not to last year. So they could come up under Patrick Graham with some different kind of defenses that may make a difference. And then on top of that, Darnell Washington gets a nice deal for himself, which comes out to roughly $10-11 million a year, right behind Freiermuth. A lot of people wondered, just because he's not the typical tight end in terms of a guy who's going to make a lot of catches, although he should be used a lot more. And I always talk about red zone efficiency. When you have big, tall guys who are physical and can win one-on-one battles, you want them on the field at that time. Darnell Washington is one of those guys. He can get it done in traffic, and he's one of those guys, too. Even on short completions, he can bowl over people. And so they like that. But more importantly than anything else, he is really a big key to their run game. When he's in there, it's almost like adding another offensive lineman. So they saw that out. That leaves 2 guys who are still going to be looking. Joey Porter Jr., who is the guy I thought would get done first just because it's more of a mega deal given where he is. And Benton is another guy on the defensive line. He may be the one left out. I don't know how much more money they can put on defense. We're talking about 2 more defensive players here. So they have a lot of investment in that side of the ball here. But Keanu Benton is a guy who, he's shown some good moments there. I wonder what his price tag would be, though, if that's the case, because it's going to be higher than you may think based on how he goes on with that position. So the minicamp is now officially over. There's 1 more week of OTAs, and then they go on a much-needed vacation, I would say, heading into training camp, which begins this year later in July. Heading into the preseason, and we will have all 3 preseason games on KDKA for you, KDK TV, beginning with Green Bay and the Steelers on August the 13th. And then there's another home game after that against the Jets before they head to Buffalo in the new Highmark Stadium up there. So we'll get a good look at that stadium early in the preseason. It'll be the last game for us. So looking forward to those games. And for those of you who are looking to see whatever kind of competition emerges out of backup quarterback, these will be the games you'll be watching, because you're going to want to see what Will Howard can do actually when he gets in there. We've heard a lot about him. Of course, his chances of playing last year were taken away with a broken finger or whatever he had with his finger. And then you have a guy like Drew Aller, who's more to me of a project at this point in terms of competing for anything. I think it's a battle between Mason Rudolph and Will Howard for the backup to Aaron Rodgers. So there's a lot to look out for there. 412-928-9370. I want to get back, if I can, to the Memorial Tournament, too. JT Poston has the lead there. It's amazing how difficult Muirfield Village Golf Club in Dublin, Ohio can be, because it's a really beautiful track. Like most Jack Nicklaus design golf courses, it is a wide open fairway on most of the holes, but the trouble lurks as you get closer to the green. They have, and this is what I always liked about Oakmont and some of the best courses out there, they have risk-reward par 4s. They have holes that when you look at them, you say, this looks simple to me. It's only 300 some yards, 2 shots, maybe hit a hybrid off the tee and then an iron in. But there are always these landmines out there. At Oakmont, it's number 2, an uphill par 4, which in and of itself looks like, okay, that's a drive and a wedge, driving an iron, or whatever it may be. However, that green is as undulated as any. It's surrounded by bunkers, and the bunkers out there are deep. Same is true with Muirfield Village. They have some holes there, like number 3 and 14 specifically. Number 3 is a par 4 that has water in front, tight green, absolutely engulfed by traps. You have to be pinpoint accurate, or else you're going to have a lie that you're not going to like with water looming around. And then the other one is number 14, which is even more demanding on your second shot. You can get into a lot of trouble there on 14. I love risk-reward par 4s. Today it's Poston leading up at 9 under par. Ryan Gerard at 8 under. Sam Burns at 6. Tommy Fleetwood at 4. Down the list is Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler, both at +1. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. Scott joins us right now. Hey, Scott, how are you? Well, Scott's not there anymore. He was there. Now he's no longer there. Must have dropped off. All right, that leaves the line open for you if you want to call right now and talk about that. But I consider Muirfield Village, when it plays is absolute toughest, one of the more demanding golf courses in the world, actually. I still defer to Oakmont as the toughest. They're going to play a championship coming up here at Shinnecock Hills, which can be just brutally diabolical. And I think that's what people like about the game. It can beat you up, but when you have an opportunity to score, if you're hitting the ball well and stay online, that's the thing. You got to be in situations where you stay away from trouble. You have a chance to score. They're fair enough that way. But it's when you go offline a little bit and miss your targets that you can get into trouble. I think we have re-engaged with Scott. Hey, Scott, what's up? Hello, Scott. Well, I don't know what's happening, Scott. Do you have me on mute or something? I see you're there, but I don't know. You're not connecting. So let's keep him on the line there. Well, you could try back. Let's go to Mark in the car. Maybe Mark has a better connection. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hi, Mike in the car. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hi, Bob. Always a pleasure. I met you years ago. I love listening to the show. Thank you for everything you've given to Pittsburgh. I really appreciate it.
It's always my pleasure. Thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. I want to say that I just want to compliment on the sports in general. The Stanley Cup has been amazing. The NBA playoffs have been amazing. But I'm really optimistic about the Steelers season this year. The Pirates are keeping it close. If we can go on a little run, that would be very beneficial to us. I'm excited the signing of Denny Malkin. So I think it's just a good time to be in Pittsburgh. It always is, but I think this is going to be a special year for us.
I certainly hope so.
Great weekend, Bob.
Yeah, you do the same. Thank you. Appreciate it. But first of all, I don't know if I agree that the NBA playoffs have been all that compelling, especially if you're an opposition team to the New York Knicks. They have blown out just about everyone. So I'm not going to look at those series and say that Cleveland was just a disappointment big time in that series. They avoided playing Boston along the way. Embiid was hurt when they played Philly. All these things happened, and the Knicks took full advantage. They won just about every game by double figures. This series here, last night was compelling. The first game, not so much, but I think Game 3 is going to be, if San Antonio doesn't feel the urgency in Game 3, they never will. It is do or die for them. They've got to start with winning Game 3. If they don't, it's completely over. A lot will tell you it's already over because no team has ever come back from 0-2 deficits. Let's go out to, Scott. Scott in Aliquippa. This is your third time here, so we're going to get this right now. What's up, Scott?
What's up, Bob? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Hey, just wanted to talk about the Pirates, man. As far as, what I think their projection is, I think they got like the 5th best run differential in the league.
Yes, they do.
But they're
by far the two teams ahead of them are minus in run differential.
Yeah, and then the errors, I think they're like 8th in the league. I kind of go back to the famous saying of Earl Weaver. You're going to lose 50, you're going to win 50. It's about the 62. I think they have what it takes to make the playoffs. They just got to play smart baseball. We know they can hit the ball, right?
Yeah, they can, but they have to get better bullpen work. Otherwise, this great offense is going to be not winning games they probably should win, like we saw the other night in Houston.
Yeah, I just feel like Don Kelly got them in the right, direction as far as hitting. They just have to fine-tune small things. I think postseason lands on the horizon in Pittsburgh.
All right, man, thanks. I'm glad we got through to you, Scott. Our final call will be John in Butler. Hello, John in Butler. How are you?
Wonderful, Bob. How you doing? Hey, I'm enjoying this Memorial Tournament. I don't know about you. It's incredible. And listening to Jack Nicklaus yesterday, doing like the kind of play-by-play he was doing, just phenomenal. And, I don't know about you, but, you think of Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and whoever. Those guys were hitting those balls with brick golf clubs, and they did phenomenal things. It's just incredible.
It really is. The golf ball has advanced, the golf clubs, the technology, everybody's hitting it far. But take nothing away from those guys currently. I mean, they got sweet swings, which, the velocity they come into it, everything is perfect with those swings. Back then, it was, and they still got great length. It just wasn't in the 350 range, you know what I mean? So, some of the swings you saw back there, I think Ben Hogan probably had the best swing I've ever seen up until Tiger came along, and then I love that swing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the ending of it. Thanks, Bob, for taking my call.
Yes, sir, John. You have a good weekend. Appreciate that. It's going to do it for our program here today. I have to tell you about the weather, though, because it's interesting to thunderstorms potential coming in here. Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain this afternoon, and there could be some heavy thunderstorms, but they'll be out of here by, I think, after 7 o'clock tonight. And then after that, maybe hit and miss throughout the course of the night. As far as tomorrow is concerned, less of that, and Monday's supposed to be a beautiful day. And again, I thank all of you who are going to be playing in my golf tournament up at Chartiers to benefit Partners for Quality. We have a sold-out field. This is my 35th year in a row of doing this. We've raised close to $3 million to help people who really need it. My thanks in advance to all of you who do that. That's going to wrap it up. Ty, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Austin Bechtel will be up next, and then it's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, followed by the Pirates and Braves, Game 2 of the series with Braxton Ashcraft on the hill, right here on your home for Pirate Baseball, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. If you're looking to save more on a new Ford, you don't need to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Just visit any of the 5 number 1 Cochran Ford stores where employee pricing for all is back. You pay what a number 1 Cochran team member pays for a new Ford without ever having to clock in. This includes many of their best sellers, including the 2026 Escape, Explorer, Bronco, or F-150. Make sure you bring your friends and family because number 1 Cochran has more than 600 new Ford vehicles available with more locations, more vehicles, and more savings. It's time to get your employee pricing at a number 1 Cochran Ford store near you. Shop now at Cochran.com. Applies to eligible new 2025 or 2026 Ford vehicles. Prior purchases not eligible. Ends 7/6/26.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Doran Dickerson here. No use denying it. Old man winters have been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dready leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into a costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Tyler Polk with your fan headlines. Right now, in the Morgantown Super Regional, West Virginia leads Cal Poly 5-1 in the top of the second. If West Virginia wins this game, they make the College World Series for the first time in program history. Today on 93.7 The Fan, the Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 4:10. Last night, the Braves defeated the Pirates 6-3. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for Pittsburgh. Spencer Strider for Atlanta. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
okay to chase something down. Just make sure that you stay through it.
He cracks this ball toward the center fielder, Harrison, and it broke back to him to make the catch. Both runners try to advance and will tag. It goes as a sac fly, and the Pirates tie the game at 1 on the sac fly by Henry Davis. There's a 1-2, swung on and hit to the right of center. Harris coming on, falling fast, down for a base hit. And on his way to third, Lau, Gonzalez in easily. It's a 2-out, 2-strike RBI single for Marcell Ozuna. Pirates lead 3-1 in Atlanta. There's even people at the old Turner Field trying to watch this. There's a 1-2, ball belted out to deep left field. Reynolds back, warning track and gone. Home run for Dubon. His second in as many games. Riley waiting in the pitch. Swinging a ball cracked out to deep right field. Garcia to the wall. He leaps for it. It's off the wall. Bounds on the brick wall back to Cruz. 1-2. O'Hearn grounds it on to second. And they'll get it to short for 1. Relay 2. Inning. Game ending. Double play. Pirates fall short. 6-3 Atlanta the final.
Don't you just hate when the Pirates go to Atlanta and have to play a baseball game? It doesn't seem like anything good happens there. Sid Bream, Michael McHenry's tagged, and Jerry Meals rolling safe instead of out, which was clearly the case. It just seems like there's a bad omen every time that the Pirates go to Atlanta to play against the Braves, who are the best team in baseball and have just been kicking everyone's rear end this season, which is what they did to the Pirates. After the Bucks were up 3-1, Atlanta scores 5 unanswered to win it 6-3 in game 1 of the 3-game series. Good afternoon, everyone. Austin Bechtold with you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Busy Saturday in Pittsburgh. Morgan Wallen concert. Pirates baseball coming up in 3 hours right here on The Fan. You can hear game 2 with Braxton Ashcraft on the mound. Spencer Strider gets the start for the Atlanta Braves. And we start talking about last night's game, and I want your thoughts at 412-928-9370. I love doing these Saturday shows and just getting the pulse of the people, hearing from you. You can sound off for just about as long as you want, within reason here, about the Bucks and where they stand, because I think that these next 5 games, we'll include yesterday's game, 6 games, they're playing the 2 top teams in the National League, arguably the 2 best teams in all of baseball. I would say it's a strong argument, and that is the case, that Atlanta and the Dodgers are the 2 best teams in baseball. Pirates play 6 against them. They lost yesterday, had a 3-1 lead in Mitch Keller, who ultimately could not get out of the 5th inning. Seems to be a problem with Pirates pitching lately. Skeens, Keller, Jared Jones went 5 innings yesterday or 2 days ago and pitched pretty solid, but Keller, 4 2/3, 7 hits, 6 earned. He walks 3. The control was not good. He now has a 4.81 ERA and a 1.23 whip. We'll get into Keller in a bit. The bullpen, surprisingly, did not give up any runs, including Dennis Santana, a scoreless 8th. Or a scoreless 7th. Brandon Bidwell pitched the 8th and had 2 strikeouts, also had a walk thrown in there. But these 2 series are going to say a lot about your 2026 Pittsburgh Pirates. They entered it 34-29, 5 over 500. Playing 3 in Atlanta. They will return for 3 against the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will pitch Thursday against Pittsburgh. Are these Bucks ready to take the next step? Is this team truly ready to become the true contenders that they've shown flashes of? There are things that have held them back. The bullpen, at times starting pitching. They're pretty good at timely hitting, but they're also right around the top in baseball in double plays. They sometimes hit their way out of runs and into trouble. Marcell Ozuna, one of the biggest culprits of the double plays, but you can throw a multitude of guys out there. When you watch this series and you watch that game last night against Atlanta, did it at all feel that they were overmatched? Did it at all feel that watching the 2 if you just took the two names away, if you took Pittsburgh Pirates off the scorebook, if you took Atlanta Braves off the TV, and you just watch those two teams like it's a 1900s baseball game, and they're playing in just plain pinstripes or just a plain white t-shirt jersey, would you say that those two teams were on equal footing? And I know it's game one, and I'm not here to fully overreact. But the next 5 games are going to show if the two t-shirts match up with each other, or if one's white and one's red, and the colors don't blend. Whereas, maybe it's a horrendous analogy, you want to make sure that this is not like a black and white situation. This is not, changing up the color wheel. And what I'm trying to do with this awful analogy is say, you want the Pirates to be as similar to the Braves on equal footing as possible. In this, plus the Dodgers, can they compete? Can they win these games? If they go 3-3, if they lose 2 out of 3 to Atlanta, and they take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers at home, and you split, I'm good with it. But if you only win 1 out of 5 and you get swept in one of these series, what does that say about your ball club? A ball club that has battled back from bad losses. That loss against Houston on Wednesday, horrid. The sweep against Philadelphia. There's been instances, the final game in Chicago when Hunter Barco came in and poured gasoline on the fire and lit a match for Jose Urquidy to not be able to help either. Are you going to judge what the rest of this season could look like based on these two series? Because I partially am. And I'm not going to tell you how to fan, but I think it should be a part of your feelings. Like, don't brush these two series off as if they're nothing. When you play the best and you're trying to be the best, and they're in the top 10, the Pirates are, in most power rankings, in most lists that you look at, whether it's ESPN, CBS Sports, Baseball America, Talking Baseball, when you look at power rankings, ranking pitching staffs, like starting rotations, offensively, they put up 3 runs yesterday for an offense that's averaging 5, had the lead, lost it. Mitch Keller wasn't that good. But offensively, we know they're an elite team. Tied for 4th in baseball in runs per game, 5.1 officially. Tied for 2nd in hits, 8.8. That's a consistent number. It's been that for a week. They're 5th in batting average. They're 2nd in on-base percentage. They are 8th in slugging percentage. They're 5th in OPS. And they've hit 74 home runs a year after hitting only 117 a year ago. They're on pace to break their home run mark from a year ago in the middle of July. We know how good this offense is. But it faces a big test in these next 2 matchups. And maybe I'm heightening it too much. You can tell me at 412-928-9370. Maybe I'm thinking too much about these series. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. But when you play a team like the Royals, or if the Pirates were to play the Red Sox now, and they're going to at some point later on this season, or if they were playing another team right around the bottom of the barrel in baseball, you would expect them to at least take 2 out of 3 or sweep. That's an expectation. You don't expect them against the Braves and the Dodgers to lose 2 out of 3. You don't expect them probably to win 2 out of 3 either. But you want to see them as competitive as possible and know that it's not a AAA team playing against a major league team. Like when the Dodgers play against like a bad Rockies team. And yes, I know they're all Major League Baseball, but in the spirit of talking about the playoffs and who could actually win a championship and who can win a playoff series, they're on completely different footing. And the Pirates are trying to be the Dodgers. They're trying to be the Braves. They'll never be that in terms of payroll, but in terms of production, doing the little things right, finding ways to win, they can be those teams. They're capable of doing that. We know they have the starting staff. Give Jared Jones more time. I think his last start was very good. You have a good, consistent pitching rotation. You can trust an offense, and then you fix your bullpen at some point. This should be a team that competes for the playoffs all season long, and I think will make the playoffs. But there are points in the baseball season that you judge a little bit more harshly than others. And I think this is one of them. How do they respond? How do they fare? How do they play? How do they stack up? 412-928-9370. You can hit us up on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. My opinion of them will change if they find a way to take like 4 out of 6. Like if they sweep the Dodgers, or if they take the next 2 from Atlanta and then take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, that would be the Pirates arriving. That's the difference here. Is this the Pirates arriving, or is this the Pirates showing up to the party, getting bored after a couple of hours, and being asked to go home? You want to stay at the party for as long as possible. You want to be in it with Atlanta 43-21, 22 games over for as long as possible, as long as you can make it work and be as competitive. Like, I don't think they're going to win more games than the Braves. They probably won't win as many games as the Dodgers. But if you could win your division, or you could be the top wild card spot, which they were going into yesterday's game, their offense can carry them through a playoff series. Their rotation can carry them through a playoff series. But these are the teams you're going to play once you move on in the first round. Once you move on to the NLDS or the NLCS. And I know we're talking Pirates playoffs and bringing up the words NLDS and NLCS, and it seems like it's foreign territory, because it is, because it hasn't been the case that they've been in the playoffs for over a decade. But I'm gonna be a little bit more harsh on them, depending on what they do against Atlanta the rest of the way. Like yesterday, the defense, it was not good. Justinson Garcia had a ball that just skipped right by him, that ended up scoring a run. Marcell Ozuna had a good day. His average is slowly creeping to 200. He's at 197, 2 hits and drove in a run. He should play all 3 games against Atlanta. His former team had a nice moment when he stepped to the plate and tipped his cap to the fans. And, he spent 6 years there. Chance to go back to a place that he had a lot of success. Very ironic that Martin Perez, former Pirate, went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. That was a 3.02 ERA. They actually rode his ERA up a little bit. But you want to talk about the difference between the two teams, too. Look at their bullpen. Fuentes, 2.52 ERA. Lee, 13th hold of the year, 1.21 ERA. Suarez, 0.63 ERA, his 10th hold of the year. Ranger Suarez, dynamic. Robert Suarez, I should say. Dynamic pitcher. Great reliever. And Raisel Iglesias, an 0.92 ERA. 3 guys. There are 3 high-leverage guys with ERAs under 120. Or under 122. And the best ERA in the Pirates bullpen is Evan Sisk, 137, and Wilbur Dotel is in that range as well. So I want to hear from you. I love these Saturday shows, to hear from you, to talk to you, to chat Bucks, and to talk baseball. At 412-928-9370. You can watch the show on Twitter and on YouTube. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's on Route 19 in Peters Township. I want your thoughts. How much are you judging the Pirates based off this series? How much are you judging the Pirates based on what they do against these teams? Because I think this is just a huge, huge day to bounce back with Braxton Ashcraft on the mound. Your lineup goes Horwitz, Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn batting 4th in right field. Gonzalez at 2nd. Cruz in center. Andy Rodriguez will catch. Tyler Callahan plays at 3rd today. So they have Brandon Lau DHing. Nick Gonzalez at 2nd. Jared Triolo does play short. And Tyler Callahan plays at 3rd. Ashcraft is on the mound. It's a 4:10 first pitch against the Atlanta Braves. 412-928-9370. We take your calls next. Also this. How concerned are you? How concerned are you about one Pirate starting pitcher? We'll get into that in a moment. 412-928-9370. Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Again, the pitching matchup for the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of their series. Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates, Spencer Strider for Atlanta. First pitch at 4:10. Coverage begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-878-4646 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-878-4646. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-878-4646 now to find out how much you could save.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
A to Z Fire Protection Services in Greensburg has 16 years of experience as a specialized contractor providing fire protection services, including installing sprinkler systems, alarms, and inspections. A to Z is committed to providing top-notch fire protection.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Harris scores. Olsen to third. Dubon is in at second base. It should be a hit and an error. And now the Braves retake the lead 4-3 here in the fifth.
And they would win it 6-3 over your Buccos yesterday. Game 2 of the 3-game series. 4:10 first pitch today right here on The Fan. You can hear it beginning with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, 3 o'clock. Dan Zangrilli has it. Pirates 34-30 on the air. Atlanta's at 43-21. Braxton Ashcraft gets the ball. Ashcraft, a 5-2 record, 74 2/3 innings, a 2.77 ERA, a 103 WHIP, 17 walks, and 81 strikeouts for Braxton Ashcraft. The lineup is out. Spencer Horwitz will lead it off and play at first base. Brandon Lau will DH today and bat second against the righty Strider. Brian Reynolds will play in left and bat third. Ryan O'Hearn, again, back in the outfield. So O'Hearn originally was activated and DH'd a little bit, then played at first, now back in the outfield. So it looks like everything with his injury that he suffered, that quad, looking pretty good. He is cleaning up. Nick Gonzalez will bat fifth and play at second base today with Lau DHing. Cruz in center. He will bat sixth. Andy Rodriguez is going to do the catching. He will bat seventh. Tyler Callahan gets a rare start. He will play at third base and bat eighth because still no Connor Griffin. He's still on the injured list. We haven't received an update as to if he's throwing yet. Is he going to throw in Atlanta? Is he going to play some defense at short? That's a significant question. Jared Trillo is at shortstop today and batting ninth. The Braves lineup is typically always consistent. Matt Olson batting third. Acuna leading off. He's playing in right field. Dubon is going to play in center today after playing at short. He will bat second. Matt Olson again batting third and playing at first. Ozzie Albies will do the cleanup hitting and bat fourth and play at second base. Dom Smith, former Met, he will bat fifth and DH. Austin Riley, their third baseman, will bat sixth. Mike Yastrzemski in left field, former Giant, he will play in left field and bat seventh. Their catcher today is Austin Wins. He will bat eighth. And Ha-Seong Kim, former Tampa Bay Ray, former San Diego Padre, will play shortstop and bat ninth. 412-928-9370. Getting your thoughts on the Pirates from yesterday and how you feel about the Pirates moving forward. Like, is this a huge litmus test for you against the two top teams in baseball? How do the Pirates play? Is this going to have a significant grasp on your thoughts on the team? Hi, Ryan.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I got you. What's up?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, my feeling about the Pirates, I'm kind of on the downward slope. You know, Braxton Ashcraft looks good. The problem, though, with Pittsburgh is fans like you support this.
That, but I figure here in a moment. So, as I look at just overall what's going on with the rotation, and I look at Mitch Keller, and I see the outings that he has had as of late. It's not been ideal. And my question to you at 412-928-9370 is, do you trust Mitch Keller if he was to get the ball in a playoff series? Do you trust that Keller is going to be able to pitch consistently enough that the Pirates can depend on him? Because I don't think at this point you can have that much confidence. These are Keller's starts since April 25th. So since the month of May began, this is what Mitch Keller has done. Because it's up and down, back and forth, and you get a lot of question marks. May 1st against Cincinnati, he goes 7 innings of just 1-run ball. May 7th against Arizona, 6 innings of 2-run ball. Good starts, both of them. Arizona's a pretty good team. Now, they're 3 games over 500 at this point in a very similar spot as you. They're going to be fighting for a wild card, and the Reds are the Reds. Colorado, 5 2/3 at home, and he gives up 6 runs. Bad start. At St. Louis, where Keller has been pretty solid in his career, 5 2/3 innings, 4 runs allowed. At Toronto, good lineup, 6 innings, 1 run. But it's these last 2 starts that have been detrimental to Mitch Keller and how his ERA has continued to skyrocket. 4 innings against Minnesota, 10 hits, 7 runs allowed. He walked 1 and had 5 strikeouts. Yesterday, 4 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs. He allowed a home run to Dubon. He walked 3. He struck out 4. His whip, which was one of the best of his career before the Minnesota game, 107, is now up to 123. His ERA is at 4.81. Keller with 2 clunkers in his last 2 outings. Over his career, last season, 4.19 ERA. 2024, 4.25 ERA. 2023, 4.21 ERA. 2022 is his best full season, not counting the COVID year, a 3.91 ERA. So, when you ponder this and you look at what Mitch Keller has done over the course of his career, you need him to be a 3, but sometimes he pitches like a 4 with his levels of inconsistency. So I'm a little bit worried and I'm a little bit concerned about Keller moving forward, because what he's done over his last couple of starts, in his last 7 games, a 6.23 ERA, 39 innings, he's allowed 39 hits and 27 earned runs. And the control hasn't been great. He's not a big strikeout pitcher. He never has been. He struck out 30, but 12 walks as well in those 39 innings. Over his last 15 games, a larger sample size, I mean, he hasn't pitched 15 games. It's only been 13. On the season, of course, a 4.81 ERA. But as of late, because the starts were very good in the early portion or the late portion of March and also into April, 6.23 ERA from a guy who's supposed to be, I don't know, your number 3, maybe your number 2 at times starting pitcher. At times this year, Keller was their best arm. At times. Through April, he was. Like Braxton Ashcraft was still very good, and Skeens had a couple of hiccups, but Mitch Keller was consistent. You knew what you were getting from him. But now it seems like, and that's typically the case with Keller in the first month plus of the year. Typically he starts out strong and then he fades away. And I'm sort of worried about a similar fading away for Mitch Keller, where I don't think he's going to have 3 bad starts in a row. But can he get back to 7 innings of 2-run ball, 7 innings of 1-run ball more consistently than 5 innings or not even reaching 5 innings in yesterday's start? Because you want to talk about how bad the bullpen is. A taxed bullpen and an inconsistent bullpen is only worse when they need to cover more innings, when the starters can't give them much help. Skeens, only 5 innings in his last start. Keller, 4 2. Or Skeens went 4 2/3, just like Keller. So when you look at the game logs from a year ago from Keller, his first start was good. 6 innings, 1 earned run allowed. A 4.50 ERA in April last year, a 3.50 ERA in May, 4.30 in June, 2.93 in July. So he's been good in the summer months typically as well, just has a couple of clunkers. August and September is really where he falls apart at 6.52 ERA in August. I think, and I tell you what, I think I know, the Pirates are counting on Mitch Keller to pitch in a playoff series if they get to a 3-game, especially a 4-game series. Like he is going to make a start if it's a 4-game series. Maybe it's just 1. Maybe Jared Jones blossoms into the guy that makes 2. But you just want to see better consistency out of Keller. And we've had the discussion with Skeens too about being consistent, about being a guy overall who, goes back to being Paul Skeens. Mitch Keller has to be back to being April Mitch Keller. And against better competition, he did it against Toronto. He's going to pitch against the Dodgers. You got to see a bounce back performance. 412-928-9370. Terry is in the car. What's up, Terry?
Hey, Austin. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, Terry.
Hey, I'm on the outside looking in, right? Not to quote a good song. I'm not a baseball fan, but I'm a fan of the radio station, and I listen to you guys talk. You know, the pitching is struggling so bad, but they don't ever have enough time between series to actually get with the pitching coach and fix their problems. I think they need to shorten the baseball season down to like 60% of what it is, so these guys can have time to get with the pitching coach and fix stuff. And Paul Skeens, I keep hearing the generational talent, and he might be, like I said, I don't follow baseball, but
yeah, he had an ERA of 2 his first 2 years, Terry. That just doesn't happen, like from anybody, not named Bob Gibson.
Well, his problems lately, I just have to wonder if he's not maybe being a little too cute with his stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to just get back to basics, you know what I mean? Sometimes that can happen with phenoms, right? You start getting a little too cute, try a little too much. I think I hear his pitch called a splinker.
Yeah, the splinker.
Yeah, and it sounds like what I was hearing from Tony and everybody is he might be trying that pitch a little too much and not just trying the curve and stuff like that or whatever. I think he needs to get back to basics.
Terry, your point regarding I'll let you make the last point. Your point regarding the pitching coach, though. You don't think that it's enough time within 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or whatever it is before night games or however much time they have before day games just to be able to go over things? Like, how long do you think it takes for them to work on stuff? Starting pitchers go out there every 5 days. They have time in between.
Well, I think if it was enough time, then they would have already fixed the problem.
Maybe their players just aren't good enough. Maybe their bullpen, their pieces just are not good enough. They're not good major leaguers.
Then why are they in the major league?
Well, that's another huge concern. Thanks, Terry. Where Dennis Santana had success in the past. Now he looks like he doesn't know how to throw the baseball. Like Justin Lawrence, before they DFA'd him, had a good 16-game stretch at the end of last season. That's why they kept him around. Yohan Ramirez has pretty good stuff, but is not somebody who I trust whatsoever. He's not somebody that I believe in at all. Every time he goes out there. When Ramirez pitches, I don't know if he knows where the ball is going half the time, and that's another big concern. Texter, how many Pirates do you think will make the All-Star team? That's a great question. I think they have a chance for 4. Remember in 13 when it was like Jeff Locke? I think Melanson might have went. McCutchen was there. The 2013 Pirates All-Stars were pretty incredible. It was Pedro Alvarez, Jason Grilli, Jeff Locke, Mark Melanson, Andrew McCutchen. They had 5 guys represented. This year, I think they could get as many as 4. I'm not counting out Paul Skeens from having another insane run that he sometimes just finds, a lot of the times, just finds himself on, where through the month of June, he will just shove and over 4 starts, only allow like 5 earned runs. I could see that as entirely possible. Goes deeper into games, 6 innings, 7 innings, and then ends up pitching well. I could definitely see that. So Skeens, I think, has the candidacy for 1. Braxton Ashcraft right now is undoubtedly, I think I used the word right, going to make the All-Star game. He's pitched 74 2/3 innings so far this year. He threw the most innings of anyone in the National League in May, which I think is interesting, talking about them wanting to conserve his innings. And he throws the most innings of anyone in May. Part of the reason why is because his first start in May was May 3rd and his last start in May was May 31st. So he made 6 starts in May. That's another reason why there were so many innings, and he might have had an extra start compared to other guys. But he's 5-2 on the year, a 2.77 ERA, a 103 WHIP, 81 strikeouts. He's walked 17 guys. He has allowed 7 home runs. That's second most on the team behind Chandler. Braxton Ashcraft has been a huge surprise. I thought he was going to be good. I thought he was going to be like their number 4. He is their number 2, maybe even their number 1 pitcher. Like, if we started a playoff series today and I was Don Kelly and I had to make a call, I would still give the ball to Skeens just because he's Paul Skeens, and I think he's still has earned the right. But I'd feel great about game 2 with Braxton Ashcraft out there. I would feel that if it's a 3-game series, I should win game 1 and I should win game 2 with the two-headed monster at the top. And if Jared Jones figures it out and they limit his innings well enough so late in the season they don't have to worry about it, he could be your third guy, if not Mitch Keller. Or Keller would probably pitch the 4th game of like a 7-game series. So I think Ashcraft and Skeens on the pitching side have a chance. Brandon Lau is an all-star. 253 average, but it's what he's done with his on-base percentage of 340. He's slugging .524. It's one of the best in the National League. His .864 on base, or OPS, is the best on the Pirates as well. 57 hits, 15 home runs, leads the team. 14 doubles, leads the team. He's scored 40 runs, which is 3rd on the team. He's also walked 40 times, or he's 40 RBIs, I should say, is 2nd on the team. I was looking at runs scored. He has 25 walks. And I would think that Oneil Cruz is a good case too. Cruz has already stolen 20 bags. He leads the team in RBIs with 44. He has 14 home runs, does have 10 doubles, has been consistent. He's been so much better against left-handed pitching. His batting average this year is .265. Oneil Cruz looks like a different player at the plate. He looks like a better player at the plate. He looks like somebody that is so locked in. You can trust every time he goes up there, and yes, the strikeouts are going to be there, and he's top 3 in all of baseball in strikeouts, and he's on pace to strike out the most times of any Pirates player ever. But when you're hitting in the 260s and you're hitting the ball as hard and as well as he does when he does make contact with it, I can live with it. It's like the amount of times that Kyle Schwarber strikes out, which is astronomically high, but he hits 40 home runs. Like, Oneil Cruz is on pace for 30 plus. He's going to steal 40 bags. Knock on wood, he stays healthy. So I would think those 4, Brian Reynolds as well has a good case. I don't know if they'd want to take 4 Pirates, or 5 Pirates, if they're not leading the division, which they could be by that point. They could be. Again, these 2 series are very important against Atlanta and the Dodgers, but following that, the schedule gets a little bit easier for them. They have the Marlins for 3 at home. They're at the A's in Sacramento for 3. And then the Rockies on the road for 3. Never easy to win in Colorado. Remember the last time they were there? They were up like 10-0 and blew the lead to the Rockies. And it was a disastrous game. Then they play 3 at home against the Mariners, 3 at home against the Reds, and then they go to Philadelphia right around July 4th weekend before playing in D.C. So cool for the Pirates to be playing the Phillies in the Nats July 4th week to celebrate the 250th birthday of America. 412-928-9370. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It's 83 degrees out there, and there is going to be some rain coming up. Light rain expected to start in the next hour. My phone says 100% chance of rain at 3 o'clock and at 2 o'clock. But then starting at 7 o'clock, 40%, 40%, 45%, 40%. I can't stand rain. Mitch Keller had this to say after the game.
This one tonight.
I felt all right. Just wasn't sharp.
That last inning there, DK was saying they seemed to be aggressive. What'd you see from their lineup and what you could have executed better?
Yeah, I mean, they're always aggressive. They got a really good lineup over there. That's probably why they're the best. I think they got the best record in baseball. Yeah, they just did better than I did tonight.
The pitch to Dubon on the homer there, I think it was a curveball, just a mislocation, or you see that?
Yeah, I mean, it was right down the middle.
Has anything at all felt different for you in these past few weeks compared to how you started the season?
Not really, honestly. Just not as sharp, so I got to figure it out.
Mitch Keller admitting has not been sharp, has not been good enough for the Pirates, and gave you the numbers in his last 7 starts, 6.23 ERA. Over his last 2 games, it's been poor. As Atlanta beat him up for 6, Minnesota beat him up for 7 runs. That was at home. He only went 4 innings. That was that game on Saturday where the Pirates jumped out to a 5-run lead and Keller immediately gave it away. Only threw 77 pitches and couldn't get out of the 4th. So after a string of starts where he pitched 5 or more innings, dating back to April 19th, my sister's birthday. 7 innings against the Tampa Bay Rays, 5 against Milwaukee, 7 against Cincinnati, 6 against Arizona, 5 2/3 against Colorado, 5 2/3 against St. Louis, 6 against Toronto. The last 2 starts have been clunkers. 8 2/3 innings, and he's allowed 13 runs, 17 hits. He's walked 4 and has only struck out 9 during that span. 412-928-9370. Actually, the 9 strikeouts is more than he's been averaging. What am I saying? We hear from Don Kelly coming up next. We're also going to get into the Steelers at the top of the hour as well. We're leading you up to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Austin Bechtold with you right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Braxton Ashcraft versus Spencer Strider for today's Pirates-Braves game. It's game 2 of their series. First pitch in Atlanta is at 4:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at truefantravel.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal,
your way
What a great day.
at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
.65 out of 162. The Pirates put what game it is -162 in their lineup reveal every single day. I kind of like it, to be honest, the way that they do that. And the lineup: Horwitz, Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Gonzalez, Cruz, Rodriguez, Callahan, Triolo for Ashcraft. The way they line it up defensively, outfield left to right: Reynolds, Cruz, O'Hearn, and right. The infield a little bit different. Callahan's at third, Triolo's at short, Gonzalez is at second, and Horwitz is at first base. 412-928-9370, Pirates and Braves game 2, taking place in just about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Dan Zangrilli, North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 3 o'clock. Back out to you on the phone lines at 412-928-9370. But first, a text. Art from Connecticut here. It's time we think out of the box with Keller. Move him to the bullpen to straighten him out. Bring up Carmen Mlodzinski back to the rotation. Both guys have issues getting through the fifth inning. Give Mitch 2 more starts while Carmen gets stretched out a bit. Well, I don't think Mlodzinski needs to be stretched out a bit. He's already stretched out, Art. I appreciate the text. I think, you have to live with some of the good and the bad that you get with Keller. I just wish he would be a little bit more consistent. But he's a 4 ERA pitcher. That's just his career. That's the reality. That's not a number 1. That's not a number 2. That's a middle of the pack 3. And I like Keller, and he can give you some really good outings and give you some length, but he has not been efficient in his last couple of starts. Yesterday, a lot of deep counts, a lot of 3-2 counts, a lot of 3-ball counts. Just did not pitch nearly well enough. And when you give the Braves opportunities, like the ball to Dubon was right down the middle that he hit. It was a bad pitch from Keller. He did not locate well yesterday at all. And he mentioned that the efficiency wasn't there. That was a problem. Caleb is in Pittsburgh. What's up, Caleb?
Hey, Austin. How you doing today?
Good, man.
I think we all have something to be pretty excited about in Pittsburgh with this baseball team. But I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves talking about playoffs already, while only 65 games into the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. It's fair, but we've never been able to talk about it before over the last decade, Caleb. I've never been able to talk about it while I've been on the air here, so I at least want to think about it a little bit.
Absolutely. I think we're in an NL Central where everybody's 500 or above. It's like every 13 years the Pirates decide to come out of dormancy, and this year everybody else decided to be the 98 Yankees in the NL Central. So it's just a little bit difficult for me to be talking playoffs already, especially with the way the pitching's going right now. I think that we made a bad decision sending Mlodzinski to the bullpen. I know that our bullpen looks a bit rough right now, and it seems like the right call. But Bo Chandler has absolutely no control right now.
Yeah.
I think he needed to find his way down to 3A, find himself a little bit more, and then when he's ready, come back up, and then we'll have that conversation with Carmen as to whether or not he should go to the bullpen. I'm not really concerned with Mitch Keller right now either.
Really?
This is the Mitch that we've gotten for almost his entire time in Pittsburgh. He's going to have a couple bad games here and there, but I feel like we get more consistency out of him than bad. To me, anyways.
Well, why would you say that, Caleb? I'm curious because, I gave you some of the numbers, and I would say that, he's maybe it's like 55-45, like maybe more than that, maybe 60-40. Like overall, I think he's a pretty solid pitcher. But when it's bad for Mitch Keller, it's bad. And when it's good for Mitch Keller, it's good.
I absolutely agree that we do get bad with Mitch Keller, right? But his first 2 months this year, he looked really good. He looked lights out. I mean, he had 2 bad starts, and now we're talking about the bad with Mitch Keller. It just felt like a really dramatic swing. And I do understand, hey, I watched that game where he just gave up 5 runs in a row and let was Minnesota, right? Come right back into the game and be right there with us. That's unacceptable baseball. But, I think we should give him a little bit of time to find himself again. Just the next couple starts, see how he does. And then, like the texter said, maybe bring Carmen in. Tell Mitch that he can hit the bricks before the All-Star break. I think with Carmen in this rotation, it was a really good rotation. I think trading Mitch Keller might not even be a bad idea. I know that sounds really out there, but if he does continue to be bad, then we can have that conversation. But if he comes back around, I think we have a good starting 5. My biggest concern right now, though, is our bullpen.
Yeah.
And I talking about playoff baseball the way our bullpen is playing, it is just not a conversation we can have yet. I mean,
the bullpen needs to be better.
We're up 8-3.
There's no doubt the bullpen will be better. And one more point on Keller, I am completely fine with the start he made against St. Louis on May 19th. 5 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs allowed. He gave up a home run, 3 strikeouts. If you get that Mitch Keller, I'm fine with it. That needs to be the lowest of the lows for Keller. It's these 7-run games, these 6-run games in back-to-back outings that gives me pause when he's not going deep into games with a bullpen like you mentioned that is bad.
I completely agree with you there. We can't be having these kinds of starts from Mitch Keller, but we really don't have too many options right now. Other than Mitch Keller.
I'm not saying replace him, Caleb, but I'm just pointing out the facts of the last couple of starts. Keller's in this rotation for the entirety of the season. There's no denying that.
I agree with you then on every aspect of we can't have these starts from Mitch Keller. I just don't know how. No, I agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you have to improve your bullpen, and I appreciate the call, Caleb. Good conversation. And the way you do that, if it's not internally and there's not many options, you can go get Beau Burrows from down in AAA. I think that's a guy that's been pitching pretty well. ERA right around 1.5 in about 20 innings. Justin Mice from Bethel Park has an ERA in the 3.3, 3.5 range. He's somebody who's not a big power pitcher, is more of a, I mean, the strikeout numbers are pretty solid, but more of a pitch to contact guy, a strikeout per inning type of pitcher. And Justin's a good dude. I think he would be able to factor into this bullpen pretty well as well. He could be an option. So if there are 2 guys to target, I think it's those 2. Here's our buddy Shriver in Newcastle. What's up, Shriver?
Hey, Lemons, how you doing today?
Good, man.
Hey, I was a couple of things. For one, I'm pretty optimistic about Chandler tomorrow because
really
he's
against that good of a lineup, that patient of a lineup.
Well, he's from Georgia. He's only about 40 minutes northeast of Atlanta.
That's a good point.
So,
it's like a homecoming for him.
Yeah, so he pitched here last year. He did really well against a similar lineup. I mean, it wasn't all the same guys, but real similar. I know Atlanta wasn't the same team, but he's also trending up. I don't think he's trending down. Let's just say that. So I think he's going to do well tomorrow, and that's only if the Pirates win today.
Yeah,
he'll do well tomorrow. So, and then also, I was looking at Kyle Schwarber and Cruz. And I was wondering, what do you think Cruz's WAR would be if you took out all this defensive statistics? Because the other numbers are actually really similar. There's home runs, or Schwarber's ahead of home runs, but Cruz has more RBIs. He has way more stolen bases, more hits, better average, And I'm just thinking, for what they paid Schwarber to come back to Philadelphia versus what we're paying Cruz, I mean, we're winning in that sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so Shriver, he's got a 1.2 WAR currently at the moment.
Cruz, right?
The defensive runs saved for Cruz, I'm looking at it right now on Baseball Reference. It's defensive runs saves above average. He's currently at -10, which is not good. I'm not going to act like I'm a mathematic statistician here and understand what all these numbers necessarily mean. But when you see something that's -10, I can't imagine that that's any good.
No, would that mean that he'd be a 2.6 player then, or 2.2 player?
I think it would be more around 2. Yes, I'm trying to find his exact defensive WAR. I think Baseball Savant might have it somewhere, but.
And then there's one other thing I kind of mentioned yesterday to you guys, but Joe was discombobulated coming in, whatever. But I just think that the Pirates, they need to get who on the team can you look at and say, there's our veteran presence? I mean, you got
Brandon Lau?
Wow.
Brian Reynolds?
Lau. That's all you have.
What about Reynolds?
Well, Reynolds doesn't have. I'm talking about a veteran presence who's been like a proven winner. You know, I mean, someone that's been in the league a long time. Lau would be the only guy you can really point to. Maybe Reynolds, and he's.
Well, part of that is that they're a young team too, Shriver. Like a lot of them are young, homegrown guys that they have. Like Paul Skeens hasn't had that opportunity. Braxton Ashcraft hasn't had that opportunity. Cruz, really the same thing. Reynolds has been here his entire career. Like there's Reynolds would be that guy. You know, I don't think it's a necessity to have to bounce around and play on multiple different teams that have already been there, done that in the playoffs. It would be nice, but we haven't. That's why I think they could have added another starting pitcher that has like a veteran presence, like a Jose Quintana. He's ultimately hurt in Colorado now, or bringing back Chapman, somebody that the bullpen could truly need, because it's basically been a bunch of cast-offs and guys that you're calling up from AAA to try to make it work. So I think that's a good point for the pitching side, but the hitting, they have Lau and they have Reynolds, and I like O'Hearn.
Hitting five. I'm just talking about like a leader you could bring in and say, okay, we're serious. Like ownership is serious, management's serious about winning this year. They brought in X player, and then so that's kind of it. And then also that reliever from Colorado, I was following the game last night.
Sensatella.
They were losing. Yeah, they were losing 3-1, and all of a sudden it was 3-3, and then it was.
He gave up the runs. They were beating the Brewers in like the ninth inning. He gave up. He gave the game away, and then they ended up going to 11 innings. They kept trading runs back and forth before Milwaukee ultimately won.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll let you get to other callers. I appreciate listening to you. You do a great job.
Thanks, Shriver.
Again soon. Thanks,
always good talking to you. 412-928-9370. Continuing to take your calls. Here's Trey in Slippery Rock. What's up, Trey?
Hi there. How's it going?
Good, man. Doing good.
So, two things really quick. The caller earlier that said we should trade Mitch Keller, I think that there's no way that we should do that. I'm not worried about him. He's been a solid innings eater. He had 2 bad starts. You kind of get that with Mitch Keller, but it's like you said, I think the good definitely outweighs the bad with that guy. And I think it would be ridiculous to move him to the bullpen. And I think Bubba should have been sent down. You know, I don't think he would make a good bullpen arm right now just with his control issues. And I think that moving Carmen out of the rotation was a mistake, because they really have struggled more recently than we were kind of expecting going into this year. I know there's been a lot of complaining about the bullpen, but the starting rotation hasn't been as solid as they have historically.
So Trey, let me make sure that I get this correctly with what you're saying. Regarding Keller, you are of the opinion that he's more so of a number 3 starter or number 4 starter?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. Considering that they have Skeens and Ashcraft at the top of the rotation, I just want to see a little bit more consistency from Keller. That's my only thing. Even if it's just giving up 4 runs. If he goes out there and gives up 3 or 4 runs instead of 7 or 6 and still keeps them in the game with how good this offense is. Because like 6 runs, even with this offense, can be a knockout punch. 7 runs the same. When it's your starter and your bullpen that isn't any good has to come in and you would think is going to immediately give up a run in some capacity, that's where I just, falter with, well, maybe they should bring Bailey Falter back. And my thoughts on that, if that makes sense. So, thank you, Trey. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Greg in Cranberry. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Limits. How you doing, man?
Good, man. Good to talk to you.
Good. Hey, I watched Skeens his last start, the start before where he had 10 strikeouts, and watching Keller yesterday. Atlanta can hit.
Yeah, they can. I mean,
they can hit.
It's a top offense in baseball. The Dodgers, the Braves, and the Pirates are the 3 top offenses in terms of hits in all of baseball.
So I think a lot of things I watched with Skeens and with Keller yesterday, they're kind of trying to go innings and not get outs.
What do you mean by that?
I think that in the back of their minds, it's like, hey, I got to get more innings because our bullpen stinks.
Well, yeah, they need to be more efficient. They need to go deeper into games. They need to go 6 or 7 innings.
But looking at Skeens, it's like he's almost pitching to contact a little bit.
I wouldn't disagree, Greg, because like we know the velocity is down. He's trying to throw more sinkers. Like they're not trying to make him into the Ray Searage ground ball pitchers that they were making Jeff Locke, and they were trying to put Garrett Cole into that box when he was just a power pitcher, blow the fastball by you. I think that's part of it. Like he wants to pitch deeper into games and not have as many pitches that he throws. Make sure not every out is a strikeout because those can be longer at bats. Try to get the second pitch, third pitch, ground ball to short, or fly ball to right, something like that, to be able to control your innings, to control that cap. So I think that's important. I think that's a good point you made. But yeah, I think maybe sometimes Skeens needs to simplify it. He has so many pitches in his repertoire, so many tools in the tool belt, where sometimes maybe he does get a little bit too cute about it.
Yeah. It seems like he's trying to pitch for innings, not pitch for outs. Even though when he had that 10 strikeout game, you can still see a little bit of that. But the last game, definitely. And they were hitting them hard.
Yeah, and Henry Davis, and I appreciate the call, Greg, is the one that calls the pitches for Skeens. And maybe Henry Davis also needs to be better in terms of what he calls, because opponents have been fouling off more balls off Paul Skeens than they have in his entire 3-year MLB career. There are longer counts. There are deeper counts, longer at-bats. They are fouling off more pitches, seeing more pitches, working up pitch counts. I mean, Skeens had 2 innings of 30 pitches in his last outing. That never happens. He's always so much more efficient than that. And it's because of these longer at-bats, and some of them are leading to walks, not many, but they're leading to 3-2 counts at least before Skeens either puts them away or there's a base hit. So being able to win early in the count, first pitch strikes, so important. Another factor. Here's our friend Roman to chime in.
Hey, what's up, boss?
Roman, my guy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? So I just wanted to say that Paul Skeens, I think he's trying to get like a little bit like too fancy with his pitches. Like,
yeah.
I feel like Skeens, like he's throwing a little bit too much of one pitch.
What pitch do you think he's throwing too much of, Roman?
I think he's throwing a little too much of his fastball.
Yeah.
Because now the hitters are getting used to it. Because if he pitches it like really a lot, then they're gonna know like that he's gonna pitch it, and then they're gonna know how to get the barrel on it.
Yeah, the fastball is his most used pitch, which is not really much of a surprise at 36%. He's been throwing the changeup a lot more this year too, Roman. I was talking to Starkey about this yesterday. He has thrown the changeup 193 times this year. Last year, he threw the changeup only 326 times. That's 17% this year to 11% last year. He's throwing the fastball at 36%, and he's only averaging right around 98 miles an hour with his four-seam fastball, it's a little bit surprising. His sinker is right around the same, 96.7 miles an hour in total velocity. So you're on the right track there, Roman. Yeah, you're on the right track. What else is on your mind, buddy?
I just think our bullpen needs to get better. Like, Dennis Santana has been a big problem with us because he's blown a lot of games.
Yeah, that's why he's no longer in the closer role. They're not using him in high leverage roles anymore. They used him yesterday because he's basically become, I appreciate it, Roman, talk to you again really soon. He's basically become a guy who only pitches in mop-up duty. A guy that was your closer for the last 2 years, or at least last year he was, with an ERA closer to 2 than 2.5. And this is what has amounted. 412-928-9370. We're going to continue to take your calls coming up next. Joanne, Rick, and Dave, you're coming up. We're going to end the show with a Steelers discussion as well. Hear from Don Kelly as well after last night's game, and we'll continue to preview today's game. How important is this series against the Braves and then the Dodgers coming to PNC Park for 3? Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Today, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of 3 in their series. First pitch at 4:10. Last night, the Braves defeated the Pirates 6-3. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for Pittsburgh. Spencer Strider will start for Atlanta. Coverage begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I'm in absolute shambles. I've been putting off the reality of what was going on with the news that came down that the Morgan Wallen concert has been canceled due to weather. It's not even going to rain tonight. Watch. This is the type of crap that happens. This is the type of stuff that happens, Ty, where you see weather in the area. I know this, and I just got a text from one of my close people that said, watch it not even rain that much. Yes. That's exactly what's going to happen. As somebody who runs a wiffle ball league and is scared to death of weather, of rain ruining things, there are occasions where it says it's going to rain all day today, and then it just sprinkles, or it doesn't actually rain. There's supposed to be thunderstorms at like 3 o'clock. Like that's real. Like that'll happen. 4 o'clock, 50% chance of rain. The concert starts at 5:30. Okay. 5 o'clock, no rain. The weather app. Do you trust the Apple weather app? Great question. 5 o'clock, no rain. 6 o'clock, no rain. 7 o'clock, 40% chance of rain. 8 o'clock, 40% chance of thunderstorms. 9 o'clock, 45% chance of rain. 10 o'clock, 40% chance of rain. Nothing at 11. And 25% chance of rain at midnight. If this was a baseball game, play ball. See what happens.
Well, first of all, number one, can I join your wiffle ball league? I'd like to play wiffle ball at least once. And number two,
you should come out to a week 5
let me know.
tomorrow.
Yeah, let me know. Number two, if this was at Star Lake, we'd still be on.
Probably. Well, actually, I don't. Why do you say that?
Because Star Lake is Star Lake, man.
Everything goes down at Star Lake.
Oh man, I've had to be in for hip hop shows. Like I went to three shows at Star Lake. One was J. Cole. The other was Kendrick Lamar in the TDE tour. And then a few years ago, it was Wiz Khalifa. The first two, there was like a solid bit of rain. It was a monsoon. They kept on going.
Jeff Verzella, who has been a meteorologist for over 30 years here in Pittsburgh, works for WTA. He does a great job. He quote tweets Pomp's tweet, which is, and I put it out too, I'm sick to my stomach, the announcement. Jeff Verzella says this: the rain and thunderstorms will arrive in downtown Pittsburgh by 2:30/2:45 and be gone by 5 p.m. The adverse weather conditions will be passed by 5 to 5:30. So do you want to cancel the opening acts? I'm sorry, first two opening acts. I want to see Ella Langley and I want to see Wallen play. You know, it's supposed to be a whole family event for my family today. The adverse weather will be passed by 5:30. Playing a Little Rain. He's a song called Little Rain.
Play some Prince. Why not? Make it a whole event. I'm sorry for everyone that missed out on this opportunity. I mean, trust me, it feels like it's
furious. Like I am so upset about this. Now, Matt Mongaluzzo, my good buddies, and we went down yesterday and just sat outside the stadium. And I got a text from somebody that was inside the stadium. I took a video of one of your favorite songs just in case you get rained out tomorrow. And I was like, I ain't getting rained out. What are we talking about here? I ain't gonna get rained out. And somebody on the text line was the first to say it, that said the concert's canceled tonight. And I just did not believe it. I didn't buy it.
I just want to know.
And then I received a text in our group chat that said it is canceled. And then Seth Davis texted and said it is canceled. And I just continue to get more and more frustrated and upset.
I just wanted to know, was he going to play the remix that he had with Lil Wayne, Miami? That's about the only song.
No, he wasn't playing Miami. I had the whole set list.
Boo, that's phone. Horrible.
Miami wasn't going to be playing.
That one, I'm not a fan of country music. Slaps.
Yeah, Miami's a good song.
Especially the remix.
Intern Dom tweets, put a dome on Acrisure Stadium. To which Jack Hillgrove quote tweets and says, Dome Di Tommaso.
Yeah, that kid goes to Syracuse and suddenly his entire life becomes a dome.
He wants a dome on PNC Park.
No, Dom.
That's very unfortunate. So yeah, no concert for me. Now what am I going to do? I don't know. I know what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to talk to Dave in the North Shore. Dave, what's the weather like down there?
Well,
is it raining, Dave?
It's dark. Not yet, but it looks like I don't think it's going to be as bad as what they indicated.
Dave, I'm going to be that old man, that 25-year-old old man, just yelling at the clouds when it doesn't rain or it just sprinkles out there, and I'm just going to be all furious. That'll be me, Dave. I'm gonna be like the grumpy old man. Now I'm having Bubba texting me videos of him at the concert. Bubba was in the third row yesterday, right by the stage. Oh my word! Now the FOMO is really gonna kick in. I'm sorry, Dave.
I was at a George Clinton Bootsy Collins concert at A&E outside. It was raining and it stopped, but they still jammed. So I don't think it's gonna be as bad as it is.
Yeah. All right, Dave. What's up?
Two quick issues. I'm a little concerned with Skeens. And the thing is, it's coincided with our closer of last year and Skeens of last year.
But, wait, hold on, Dave. You can't be comparing Dennis Santana's season to Paul Skeens' season when we're one guy you legitimately can't throw out there without expecting to get shelled, and Paul Skeens, who does have an ERA still right around 3. Like, it's not like Skeens has an ERA of like 4 or 5. Or the same ERA that Mitch Keller has right now.
But I'm just saying, contributing to the team, I'm just concerned about that. But the one good thing is we need to tweak some things, but we need to tweak some things, and we have a winning record. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. So, but I would have Dotel's been lights out. He's been lights out. And so I think the bullpen's improving with him and Machinsky. Sisk is okay, but
Sisk has been really good. His ERA is right around 1.5. He's been good.
But Dotel, Machinsky, Soto has his ups and downs, but I think he's okay right now. But if he starts to falter, I would put Dotel in that closer role.
Really?
If Soto, we have no other choice. If Soto starts to falter,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. But the good thing about it is McKinsky and Dotel can go 3 and 4 innings.
See,
as of right now,
Dave, if I was running the bullpen, I would want Dotel to stick in the role that he is right now, whether it's piggybacking Ashcraft or it's piggybacking Jones. And I would want Carmen Mlodzinski in that role that you discussed for Dotel. Like, I think Dotel is partially thriving in this role because it's similar to being a starting pitcher, where we know Mlodzinski is capable for an inning or two of being able to handle that as well, like he did a year ago, like he did 2 years ago. So I don't know if I would want to mess with Dotel's flow also as a rookie, too, if that makes sense.
Right. And another issue, what you mentioned the All-Stars. What about Nick Gonzalez?
Yeah, he's been one of the best players in batting average this year. He's at .312. And his defense.
I don't know what position would they vote him in at?
Third base. But there's so many power-hitting third basemen out there. I don't know if he'd actually fall in the top 5, though, Dave, just because when you have 2 home runs and you play a premier power position, that's not going to help your cause. Now, Gonzalez on the season is 6th in batting average, well, tied for 5th, actually, in batting average at .312. Brandon Marsh leading the National League in average, .332. How about that? So I think it would be... Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. One more thing. This is a basketball issue. Pump indicated that no one came back from 2-0 in the championship series, which was incorrect. The 1977 Portland Trailblazers was down 2-0 to Philadelphia and came back. So let Pomp know that there's another team that did come back from 2-0 in the championship series. Julius Erving was beating Bill Walton 2-0. Then the fight broke out with Daryl Dawkins and Pittsburgh's own Maurice Lucas.
Yep.
And after that fight, the Portland Trailblazers came back and won it 4-2. So
now,
let Pomp know there is
Dave, who was the home team in that series, I wonder? Like, is it because the Knicks won 2 games on the road? I wonder if that's what Bob was referring to. You know what I mean? Like, I think the
76ers.
I think it's different when you win 2 at home and then you go on the road. But when you're the road team and you're the Knicks, you go into San Antonio and you steal 2 games from them when the Spurs were up double digits in both of those games. I think it was 13 or 14 in game 1 and then 11 in game 2, and they blow both games. Man, that's a team of destiny.
The first game, the Knicks they wore off their rust at the end during the middle of the third quarter.
Yeah.
They'd been off almost 2 weeks, and towards the middle of the third quarter, their rust wore off, and but there's a team that came back from 2-0. Now I don't know if the Philadelphia won 2 in Portland. I don't think so, but they was up 2-0, and they were dominating Portland. Dominating. Dr. J was averaging like 30-something. George McGinnis, Doug Collins, they had a bench of World Be Free. They were dominant, but they was up 2-0.
Yeah, Dave, I think it was being the road team because Philly was the home team in that series before Portland went on and won 4 in a row. So I think that might be what Bob was referring to. I appreciate the call. Good conversation here, Dave. 412-928-9370. 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates. They want to visit your teams in action for a youth baseball and softball showcase. Donnie was down in Waynesburg today. Very exciting. Parents and coaches send an email to us, youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details, 937thefan.com. Hit us up on the Fan text line. Texters are texting there. Text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter says that the 2021 Milwaukee Bucks also came back from down 2-0, the only title that they won with Giannis before he might end up being traded. Rick is in Pittsburgh. What's up, Rick?
Hey, I want to talk about Skeens for a moment.
Sure.
The guy's command is amazing. He's throwing the ball very well. We have the data. You guys shared data yesterday that tells the total's tail. They're hitting 164 at the fastball, which is down, 3 miles an hour on average? But
it is down technically 1 mile an hour from 98.2 to 97.1 according to Baseball Savant. But yeah, it's down.
What's the difference on the splinker?
I think they categorize it just as a split finger. This year they're hitting 364.
364
off of that.
What's the velo?
Last year was 269. The velo this year is at 93.5 miles an hour. It was 93.7. The fan last year, so it's about the same.
Okay, I thought those discrepancies were a bit larger. You can't argue with his command. Is it the actual game is catching up to him, and the data reports are that good where people know what he's going to throw when he throws it? But 364 off an off-speed pitch when you sit 97, 98, that's a pretty big adjustment unless someone's tipping pitches and they know it's coming. The other thing is, even though they're getting more hits, they're squaring a lot more balls up lately.
They are. Well, and the other thing about that too, Rich, and I appreciate you pointing this out, because in year one, when he continued to throw that splinker like pitch after pitch after pitch, the opposition only hit 184 against it. So it's gone from 184 to 269 to 364. That's why he's not throwing it. Now, what's interesting, I don't know how much you buy into this, expected batting average that Baseball Savant has. On the split finger, the batting average is 364. The expected batting average is 243. So whether that's bad luck, whether that's hard contact, whether that's soft contact that's just falling in, I think that's kind of interesting to see how those numbers fare. Like I'm not beholden to all those numbers, but I think that one's fascinating.
Without question. But the bigger thing, and we don't know this data, but I'm sure they do, is the vertical movement the same as it once was? Obviously, velocity is a part of it, but how much does that pitch move? Something's obviously different with that pitch.
Yeah.
One last plug. Sure. I'd love to see someone go out and sign Trevor Bauer. The guy can still pitch. These pitchers have gotten better, developing 6-pitch mixes because of him and the data he's provided. I know MLB doesn't want him in the league, but boy, he'd be really helpful about now.
Yeah, he right now, and I appreciate the call there, Rick, is pitching, at least the last that I saw, for the Long Island Ducks. So he was also injured a little bit earlier this year. I think he's still on the I think he might still be on the IL right now. Yeah, he is. So I don't know if anybody is going to sign Bauer. I truly wonder if he can come from independent baseball right now and to fit into your bullpen like that. I don't know how realistic that is right now. He did have a franchise record with the Ducks, 15 strikeouts in a game on May 12th. Earlier this year, and his numbers have been, they've been pretty good. But you would kind of expect somebody who, a Cy Young-like pitcher like Trevor Bauer would have that level of success when he's playing and pitching in independent baseball. Somebody who has won a Cy Young award, has won an ERA title, was dominant in 2018 with Cleveland with a 2.21 ERA. That Cy Young that he won was in I think it was the shortened COVID year. It was. He was 10th in MVP voting 2022 with Cincinnati, and then had a 2.59 ERA with the Dodgers in 2021, but has not pitched in Major League Baseball since. Don't know if anybody would sign him. He's now 35 years old, has been trying to fight his way back into the league. I don't know if that would be the best fit for the Pirates right now. It could probably help their bullpen, but I don't know. I don't think that's a direction that they would go into right now. Here is Joanne in Munhall. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Joanne.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I am taking it easy physically, but mentally, I'm going crazy over the Pirates. They're driving me crazy. I mean, last year, right, what was the problem? The offense, the hitters. Nobody could hit a damn thing. Skeens, nobody would hit for him. This year, our bullpen was a mess when we started the year. We got some nice young hitters, so the hitting's been great. We've been winning a lot of games, and now we've got our two favorite pitchers, Skeens and Miller, at least for me, who are down the tube. What the hell is going on with them?
Yeah, you said Skeens and Miller. Who are you talking about there, Joanne, as the second pitcher?
Oh, I guess, I'm sorry.
Are you thinking of Mason Miller?
Keller.
Oh, Mitch Keller. I got what you're saying. Yeah,
sorry.
No, all good. And I appreciate the call, Joanne. Good talking to you. I hope to talk to you again soon. I'm curious regarding Skeens, if this is just, and we've had the league punching back at him conversation before. I wonder if this is just, look, even Clayton Kershaw, there were starts where the opposition would push back on him. Tarek Skubal has a couple of rough outings. Not in the last 2 years because he's won the Cy Young, but look at this year before he got hurt. Or, there are occasional starts for elite starting pitchers where it just doesn't all come together. Like, take the first game of the year out where O'Neal Cruz made a couple of bad blunders. The last 2 starts for Skeens is really where I have a little bit of pause. I mean, really the last 3. He's been a victim of some bad defense in Toronto. Triolo missed some plays, but he's got a 3.09 ERA in 13 games. He's 6-5. I don't like that win or loss record. They've not done a good enough job of giving him enough run support. But a 3.51 ERA in his last 7 games. We judge Paul Skeens differently because he's Paul Skeens, because he's the Rookie of the Year, because he's the Cy Young winner, because he's the greatest pitcher that we've ever seen in our lifetimes, or at least has the potential to be that. So when you see the game logs and you look at the last 2 games against Chicago, gave up 3 runs, but only 1 of them was earned. Bad defense. Toronto, 4 runs, all 4 were earned, just 5 innings, and 4 2/3 against Houston. He gives up 3 runs. He's not getting crushed like Keller's getting crushed out there. And as to Joanne's point, if Keller's given up runs before, like he's given up a fair amount of runs in his career and a pretty decent amount of the time. Like, it's happened for him. Like, Keller has had those, clunker is the word that I've, for whatever reason, has just been on the top of my mind to use. But Skeens has not thrown more than 5 1/3 innings in his last 4 starts. He threw 5 1/3 against Chicago, but 5 against Toronto, 5 against Philly, 4 2/3 against Houston. 92 pitches, 98 pitches, 103 pitches, 109 pitches, 109 a career high. Only 68 pitches out of the 109 were for strikes. The batting average against is still good, 198. The whip is still good, 091. But overall, you kind of just wonder at this point what you're going to get with Skeens. You don't think he's going to go out there and give up 5 runs, but like, how deep is he pitching into games? Other teams are seeing more pitches. They're squaring him up well enough. Let's go to Randy in Mount Pleasant. Hi, Randy.
Hey, how you doing, Austin?
Good, Randy.
Hey, I was listening to people earlier shows, and they're complaining more about the hitting. Other than that,
who's complaining about the hitting, Randy?
Yeah, Henry Davis. He's coming around. He's a young guy. And then what's a dude they got? That's a DH.
Ozuna, who had 2 hits yesterday. He's getting closer to 200. They've benched him a decent amount of times to give other guys at bats. I think they've handled the Ozuna thing fine.
You got to they're not going to make the playoffs unless they fix our bullpen. So you got to go to Boston. You got to get Chapman, who wanted to stay here in the first place, the knuckleheads. Okay? So you take over his contract. Bob told me it's $15 million a year, 1 year. Take over the rest of his contract, offer him 2-year deal. But you probably need some kind of good setup, man. I don't know who. Well, they mentioned a guy from Colorado was good, but having an off year. You know who that is?
Yeah, I think what they're talking about, or who they're talking about, Randy, is Anthony Sansa. Sometimes I botch his last name, but he's the closer. Let me pull it up right now. Who yesterday actually blew the game for Colorado, which was a little bit surprising. 1 second here. Not great looking up things live on the radio. I know. Senzatella, Antonio Senzatella is his name.
It.
So
they can improve this bullpen. The start is a little disappointing, but I don't know.
But pitching in Colorado, and he's gone multiple innings. He's a former starter. He's a career starter that at times has pitched out of the bullpen. But when you look at it, this is the first year that he's been like fully a reliever. Last year, he made 23 starts, pitched in 30 total games, was hurt all of 24 and all of 23, only made a total of 5 starts in those outings. So they moved him to the bullpen to work on, maybe not work on some things, but to just give him like a second act in baseball. And outside of the 4 runs, 3 earned that he allowed against Milwaukee last night, an inning in 2/3, he's a guy that can cover multiple innings, Randy. He's the type of guy who can...
Get him as a setup, man. You know what? And then the Reds I've seen, they just got rid of a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Richardson. Did you see that?
Simeon Woods Richardson.
Yeah, DFA.
He was DFA by Minnesota. Somebody picked him up.
Free agent. He had a good record. Like I said, we're off here. But you know what? That would be a perfect get Chapman, get the dude from Colorado set up, man. Because I'm telling you, they're not going to make the playoffs unless they fix that bullpen.
Well, the only issue with that, Randy, and I appreciate the call, is that And they do need to fix the bullpen. Who's going to trade with you right now? Like, Senzatela is having this great of a year in Colorado. He had a 1.30 ERA before yesterday's outing. Pitching in Colorado, where no one ever wants to go. It was such a big deal when Jose Quintana signed there, and I think it was for $8 million. They had to overpay Jose Quintana, who was going to get traded at the deadline anyway. Yes, now it's on the 60-day. But he's going to get traded at the deadline anyway because nobody wants to go to Colorado and pitch. Nobody wants to be there because their ERAs will be just highly inflated. And as I look outside now, it looks like an apocalypse is about to come down. It looks like one of those apocalyptic movies. It looks so dark out there. Like it's about to thunderstorm.
A day that ends in Y here.
Days that end in Y. That's a Morgan Wallen song.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, I've seen a lot of dark skies like this before, and I'm like, yep, it's about to pour.
Yeah, it didn't rain at all this week. And of course, it was going to rain tonight and ruin my experience at the concert. At least I went down with my buddy yesterday and listened outside the stadium, but not nearly the same.
Your city limits. You should be able to get into there both days.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to go yesterday. I asked Bob if I could just come hang out with him. Well, I didn't buy tickets for both days because I was like, I have my tickets for Saturday. I don't need to go to both.
How much are the tickets?
He's going to play the same songs in both days.
Yeah, but it's the experience, right?
If you want to be in the nosebleeds in the true upper deck, it's $170 right now.
I got my mom in the nosebleeds for Bruno Mars.
See, I'm not a huge concert goer. I barely go to like any concerts. I save my money to go to like sporting events. Fair. Like, I've gone to the Rose Bowl. I've gone to the Orange Bowl. I've gone to the Peach Bowl.
I'm jealous about that first one. The Rose Bowl?
Yeah. Dude, if you ever have a chance to go out to the Rose Bowl, it is a life-altering opportunity. It is awesome. Penn State beat Utah in that game. I have a framed panorama of the Rose Bowl at my house and that I bought. You can kind of see like where we were sitting. We were sitting like right behind the blue band, like 2 rows behind the blue band. We had great seats. We sat in section number 17 that was dedicated in honor of the Super Bowl the Steelers won in 1979 at the Rose Bowl. It was just we went to dinner afterwards. We were driving around Pasadena in that area trying to find a place to eat at. And we ate at a place called Ray's Pub on Baldwin Road. I'm from Baldwin. My dad's name is Ray. It was just written in the stars that whole entire trip.
You just had to go, man.
And that led to me getting my master's at Penn State, and that was my sister's freshman year.
By the way, congratulations really cool. on that. Welcome to the Masters Club. I also have one.
Yes, sir. Mastered it. All of us. Pretty sweet. Another very expensive piece of paper.
Don't remind me.
Right? Join us at the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on June 17th at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. You can help local volunteer fire departments with a tax deductible, oh my gosh, I can't speak, tax deductible donation at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal. Our good friend Matt there. Leon's Billiards, Mike Leon. Shout out to Mike. And more. Leon's Billiards and more. And Myers Law Group, who provides you fan weather. Brought to you by Let's do that again. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and more, and Myers Law Group. You can watch the show on Twitter. We're still streaming on the Bob Pompiani show link, so you can watch us there. You can also watch us on YouTube. We love our YouTube chat people. They are a rowdy bunch. They are not a big fan of the Pomp and Joe show at times. They love the PM team. The texters, I think, are more in line with the Pomp and Joe show. Get a lot of texts into the text line there. Texter says, trouble with the weather forecasting is it's not an exact science, so they err on the side of caution to kind of protect people from doing stupid things. I'll stand out there in the rain. That's why they created rain ponchos. I'm fine with that. I'll stand in the rain.
Is there?
It's not supposed to be lightning other than like 3 o'clock until like 4.
And when does the show start?
Doesn't start until 5:30. It wasn't supposed to start until 5:30.
Oh, wow.
Texter, how does Bob always get to go into suites for concerts? Does he pay for tickets? Someone needs to get to the bottom of this. I've wondered that. I've asked Bob that. I've gotten mixed answers from Bob. He's not going to fully just come out and tell me who he's with. I've asked Bob. I've pressed Bob. So, Bob, who are you going to the concert with?
It's simple. He runs this town. Bob
Pompiani is the most popular sports figure in this city. I mean, he might be more popular than Paul Skeens. He might be more popular than, I don't think he's more popular than Sidney Crosby. I think Bob would admit that. I think Bob would admit that he's not more Bob would not admit to being more popular than anybody. You could say Jared Triolo, and Bob would say, no, it's the big tree. He's more popular than me. He's playing out there at the diamond for the Pirates at third base. He's out there bouncing around and batting ninth. Texter, who is going to win the golf battle between you, Callis, and Donnie? So Monday, we are golfing in Bob's outing. The three of us. And if you know anything about me and Callis and Donnie in terms of golf, we are not that good. And I am not very good at driving the ball off the tee. I kind of swing it as if, I don't know, it's a wiffle ball bat or it's a baseball bat. That's how I swing the club. I don't get down on the ball enough, Ty. I don't. Like, I pull up on the ball and it just creates it's going to create a lot of content for the station. I'll just say that.
You have to put your back, you have to kind of be like in the middle whenever you're on a driver. But even then, I'm not very good myself. I get drivers off the tee box, but very good with the pitching wedge. Can hit that 100.
So I truly think that this is going to be great for content, but is going to be awful for Callis and I improving in golf. Maybe Donnie too. I have a good short game. Like, I could chip a little bit. I can putt, but I can't drive off the tee. Did you see the video of Callis using his driver like 150 yards away from the hole?
Yeah, that was such a Callis move, and I'm sitting there watching him yelling it. Use the hybrid. Use the hybrid. Don't use the driver. You're gonna mess it up.
He used the driver. Yeah, he did. Well, we didn't get to hear from Don Kelly. We're going to talk some Steelers coming up next. Fan weather, we'll give it to you. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today's forecast in Atlanta, partly cloudy and 80 degrees. They will play a baseball game there. They probably would still play a baseball game here today. But there will be no concert. Texter says, here's a tissue. Thank you. Texter, thanks City Limits for reading my question. Big fan. Giancarlo from Shaler. Shout out to you, Giancarlo. Isn't Callis, Texter says, the voice of the U.S. Open at Oakmont? Remember that? I do.
Wow.
Did we ever get to the bottom of that? Did Callis send that into them? Or did the U.S. Open just find, hello, this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh Sports Talk Station.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just copped it off of the stream.
I think Callis sent it to them. I think they were contacted, that Callis in the morning show was contacted by maybe the USGA.
USGA, probably something like that. But I'm going to believe in Callis and go to, like, that's just so random.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it would have been like a first thing in the morning. Yeah, the lights
are flickering.
Just flickered, so that's not good.
Wow. Yeah, that's not ideal. So that's fan weather. Up next, let's dive into the Steelers. I have some takes on what's transpired since Darnell Washington is signed. What does it mean now that Nick Herbig is signed? What does it mean for TJ Watt moving forward? Hear from Watt, hear from much more in regards to the Steelers. 412-928-9370. Austin Bechtold with you. It's a Saturday, leading you up to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's the Pirates and the Atlanta Braves coming up today. First pitch at 4:10. Our coverage begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Saturday, June 13th at 7 p.m., it's Scotland night as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Indy 11 at Highmark Stadium. Enjoy $1 Icy Light specials and a great night of soccer along the river. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for the following Pennsylvania counties: Fayette, Washington, and Westmoreland. Effective until 3:29 p.m., the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Fayette County, in southwestern Pennsylvania, southeastern Washington County, in southwestern Pennsylvania, southwestern Westmoreland County, in southwestern Pennsylvania. Until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:44 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bentleyville, or 13 miles south of Gastonville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Connellsville, Monson, California, Mount Pleasant, Scottsdale, Charleroi, Bentleyville, Brownsville, Perryopolis, North Belvernon, North Charleroi, Spears, Belvernon, Ellsworth, Linwood, Pricedale, West Brownsville, Roscoe, Everson, and Deemson. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Steelers. Mandatory minicamp is now in the books. 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And some guys got paid. Darnell Washington, 4 years. $42 million for Washington. He now is one of the top 15 highest paid tight ends in all of football. 11th, roughly, is where he is slotted in right now. Pat Freiermuth right in that range as well. So the Steelers, of course, not paying a quarterback all that much money. Aaron Rodgers with a raise from compared to what he made a year ago with the Steelers, but it's not like you're paying a Joe Burrow $50 million or you're paying Lamar $50 million or Dak's insane quarterback contract. So the Steelers do have money to splurge, and they did with Nick Herbig, who becomes their second highest pass rusher, 4 years, $100 million, which is a significant contract for Herbig. They signed two, you would consider backup players, maybe part-time players, you could say too. Washington, maybe backup just in theory, considering he had the most snaps of all tight ends last year. Out of Washington, Freiermuth, and Jonnu Smith, and throw Connor Hayward in there, it was Darnell Washington that had the most snaps. That's significant. We know how big he is in the run game. We know how big of a loss it was. The Steelers said it themselves, and we saw it just watching with your eyes how their running game fared late in the season, whether it was Baltimore or whether it was in the playoff game against Houston. They are a better team with Darnell Washington leading the charge, being that extra tackle, being like a swing tackle, and being the point person at the point of attack where the blocking tight end in a way is coming back. Sure, you have your receiving tight ends, you have your Hawkinsons, and your George Kittle does everything well, and we just list off tight end after tight end. Travis Kelce's still playing. But Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth should be able to complement each other very well. I just am curious, very curious, how this all factors in with the Mike McCarthy offense. And don't get me wrong, we'll get into Herbig in a moment. I like the Washington signing. The money is a little bit more than I would have been willing to give. $21 million guaranteed. I'm okay with that. But again, it's not like Washington. He's had under 600 yards receiving in his entire career. He's not a huge threat in the passing game. He's becoming more of one. And you're probably paying for what he's going to be more so than what he was. The TJ Watt contract, you're paying for what TJ Watt was rather than what he's going to be over the next 4 years. I wonder, because we know McCarthy, whether it was in Green Bay or it was in Dallas, and they just signed Robert Tonyan, their former tight end in Green Bay, a good friend of Aaron Rodgers. It's kind of like the MVS signing, kind of like bringing in Adam Thielen off waivers. I wonder, because McCarthy loves 3 wide receiver sets, and they traded for Pittman, and they drafted Jeremy Bernard in the second round, and their wide receiver room is better. their tight end room, minus Jonnu Smith, bring in Tunyon, that's around the same. But McCarthy likes using 3 tight ends, and there's going to be a back on the field at all times, more than likely. Maybe they go 5 wide. Maybe they spread out Dowdle for that, or Warren. Maybe they go 2 tight ends, but I think it's going to be less frequent than it was in the Arthur Smith offense, where we know it's more tight end heavy. Maybe not so much the usage of the tight ends in terms of production is great, but the snap counts are. This makes me wonder if they're signing Washington just for the purpose of being a really good blocking tight end rather than finding another gear in the passing game. I think the snaps with him and Freiermuth might end up being 60-40 in favor of Freiermuth if they decide, because I think McCarthy's going to throw the ball more than they run it. It'll be balanced, but it might be like 55-45 right in that range. That's kind of a question that I run into, and I'm curious if you think the exact same. Because let's go to Herbig now. When you sign Herbig to the deal that he signed, 4 years, $100 million, it doesn't kick in until 27. That tells you that one of TJ Watt or Alex Highsmith is going to get traded. Now, something that I found very interesting earlier this week when Mike Florio came on with the PM guys, is it possible to trade TJ Watt? Like, is this an actual thing that could happen? I don't think they will, but if it makes dollars, if it makes sense money-wise, it could end up being something they pursue.
2026 dead cap would be $10 million. 2027 dead cap would be $20 million. 2026 savings would be $32 million. Is what I have.
Yeah, well, it's not crazy then. If that's accurate, it's not crazy. And I'm looking at this now too. The signing bonus was $40 million spread over 4 years. I know the first 3 years of this deal are fully guaranteed, so it goes 10, 10, 10, and 10. It would be 10 this year and 20 next year if they would trade him now. And that's it. It's pretty clean.
That's not bad, Mike.
There's no restructuring. They don't play those games. A lot of teams get into trouble with option bonuses because that creates a separate avenue for acceleration. But yeah, it's $20 million next year. But it's also, like you said, you got a cash savings of 32. You're getting a net gain of $12 million in cap space if they would do this deal now, next year. And a savings of $32 million in cash. And there's been no cash commitment this year that they'd have to worry that, that money's gone.
Now, what can you get back? What can you get in return for TJ Watt? Another thing that was said on the station this week, and I like to, kind of recap everything that goes on a Saturday. Maybe you missed it. Maybe you're just tuning in for the first time to be able to hear it. Doug Whaley on the morning show, in terms of what a return the Steelers could get for TJ Watt or Alex Highsmith. You would think with Watt, team leader in sacks, franchise history, defensive player of the year, tied the sack record before Myles Garrett broke it. Yes, did have a down year last year, battled some injuries, battled some inconsistency, was being double teamed, I think more than ever. Doug Whaley thinks the Steelers can only get what?
So now everybody's talking about trading TJ Watt. You're going to get pennies on the dollar. It's going to be a fire sale. And when everybody's saying, well, let's trade this guy, I say two things. How does trading TJ or Highsmith make you a better team? And two, flip it. If you're a GM of any other team, you're going to be like, okay, TJ Watt, older, high price tag, production slipped. Alex Highsmith, production's there, availability is not something you can hang your hat on. So you're going to be selling at a reduced rate. Think about it. If we were in the market if the Steelers were in the market for a edge rusher and you had those two guys on the market, would you give them a first rounder up for them? Would you even give them a second rounder up? I think the max you're going to get is maybe a third rounder for both of them.
A third round pick. Just a third round pick for TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith. I think Highsmith, it makes sense. Now, you're also selling Highsmith at his highest value. Like, he is the second in command. He is the Robin to Batman for TJ Watt for the last half a decade. More than that. So you wonder, if that's the case and Highsmith gets you a third, and yes, you're selling high and he's younger, why can't TJ Watt bring back a first-round pick? Why can't TJ Watt get you, maybe it's a back end of the first round, maybe it's a second-round pick and more? Why isn't that feasible? I know he's coming off his worst season. He was banged up. Are you not thinking that TJ Watt is going to bounce back even a little bit? I'm not saying he's going to have 20 sacks, but I could see 14, 15, 16 sacks for Watt this next year. He's on the decline. He is, but I don't think this is, just all the air being let out of the balloon here. This is not something being catapulted down from the sky. He's not, falling to the ground and having this meteoric drop-off. He could still play. He's not going to be a defensive player of the year candidate, I don't think, anymore. But for a very productive edge rusher that's good against the run, that has his track record, that I think still has some good years in him, to a team like Buffalo, that could make sense. That could make a lot of sense for them. I think they're going to play it out this year. Let all the pass rushers stay together, not change many things around. Just keep Watt, keep Highsmith, keep Herbig. Kabali told us earlier this week he thinks that there's a chance that Herbig only plays 50% of the snaps again. So, and I know the money doesn't kick in until 27, but that's a very expensive backup. And yes, the Steelers have money to spend, and the cap goes up, and they're eventually going to sign Porter, and yes, it was a good draft class that they signed. I mean, Omar Khan deserves a big tip of the cap for that one, because the draft class that they brought in, man, in that class, Broderick Jones didn't work. But you look at Benton, you look at Porter, you look at Herbig getting a deal, you look at Darnell Washington getting a deal. Outside of your first-round pick, which, yes, you need to hit on, it alleviates the pain of the Broderick Jones pick, which looks like it's going to be a bust because of how well they drafted later on. And they don't do that great of drafted in the 4th round or the 5th round. Some of their 3rd-round picks, Caleb Johnson, have been spotty as of late. But now that TJ Watt is going to stay, I don't think they're going to trade him, even though I think that might be best for the franchise. He gets to work with a new coaching staff and Patrick Graham, who I've heard a lot of positive praise from. And I want to believe it. I want to think that that's the case. When he's had good personnel in Vegas, as good of the personnel as you can get with the Raiders, as good of the personnel you can get with those Giants teams the last however many years ago when he was the DC there. Patrick Graham has a defense that is paid number 1 in all of football for the 5th consecutive year. He has future Hall of Famers in Watt, Hayward, and Ramsey that can still play. They're not washed by any regard. A young up-and-coming corner in Porter that's going to get paid, that's a number 1 corner. Alex Highsmith can play. Herbig, of course. Derek Harmon. Benton's a nice player. Brisker and Elliott are nice players. Watt is going to need to move around more, whether he likes it or not.
It's been a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a lot of studying, a lot of learning, a lot on the iPads. Also trying to see the new faces, not only players but coaches. But it's been a lot of really good work. As you guys can see, practices are a little bit different around here. Tougher as you get older to get the work in, but it's all been phenomenal work.
They changed the times around, and they changed the times around for what camp will look like at St. Vincent College. They're adjusting practices. This is a breath of fresh air under Mike McCarthy that I like, and I feel better about Mike McCarthy now than I did when he was first hired, because it was more like a jump scare. It was more of, whoa, like, Mike McCarthy is the coach? What about Shula? What about Shieldhouse? They didn't get jobs. What about Brian Flores? What about Anthony Weaver? What about another young offensive mind? Like, if this was a year ago and Ben Johnson was available, man, would that have been a great gig for him to be able to take? Or really, for the Steelers to be able to acquire him. But it seems like, and this was my original fear at first, Patrick Graham is going to change things up defensively. Now, they're still keeping a 3-4, which I'm fine with. And it seemed like in his first press conference, it wasn't really, it didn't jump off the page to me as, okay, this defense is really going to change. Philosophy is different. This is a new look Steeler defense. Hearing the players talk about it and hearing Patrick Graham with different blitz packages and Watt saying that he has to move around now, he doesn't have a choice, I'm feeling better.
Yeah, I think in the past it was a little bit more of me being stubborn, and I think this new system allows a lot of it's built in, so I really can't say no. I have to move with it. A lot of us are interchangeable parts. You're not just learning your position. You kind of have to learn the whole defensive front structure because we all are basically interchangeable. We can do different things. So I think you're going to see a lot more movement out of not just me, but the whole front.
The interchangeable parts thing is interesting to me. Like, are they going to line Watt up off left tackle instead of right tackle? Or are they going to line him up over the center? And it kind of speaks to ignorance isn't the right word, but maybe stubbornness. You know, Tomlin would let his veterans do what they want. And, you know, TJ, there was talks about him moving around, and he didn't want to do it. And Tomlin just didn't tell him, TJ, you're moving around. You know, it just became status quo. TJ is going to stay in his spot, and teams knew where he was going to line up so they could double team him and chip him. And now, if there's like pre-snap movement, Watt can find the best matchup for him. Watt can move right under center. He can move to the opposite tackle, and he can thrive in that regard. So it's a breath of fresh air. I like what they're getting from Graham to start. Still a little bit wary of how it's going to look, but right now, it's a feel-good start to June for the Steelers. They were out at Kennywood. They have a roster that I think can win them a solid amount of games, but I also think Aaron Rodgers, it depends on if he stays healthy. I'm feeling better about the Steelers now than I did about 2 months ago. Do you agree with that? I feel better with training camp about a month and a half away about the prospectus of this team, even from when the schedule originally came out. Because that's important. How are you feeling going into the season? And right now, I'm feeling pretty solid about what they can be. Now it's time to actually get the work done out there and have football in shorts turn into training camp not long from now.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 4:10. Coverage begins at 3:10 on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service. Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Middle game of a 3-game series. The Pirates take on the Atlanta Braves as they march on through a stretch of games that is going to show us exactly what Pirates baseball is made of and how far they are from being perhaps a legitimate contender, not only in their own division, but in all the National League. After the Braves, the Dodgers come to PNC Park following Monday's off day for a 3-game series, which sets up a 6-game gauntlet that started last night with a 6-3 loss. Really nothing that the Pirates could do because Atlanta imposed their will after they jumped out to a 1-0 lead. Pittsburgh answered with a 3-run third inning against former Bucco Martin Perez, but immediately against Mitch Keller, the Braves would answer with Mauricio Dubon's 2-run homer. He continues to be one of the best players in the National League. They would add some insurance and take a 6-3 lead that the bullpen for the Braves would absolutely hold on to, not giving up even an inch. At one point, 16 in a row were retired. One of the best bullpens in the game. Atlanta was able to secure their 43rd victory of the year. They're now 43-21, while the Pirates, who were looking to get to a season-high 6 games over 500, were unable to do so, falling to 34-30. Good afternoon. Welcome in. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on the air. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zhang, really glad to have you along. Pirates at Truist Park. Obviously, if they were at PNC, we would not be playing baseball tonight or anytime soon, I should say. So the weather forecast from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Keep that top of the mind, considering what we're going through at the moment. Please be safe. If you can, get off the roadways and be sure to keep the radio close by. We'll have emergency alert coming through if something is certainly life-threatening as it pertains to weather events in our listening area. On tap for today's program from Hampton Beer Outlet, where they have a number of summertime beverage specials like Leinenkugel and Twisted Teas for $29.99 are on sale now. Route 8 in Hampton, you could drive a little, save a lot. We're going to break down a really good pitching matchup today with Braxton Ashcraft on the hill opposite of Spencer Strider. Ashcraft has been one of the best pitchers in the game since he debuted over a year ago. Strider is starting to, find his pre-Tommy John stride with some of the swing and miss, but we do have some control issues working inside the zone, which we'll dive into. A different-looking lineup for the Pirates as Buccos will start Tyler Callahan today at third base. We'll get into that. But also, we want to take a look down on the farm with Pittsburgh's bullpen issues and even some of the starting pitching issues that Pittsburgh has endured here over the last 3 weeks. The depth is starting to get called into question now with Carmen Mlodzinski in the bullpen. And last night, some pretty good stuff from Jose Urquidy. We've had a few calls on our postgame show about him. He actually threw really well. And we'll get some more details outside of just looking and regurgitating box scores. Andrew Kappas, who you hear most every Sunday, filing his Week That Was report for AAA Indianapolis, will join us here momentarily. So we have a lot to get to, a short period of time. Pittsburgh yesterday relinquishing second place in the National League Central Division. As we look at the standings from Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. The Buccos now third place in the Central, 5.5 games back of first place Milwaukee, a half game behind of St. Louis, who right now is playing the Cincinnati Reds, and they are tied at 3 about an hour into things. The Reds are 31-31. Still everybody at 500 or above in the vaunted NL Central. Do stay with us. Coming up, we'll hear from Andrew Kappas. He'll join us. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitter, we urge you to do so. You'll be able to see the AAA play-by-play broadcaster for the Buccos Farm Club when we return on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Last night, the Pirates fell to the Braves 6-3. Mitch Keller making his 13th start of the year and his 8th career start against the Atlanta Braves. He fell to 1-4 against Atlanta with a .785 earned run average. Keller allowing 6 runs on 7 hits across 4 2/3 innings. And going over the last 5 starts, 24 runs allowed in 26 innings for Mitch Keller, and it's kind of a microcosm of what has been ailing the Pirates' rotation over the last couple of weeks. We know that Paul Skeens has looked to be a mere mortal. We have seen some turbulence, obviously, with Bubba Chandler, who throws tomorrow, and what the Pirates hope will be the rubber match of a 3-game series. And now Keller has taken on water. We are used to Keller having some stumbles in August, late July, second half of the year, but typically he's a first-half guy, but the month of May has been very unkind to the Pirates' veteran right-hander. So there have been reports that Pittsburgh is on the phones, pounding the pavement, especially to try to help the bullpen, which has 13 blown saves this year, that has 5 losses when leading after 6 innings. But now you sort of exacerbate that with some issues now creeping up on an otherwise thought of very strong starting rotation. So where do you turn? How do you address all the needs at once without burying yourself in this tough division? Well, internally becomes the first answer. So that's where we'll go, to AAA Indianapolis. There are a lot of names that we hear. There are numbers that we see They may not necessarily look aesthetically pleasing, but when you take into account, especially in the what have you done for me lately realm, that may give us a better indication of what, if any, answers are available. So our Farm Report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. You could shape your future at AllegiantFCU.org and take advantage of their first position home equity loan rate of 5.25% for a limited time, with terms and conditions applying and membership eligibility required. Andrew Kappas from AAA Indianapolis joins us. Andrew, it's great to talk to you again. How are you, buddy?
Dan, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Perhaps not as good as Jose Urquidy, at least last night and at least recently, which is a name that has been brought up on our post-game show a few times. Urquidy obviously broke camp with the club, former Astros product. Hasn't necessarily been on the tips of Pirate fans' tongues. I'm not sure if he should be, but based on his body of work, he's been used as a starter of late in AAA and turned in some pretty good results, not only last night, but more recently, and I'm hoping that you could give us a little bit of look behind the numbers to see if this actually could be an option for Pittsburgh, be it in the rotation, be it in bulk relief, or really any place, anywhere, because the Pirates are taking applications at the moment.
Yeah, I think I know it didn't really go well when he broke camp with the big league club. I think his ERA was somewhere around 8 or 9 before he got sent down to Indianapolis. But since joining the rotation, he's been very, very good, and he's gotten progressively better. Obviously, his last 2 starts kind of speak for themselves. He pitched on Sunday, went 7 innings, threw all of his pitches for strikes. And as you guys probably remember from when he was up with the club in the first couple of weeks, he's not a hard thrower anymore. His fastball has lost some zip. The injuries, especially when he was with the Tigers last year, kind of caught up to him. But he's still throwing 91, 92 for strikes with good location, and he kind of throws the kitchen sink at you. And that's been the key for him these last 2 starts. It started on Sunday, 7 shutout innings, only 2 hits allowed, threw all of his pitches for strikes. And then last night, he was phenomenal as well. Struggled out of the gate, gave up 2 hits in the first inning right off the bat, but got a double play, then had some traffic on the bases in the second inning, but then retired 13 of the final 14 that he faced, was really pitch efficient. And again, he's a strike thrower, and that forces you, especially in this ABS era where guys are taking more pitches, it kind of forces the opponent to be a little aggressive, which in turn can have negative results if he's not locating well, because again, the stuff isn't what it used to be. But when he's locating like he has the last 2 nights, 2 starts, I should say, he's certainly a guy that I think could help.
If I recall, changeup was a really effective pitch for him. And you've mentioned that he's also really been on an upward trajectory since he joined the rotation. I don't know if the Pirates obviously have a rotation spot for Jose Urquidy, if they don't have one for Carmen Mlodzinski. So I want to ask you, this uptick in production, do you think that that's due in part to a pitch mix, mechanical adjustments, or the fact that he's just on the regular routine, he's got a schedule, and, creature of habit stuff, you see some production sort of trend upward there? And I ask that question because if the Pirates bring him north, do they get what they had before, or do you think whatever he's found here might actually be sustainable in a different role than he's currently in?
I think such a big part of pitching is confidence. It's such a mental game out there on the mound. You're really all alone on an island out there. And I think he's regained that confidence in a role that he's more familiar with. He is a creature of habit, and starting pitchers will tell you, most of them anyway, that there's a living, breathing organism as being a starting pitcher, where you know exactly on every single day between your start what you're going to do. And then obviously the start day is huge, how that routine plays out. You don't get that same comfort level in the bullpen. Not everybody can adjust to it. But I think, again, I don't know Jose Urquidy well, obviously, but I think him finding the confidence that he can still get guys out and get guys out at a regular basis, regular level, find confidence back with that changeup again, but also with his fastball, because I think from the video I saw from his big league appearances out of the bullpen, I don't think he had a lot of confidence in the fastball, which when you're throwing in the low 90s at the big league level, I get why, but if he locates it well, like he has the last 2 starts, I think he can still get guys out. So from a bullpen perspective, I think he could plug in and help now that he has gotten that confidence back in a starting role.
Well, that's encouraging to hear, because again, Pirates are looking anywhere and everywhere for solutions. which brings me to the Isaac Mattson question. A little bit of a surprise for me when he originally went down. I think logistically, because he had options, he kind of became the odd man out. But there really hasn't been much chatter about him since he's gone down to AAA. What's he working on? And whatever he's doing down there, is it working? And would he be a candidate to return to Pittsburgh, you think?
I think so, because him coming down, I think, as you mentioned, was just more of a numbers game. Unfortunately, that's the way it works out, because it's just he had options. He threw when he got optioned, so he was going to be down for a day or two, maybe 3 days. So it was just kind of an odd man out sequence. And the big thing with him being with Indianapolis is keeping him on that schedule, but also replicating some of the things he's going to do in the big leagues when he goes back up. Because I do think it's probably a matter of when, not if, just because the familiarity and the success that he's had out of the Pirates bullpen last year, and then parts of this season too. So for the first time, we saw him in back-to-back outings, which is obviously a big thing. You don't see that very much. In AAA, we have so many guys on the active roster, and everybody's on a schedule, so you really don't see guys throw back-to-back days. But that shows you that Mattson is still on that short list in the big leagues, the fact that he did throw back-to-back days. And I know if you see the game log, he struggled in both those outings, but I would preface that with when he threw 2 nights ago, it was one of the more absurd continuations of a game that I've seen. It was pouring down rain. Okay. And he's a guy that grip is really important. He's not going to rear back and blow it by you with a straight fastball. His is a crafty grip on all of his pitches. And when it's pouring down like rain like that, he's going to struggle. And I think that's kind of what happened in that outing. But you run into some of those things in minor league baseball sometimes.
Sure, no, but that's great context, because that's really all we can do if we're not watching the games online closely. You know, you look at the box scores, you look at the game logs, and then, it raises red flags. But coloring that in for us is really important, is why we have Andrew Kappas, play-by-play broadcaster for the Indianapolis Indians, with us, a Pirates AAA affiliate, in advance of Game 2 of a 3-game set against the Braves at Truist Park. Wilber Dotel bursting onto the scene, catching everybody off guard. Electric stuff. That's been a great story in an otherwise disappointing backdrop for the Pirates bullpen. Can Antoine Kelly be the next Wilber Dotel? If so, when?
It's funny you say that, because they both had a similar opinion in my head when they first got to Indianapolis. Their first couple of starts did not go well for both of them. And I thought, man, they're so young. I'm not sure if they're ready for this level. It kind of got pushed up a little bit. The stuff was there. Obviously, you could see it. You could say he's going to get high-level hitters out. Just not sure he's ready to do it right now. Thought that about Wilber. Thought that about Antoine Kelly early. And then obviously both guys kind of put it together after a rough, bumpy start to their AAA career, which is actually a really big indictment on their character and their makeup. Because a lot of guys, if they struggle at a new level, then again, that confidence factor comes in and it can kind of snowball and you can have a bad year. To Wilber's credit, not only did he recover from that rough start, started pitching well for the Indians, then they pushed him up a new level to the major leagues in a role that he's not really familiar with, although a role that I think long-term probably better suits him, more in those shorter, compact inning type things where he can kind of rear back and throw that fastball. He's done great. And Antoine Kelly following a similar pattern as far as, I think if you look at the stuff is ready big league wise right now. I mean, he's hitting 100. I think he's hit over 117 or 18 times, which by far leads our staff.
Can he pitch an inning, Andrew? That's what I think everybody wants. Can he pitch the 7th inning? I mean, not necessarily developing as a starter. I mean, the way that you're describing that stuff, do you think he could fake his way through the 7th inning for the time being?
I think so, because that fastball, you can't teach that. I mean, it's really electric, and he's really good at mixing speeds on it, which for a guy as young as he is, it's not exactly a skill that you develop very early, or at least most guys develop very early, because he'll sit 97, 98, and then all of a sudden he'll throw one by at 100.8, 101.1, whatever it might be. And I think that's a type of thing that really translates into a 1 inning. And it's kind of interesting. His last time out, a couple days ago on the day game on Wednesday, he had an opener. and we thought he was going to go the full allotment, 5 or 6 innings. But he did something that Wilber Dotel did on his final start with the Indians, where he only went 3. And he went 3 really good innings against the St. Paul Saints. They're a great lineup. They have 7 of their 9 guys are above 800 OPS, part of because they're small ballpark, but nonetheless, he went 3 innings, 1 above the minimum, couple of strikeouts without a walk. So he's been playing his best baseball. Prior to that short outing, he had gone into the 6th inning in 6 of 7 starts. So he's really putting it together at such a young age at this level that, he might be worth a look up there. Like you said, the 7th, I think an inning that could suit him just because of his stuff.
Yeah. Does he have the best stuff of anybody on the staff currently? Because we know the organization, they are into stuff. They trust, they lean into stuff more, just as much as any organization. So you say, yes, Antoine Kelly, from a stuff plus perspective, he's the bell cow.
Yeah, I think when Dotel was here, I think it was a kind of 1A, 1B thing. But with Dotel in the big leagues, it's pretty easily Antoine Kelly.
All right, so he sits at the same card table there as Wilber Dotel, which is great to hear. It's playing for Dotel, and that's where I'm going with it. Will it play for Antoine Kelly as an internal option? From a starting pitcher depth perspective, Thomas Harrington has sort of faded back. Hunter Barco, what's going on here? This was somebody that was supposed to factor in to 2026 in Pittsburgh. Sort of kind of did out of the bullpen, probably fish out of water early here in a Pirates uniform, but he hasn't quite settled into AAA life. Those 2 names in particular, they're important to the Pirates' depth. What's going on there?
So with Thomas Harrington, he has been moved to our bullpen, so he's not starting anymore for us. And what we were told is that that's the plan going forward. Obviously, that could change, but as of right now, he's going to be in our bullpen, and he's still adjusting to that role. That's, again, as you say, a fish out of water, something he hasn't done in high school, collegiately, and professionally, at least in large chunks. And then for Barco, it's interesting because he's had a lot of struggles in the first inning. And it seems like if he can prevent a disaster in the first inning, he settles in and he's his normal Hunter Barco self that we really liked last year when he came up for the first time in the middle of May last season. I do wonder if the bullpen, kind of the beginning of the year, and then he had an opener his first couple of starts with Indianapolis. And again, that can kind of play into your routine because when you have an opener, you can still do the normal start day things, but you still don't know exactly when you're going to pitch. Whereas when you're starting, you know exactly, at least within a few minutes, at least when you're on the road, of when you're going to go out there. So I am curious to see how that develops for him now that he's back in that normal starting role, no opener. Big creature of habit like Harrington. He's a guy, was a Friday night guy at Florida that not accustomed to coming out of the bullpen. I still really like Barco long-term as a starter. I really do. And his last time out, you've probably seen it, 6 runs over 5 innings. Again, to add some context, St. Paul's ballpark, which is where he pitched earlier in the week, it is so small. There's nothing like it in the big leagues. Obviously, there's no elevation factor or anything like that in Minnesota, but right field is kind of laughably small, where if like you're standing at home plate, it almost feels like you can reach out and touch the wall. In right center, to be a little over dramatic, but it's a ballpark that plays very small, and it was kind of flying out that night, and it happens.
Yeah, and you don't think Barco profiles at all as a reliever, even temporarily? He just, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Andrew, you've seen him far more than I have, he doesn't seem to have the stuff. I mean, what you need coming out of the bullpen, especially from the left side, he just doesn't have that. But maybe I'm wrong. You just mentioned you see him as a starter, but even as a reliever, would he be an effective one?
I think he gives you much greater value as a starter. Yeah. And I say this because a lot of times his best pitch is his slider, at least a swing and miss pitch. But it takes him a little bit to hone it in. And that's why I think he struggled in the first inning. He's a little erratic with the slider, and that forces him to kind of use the fastball a little bit more, a little bit earlier than what he wants, at least being fastball dominant. And if it's not locating, which again, sometimes that takes him a little bit to get that location in on the fastball too, he can be hit. And from a relieving perspective, you need to have that right away. Yeah. And that's why the guys like Wilber Dotel and Antoine Kelly kind of are plug and play a lot of times, just because that fastball, they're just going to blow it by you. Even if it doesn't have great movement, they're going to try to blow it by you. And a lot of times that's going to work. So I'm not saying he can't do it, but I think just because of sometimes it takes him a little bit to get the good grip on the slider, get the good fastball location down, I just think he helps you much more, especially long-term as a starter. Okay,
and this was a great exercise to go through to get context on, I would say, the closest guys that are Major League ready to joining and helping Pittsburgh. So we've kind of come to the conclusion that Harrington most certainly will not be part of the factor, at least in the short term. Barco, probably not. So of the three, Mattson, Urquidy, and Antoine Kelly, who would you, if you had to place a bet, the phone rings, who gets called up among the three first?
Again, this is no inside information, just my opinion. I think Antoine Kelly probably gives you, as you said, just to use that as an exercise, the seventh inning. I think Antoine Kelly would give you something really, really good in the seventh inning. And it would be a dice roll. It worked out with Dotel. Obviously, he's been great in the role that he's in right now in the Pirates bullpen. But I think Antoine Kelly could plug and play in that role. Might want to do a couple more outings where what he did earlier this week, where he only throws 3 innings and he's not doing that starting routine, and it's a little more unpredictable before you throw him to the wolves, so to speak. But I think when they've been very clear, the Pirates have, just judging by their movement, that they're in a win now mode. And even though that maybe the long-term development for Antoine Kelly might get stunted a little bit by throwing him into the bullpen, because again, I think you do want to see what he can be as a starter long-term. I think being in win now mode, I would be willing to bet that at least it should be Antoine Kelly if they're looking for a new seventh inning option.
It's really encouraging to hear, frankly. Andrew, thank you so much, man. We love listening to you on Sundays, the stuff that you do for us, filing those reports and some longer form stuff here today. Appreciate it. I know Indy's got a game coming up here before too long, so we'll let you get back to that. And we'll catch up with you soon, brother. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Dan. Always a blast.
There he goes. Andrew Kappas, one of the best AAA broadcaster, Pirates minor league affiliate in Indianapolis. So I love to hear that, because the electricity that Antoine Kelly brings, I think, as we just heard, is kind of cut from the same cloth as Wilbur Dotel. So maybe there are some immediate internal options, and I wanted to get and sift through all of that, because it's abundantly clear Pirates need to do something, and it's good to hear, at least internally, behind the scenes, they are doing some of those things, as Andrew just, I think, really perfectly contextualized it. Even though it might stunt some long-term growth, they're taking Antoine Kelly, a really good arm. They like him as a starter, but what do they have a need for? Relievers. And over the last couple of weeks, it sounds like they've tried to transition that, to expedite it here to Pittsburgh, and rush the shipping, if you will. So very good stuff. Coming up next, Don Kelly's pregame remarks, plus a breakdown of today's starting pitching matchup. Braxton Ashcraft goes against Spencer Strider. Great pitchers duel, I think, is on tap here for game number 65 for the Bucs, sitting at 34-30, taking on one of the best in the game, a club that is on pace for 109 wins, the Atlanta Braves, which, by the way, that would break the franchise record for wins of 106 that they had back in the late 90s, 1998. We invite you to stay tuned to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show from Keystone Custom Apparel. I'm Dan Zangrilli, back in a moment on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Hey, it's the summertime, and that means you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs during the summer, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best prices around. They've got the best customer service, the best selection, and right now, Leinenkugel Summer Shandy or Twisted Tea Original or Variety Pack 24-pack cans, the low price of just $29.99. That's a great deal on a fabulous summer favorite. Only at Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thanks for joining us, Pirates at the Braves. Who has the ball today? Brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. It's a great matchup with Braxton Ashcraft, who struck out a career-high 11 batters over 6 innings in the 9-3 win on Sunday against the Twins. He allowed a couple of runs. He didn't allow a walk. Pirates have won 5 of Ashcraft's last 6 starts. He's sad to see the month of May go, posting a 199 earned run average in the month of May. 40 2/3 innings, 42 strikeouts. He walked just 5. Braxton Ashcraft against Spencer Strider. While he's not where he was pre-Tommy John surgery, Strider's swing and miss, it really has started to tick up of late. He was at about a 37% K rate before the surgery. Afterwards, that dropped all the way to 24%, but that's now risen back up to about 32%. But his issue is going to be command. Less than half of his pitches have been in the strike zone, which is the lowest strike rate of his career. Walk rate is up. That's at about 13.5%. Pirates starting lineup brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. You can cure your Hep C, no insurance necessary for care. Horowitz at first, Lau at DH. Reynolds is in left field with O'Hearn back in right field. Nick Gonzalez on a 7-game hit streak plays second base because Lau getting the DH day. O'Neal Cruz in center, followed by Andy Rodriguez hitting 7th at catcher. Tyler Callahan is at third base, and shortstop is Jared Triolo. Let's listen into what Don Kelly had to say about Braxton Ashcraft and then the first start as a Pirate for Tyler Callahan.
Do you think he's progressed maybe faster than you guys had anticipated this season, or kind of along with what you expected coming into the year?
Yeah, I guess going into it, you're not sure how they're going to progress. I thought Braxton last year handled multiple roles extremely well, starting, relieving, closing. I mean, he did everything, and I think that his mindset and attitude carried over to this year, and he's been out to be the best he can be every single time out. He's done a really great job.
Yeah, so there is Don Kelly on Braxton Ashcraft, and first start for Tyler Callahan, who's actually been pretty productive since coming up from AAA Indianapolis. Robert Pearson Associates injury report, Pittsburgh's premier personal injury attorneys. Back tightness pulled Michael Harris, Atlanta's 300 hitter. He was the number 2 man in the lineup in center field. He is out for Walt Weiss today. So he left yesterday's game. He's not in the lineup today. Not sure if he is available. A key to victory for the Pirates tonight is going to be strength versus strength. Braves have the best average with runners in scoring position. They're hitting .291 this year, but Braxton Ashcraft, he's allowed just 4 hits all year with runners in scoring position, .082. So that'll be something to watch for. And my pick to click from Precision Pointing and Restoration, Pittsburgh's premier stone masonry specialist, I'm going to go with Nick Gonzalez. I can't bet against Nicky G. I want to go Brian Reynolds because he's just crushed the Braves in his career, but I'm going to go with Nicky G. That hit streak goes to 8 games. Pennsylvania One Call System, call of the game. Dial 811 before you dig and know what's below. It's Joe Block and Neil Walker.